Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. The cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. Just if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Over here to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wrap your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speak. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah, it's Survivor Speaks and it's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Peace. This video under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. Hey. What's up, y'all? Let me get the music going. The background music was created by no other than no one. If you're looking to get a track to go behind your music, no one's link will be in the chat. You can reach out to him directly and set that thing on up. Appreciate you for the track, no one. So what's going on? What's up? To all of my people in the chat, it is your favorite breast cancer survivor, Survivor Speaks, and I'm back with another live restream. Now, this case is actually, before I start, is can someone put a 1 in the chat for me, please, just to make sure that you guys can hear? Please. I just don't want to start and you couldn't hear. I was already in the wrong live. And that's how we starting off today. It's been a day. So I think you guys can hear. I think you guys can hear me okay. And so this case is definitely a trigger warning case. It was I'm going to say unaliving penalty case, because I don't know if YouTube is going to say something about if I say the DP case. It's a DP case. Okay, we're going to leave it like at that, because I can't say the full word out because they done flagged my description in the back of the studio. I'm like, that's what it's called. Okay, DP. Got it. Right. So this case is definitely that is a trigger warning case. I don't think this case got enough light. A lot of times, well, we just had a female. I don't have an emoji for Emani yet. As you see, my the stream times kept changing. I mean, it's been a day. It's been a long day. It's been a long week. It's been a long year. It's been a long month. In 2025 is 2025. Now, so the case that we're
I'm going to rewind now. It's the case of Tiffany Moss. Let me rewind. We tend to put so much focus on the person that is on trial. So this is the case about Emani Moss. She was a 10-year-old stepdaughter to Tiffany Moss. This case was one of the most chilling and heartbreaking crimes in recent history. So she was supposed to be, Tiffany Moss was supposed to be Emani Moss's stepmother. Step into that stepmother role. Show her how to get through life. Show her how to be a woman. Love her. Protect her. And all of the above that all, the same parents do for their children, right? So we as women, we expect that if we have a child or children and we are single and we meet someone, we like to say we come as a package deal. Well, at least any sane woman would say that. Same thing with men. If you get with a man that has a child, they come as a package deal. You treat those children like they're yours. If you agree to be in that relationship, then you agree to those children. You agree to all of his other children. And you should not treat them like, oh, that's my step. So now, I'm a married woman. I have a daughter. She has a father. Very active relationship with her father. But my husband is not her father. We still don't put step in front of anything. Well, especially when in the South, every year we normally go like to the Atlanta area like twice a year, or to a family function because that's where his family, my husband's family, is from. There's no step anything, but her dad is her dad. Her father is her father. Never disrespected. Never. He's not my husband's not trying to be my daughter's father. That's the one thing I like about him is never. Some people get in a relationship and they try to come and build a wedge between two people. I just would, even though I can't stand the ground he walks on, it's not about me, it's about my daughter. And when men and women mentally get that, y'all gonna be all right. You have to set boundaries. You have to let somebody know what you're going to put up with, what you're not going to put up with, and all of the above. So anyway, Emani Moss was the stepdaughter of this monster. And because she was the stepdaughter of this monster, led to a shocking and tragic outcome for Emani. Right? So what drove this horrific act, and how did justice unfold? Join us as we dive deep into this disturbing true crime case. And if you're joining us for the first time on live, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on all of your notifications so you never miss our live streams or video uploads. And if you're watching live, jump into the chat. We want to hear your thoughts and questions throughout the show. Let me see who's in the chat. Let me give some shout outs so we can get right into it. Of course. Tech Clouds, girl, I was about to send out the FBI, all the people, the SPCA people, isn't that the animal department? I was sending them to smoke signals, the ambulance, the EMT, the PD, the PDP, police department. I don't even know where you're at, but I was going to just send them. Where's Tat? Tat, don't do that, Tat. We go through life as life, but if I don't miss you in the chat, then that means something. But what's up, Tat? Glad to see you here. Tat, tat, tat. Tragedy. The coldest mod up on the YouTube. I said it. Don't debate me about it. It is what it is. We got Sour Jazzy T in the building. Hey, girl. Hey, what's going on? Glad you checked in. So, Jazzy T, I don't want you to get alarmed. The other night, I was like, hold on now. I hope Jazzy T keep it cute, because did she know this is me? Hey, that was hilarious. Jazzy was like, wait a minute, hold on, because you classy. You don't know none of A$AP Rocky songs. I'm gonna just leave it at that, and you know what I'm talking about. That was funny as heck the other day. Jazzy was like, he got that song, I'm an effing problem, and I said, yeah, because I'm an effing problem. That shit was hilarious. Shout out to Moogie in this channel and for what he does over there in the conversations. But when I first came in on the live, I lost my mind. Why are you this way? Why was you? I'm just not. I'm not understanding. When I tell you, I just was like, oh. I came in, I didn't say nothing. I had to go back and come in because I wanted to say hello. I'm like, I think Mookie, no, but the piano when I got over there was just off the meat charts. He was like, scream. Gotta go. Scream. JT, wait. Okay, whatever. Whatever. That was hilarious. I said, what did I walk into? Okay, not over here, not on the survivors. All right, so but it was warranted, it was needed, because I mean that tickled me pink. But anyway, so we're gonna get into it. So the thing that I'm gonna tell you about this case, right? This is how you can tell that this chick is. I'm not gonna say she off her rocker. She's a monster, basically. That's it, and that's all. Anybody that's jealous of a child is a monster. Anybody that's jealous of a child, like you want, this is your dad, and I want your dad all to myself. And you know what they made me take out of my description? The word. I'm gonna wait till we're about 15, 20 minutes, and because I'm trying to figure out, like, what we can't say the word. You know when you physically abuse somebody, but it's like this torturous. You torture. That's what this child was. I don't understand YouTube. That word is what? How was that word triggering? That's what happened. But anywho, that's what happened. So I'm saying that to say to you that this fool here, this is a DP case. This was a DP case. When I tell you I lost it, I was losing it when this case was being live streamed. So this fool decided that she was going to be a pro se. She was pro se, but she did have assistance, like counsel behind her just in case she needed them. But they had to kind of like offer the help. She didn't want any help. And I want y'all to just pay attention to her at this table as she sits there like she's prim and proper. Like she's not on trial. Like she's not a part of a DP case. Like you didn't unalive, torture a child. Well, the late night thing wasn't the thing. It was who was on the panel when I came. I came right in the end when y'all was discussing, on the panel, and I don't even make mention of anything like that. I'm being stalked via email, and that's enough. I don't know how I can tell my email to please send this person to spam, but it keeps popping up in my email box. Like, I really haven't been checking my email. I really I have to, because I am a content creator, post things, go live. Like today I probably would have said, you know what, I'm not going to do it, but I have to. Life is lifing, but life moves on and life moves forward. I just don't have time for any foolishness. So when you start saying stuff and you put stuff out there, you got to be prepared for what's coming after that. So that's it, and that's all. And it's just, you don't really get too many chances. I'm not going to be disrespectful, but you don't really get too many chances to go sideways about, not just because what you're hearing and what you're thinking. And then now reality is setting in for a lot of people. And now, people want to come out now and just, talk about how things are being cut, things are being added, things are being like, no, you should have thought about that when you used your platform to talk about, people in a way that was just negative. We what we do over here, Child Diggy, we push peace, we push positivity. So if you use your platform for whatever you want to use it for, but for, to think that, you got the green light to just say anything about anybody, I don't like that. I don't like that. So that crash out, not crash out, but I also love the pushing. We got the pushing positivity, that thing, that one too, that you made up. Allie in the house. What's up, Allie? I'm so glad that you are here tonight. Thank you, Allie. I love you, girl. So yeah, that's another one, crash out, not crash dummy. That's a new one now, Child Diggy. I didn't have that one but anyway, but that's just what, that's just what it is. So you got to be prepared. Like, if you decide to use your platform for a thing, be prepared for what the thing, the after effect that the thing may cause. That's all I'm saying. And so my ignore game is strong. I don't care how many times. Like I said, I'm not going to disrespect you. I'm not going to block you. I'm going to even acknowledge you in the building. But I'm not answering any of that stuff. I'm not. That is what it is, y'all. And shout out to the, we are at 3,800 subscribers. We're at 3,800 subscribers. We are going for the 4,000 subscriber count. Shout out to DoDash. Shout out to DoDash. And welcome to all the DoDash family members that have subscribed to the channel. None of them are here right now, but just in case they do, they're going through videos and leaving messages. And so shout out to DoDash for paying it forward. All right. So, and people have their own whatever, you find your footing, you stay on your footing and you keep going. And creators are creators. Everybody is different. I'm a pink girl. I'm a flashy girl. This is just what I like. A lot of people like normal backgrounds, but this is just who I am. So that's all I can be on my channel. It continues to be myself, Survivor Speaks. And I'm a creative. I'm a Pisces. My mind is always going. I have to slow my mind down. So I have so many things in my head that I want to do. But, and I am going to be working on something soon. So I'll bring it to you when I do it. I don't want to talk ahead of time, but it's coming to my, to my brain. It's been in my head like more than once. So like I think about it often. So I'm gonna do it first, and then I'm gonna just bust it out from here. If that's something that I feel like clamping down and doing. But anyway, let's get right into it. We're gonna start at day 1, right? And I'm going to play certain parts of this trial. So the important parts where I feel you can get the gist of the story without us watching the full trial, if that makes sense. So let me get a, I don't know why I took my, I don't know why I don't know why I took that out of the, and if I go back, it's gonna turn off the live over here. So I'll just do it this way. Would you guys have it in the, oh yes, and oh yeah, and so I forgot to mention that Emani, her name is Emani Moss. Her father's name is Emani Moss. I forgot to mention that, let me take this down a minute. He got life for helping with this crime. When I say, I can truly say, when you see his testimony, I feel so bad. I feel bad for him. Like, and I know people are like, well, what do you mean you feel bad for him? I think the prosecution said it best. So I'm going to let the prosecutor talk about Iman and his mental state, the lack of sleep, all of the above, because this bitch wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. So here this man is working 2 jobs. Oh, I forgot. She was working at a daycare. And because she abused Emani, she got fired. So she could no longer work with children. So the degree that she went to school for, she could not use. And so that's another thing that she took out on Emani. Why did you abuse her in the first place? Is all I'm saying. Like, what is wrong with some of these women in life? Like, you're the only thing that matters. Like, this 10-year-old girl ruined your life when it's the other way around. I'm passionate about messing with children, my mama, the elderly, and anybody that I love. It could be friends, family, whatever. I am very passionate about those things. And of course, bringing awareness to breast cancer and all other cancers as well. So I have to bring that in there, because when we get to that part of the trial, it is very triggering to hear what happened to Emani and her father's thought process. And I believe that he was probably a part of the short bus committee. You could tell that a little something, but he was also trying to do the right thing. He was also trying to live by, I had the eulogy of Raleigh, y'all. I had to take that video down. Well, I took it down. I got mad and I took it down, because this is why, if you're a content creator, get your own stuff. It's ways that you can create. It's ways that you could create. It's ways that you can, put music out there. So any music that I use, with the exception of no one so far, because I have to have a conversation, with him about that. But anyway, anything else that I use on my channel, I own it. It's on YouTube Music and it's on all of these social media platforms. So you can't use it with content on YouTube. That is just YouTube's policy. They are serious about that. But if you go to like Facebook's, Instagram or whatever, it's just there. And if somebody wanted to just use it, who knows what part of the song you may want to use. It's an intro for me, but it's out there. It's released professionally. It's mine. Ever since I've been using it, YouTube been striking all of my channels, all of my videos. YouTube, we gonna do this again. Okay. So I just have to dispute, or remember that I need to, tell the distributor that I allow myself to use the music that's mine. Okay. The producer and the engineer of the beat. He don't listen. But anyway, yeah. So YouTube, they're gonna strike this video too. But I have to fix it afterwards. It's crazy, I know. But yeah. Anyhow, but that's just something that I want to tell people. Nessa, my condolences to you, Nessa. Praying that, everything works out and that, you find comfort at this time. So if everybody can just drop some prayer hands, some hearts in the chat for Nessa, please. She lost a family member, and I'll just leave it at that because I haven't really talked to her. I didn't expect you to be here, Nessa, but you know what? You just she shows up, and she has a channel on Instagram, very supportive, and my heart does go out to you and your family at this time. Nessa, praying that you will be able to get through this time, these trying times, because child, it's a lot going on out here. So let me just go on ahead. Where is the chat? Oh, there they go. I'm like, where is the print? Did I remove the prayer hands? No, I did not. So yeah, so every if you can, people can drop some. If everyone can just drop some hearts in the chat for Vanessa. I went over there just to drop, and I'm like, oh no, okay. So yeah. Thank you for being here, Nessa. I didn't think you were gonna, be up to it, but okay. Hey, Job Braden. Hey, okay, child Diggy got a cousin over here. What's going on? Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, down, Shaw Diggy. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you for coming. So let's get right into this trial, y'all. When I tell y'all it's a trigger warning, brace yourself. But at first, it's not going to be too bad until we get into the meat of things. And then I just want y'all, child, and I don't know what's going on in Georgia, but this child, she was from Georgia. I don't want to put that big trigger warning up there though, because it's going to cover. Hold on a second. We have it in it's always in the banner, but I like to put it by my name. Also, I just don't want the big trigger warning running through there, because will we be able to see? I don't think so. Let me get this video on. I'm going to see if I play it on speed. We're going to play on speed 1.6 just to see 1.5. Let me try that first. And if it's too fast, y'all just let me know in the chat and I will go right on ahead and slow it back down. But let's get this fool over here, because that's where she is. Stupid. All of the above. YouTube, can I not say that? Can I not say that she's a stupid idiot? An evil monster. Like, yeah, I'm telling y'all, right in the, you put like, I'm like, y'all really, y'all really over here tripping like that though, right? I'm just calling it at like I said. I'm just saying what the people in the court said. They say it. What? Why can I say? Chill. Y'all doing too much. Yes, there we are. I don't know how we got there, but all right. Because this thing want to just, all right, there we go. All right, so we are going to go ahead and start this. This is day one. I forgot to put that on the thumbnail chair. I made the thumbnail from the car. Listen. Who? Okay, so let's go ahead and get into old Eveline.
I'll be bringing that juror in just to explain that he will continue to serve on this panel. It might help ease his concerns if we can give an estimate.
The sound going in and out. That's not me.
We have any reasonable estimate that both sides can agree on?
Off.
Your Honor, I would think that we would finish this week, certainly, and because of the issue that I spoke about earlier with the transport of the witness from Portland, certainly the state's case would go into Monday.
Okay.
Of course, I can't anticipate what the defendant intends to do, which may change this, but I would think certainly we would be done by the end of next week. That's an absolute consent.
Does that seem like a fair estimate I can share with him, Ms. Moss? Yes, sir. Okay. Would you please bring in juror number 99 for me?
I think I'm gonna turn the time back just a bit. Maybe let me try here and listen, because I want y'all to hear and see this girl's mannerisms and stuff like that, like she didn't unalive a child. Hi, Weekend with Whitney, welcome. No, it's a rewind. It's a rewind. It didn't get a lot of attention. I think that it should.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing? I got your note from yesterday. I've had the chance to look at it. Both sides have had the chance to review it as well. I did want to let you know, sir, that of course jury duty imposes certain responsibilities on everyone that's a citizen of our community. Those demands, of course, sometimes require people to step away from what they would otherwise normally be doing with their lives. And you have been selected to serve in this case, so you will continue to serve as one of the jurors impaneled in this case. But to ease your mind to the extent that it might be helpful in any way, both sides seem to agree that we'll conclude this trial sometime next week. So not the 3 to 4 weeks you might have imagined, but we'll probably be done sometime next week. Thank you very much, sir. You can go back with your fellow jurors. All right, and now with the juror out of the courtroom, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready? Please bring her jury.
So before we start, before we get into this, hold on 1 minute, because John had a question. So this trial actually is not new. This is a rewind. I don't think that it got enough. I don't think that it got enough traction. Pay for always, forever for life. Thank you for coming. I don't think that this trial got enough traction. So this trial is from, give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. I just want to make sure that you guys know what we're, what we're looking at. Hold on. Let me just get over here, because just so I can let you know, so that once we get started, we are started. So this trial is actually from 2020. Is when this trial is from 2020. Yeah. And it did not get a lot of exposure. But I want y'all to know that this evil witch here, so you're going to see that. You see her face now, right? She's not smiling. She's not smirking. She's not doing any of that. However, when she gets sentenced, certain parts of the trial, she starts smiling. Listen. And that's on period. This is why she don't trust no. These heifers now. People be one way in front of the parents, then demon to the kid when they are not around. So it is important this is another important point that I have to say. So another important point that I want to mention is that Emani had custody of his daughter Emani. He was a single parent raising this young girl. No, they never said where the mother was. The mother was just never in her life. Emani was fine. She was fine with her father. So the father started going to church. He wanted to do the right thing by his daughter, so he thought, and he met this demon in church. Yes, he did. He met this demon in church, and he was trying to be a family man and trying to live up to what the scripture says. Like, once you find a wife, you find a good thing, and you cling on to your wife and everything else like that. And that's what he was trying to do, because he was getting instructed from the church. I don't think that he thought in a million years that she would do what she did to his child. And another thing, what she was doing was manipulating him, because he would be at work. Like I said, he worked 2 jobs and barely got any sleep. She would be texting him, calling him, Emani did this, Emani did that, Emani did this, Emani did that. And it was all a lie. So where he thought that she was disciplining her, she was abusing her. She was doing things to her and saying that she was doing them to herself. I don't know what's wrong with her. Oh, she took a dump in. Your mind has to be demented. You have to listen to people. When people project onto other people about things, you have to pay attention, because 9 times out of 10, it is them that would be thinking this kind of way. It's not, you don't think in that way. Like, certain things aren't rational to me. It's not like I would even be thinking along those levels of, like, how do you come up with stuff in your mind like that? So you say, oh, I don't know what's wrong with Emani. She pooped in her and put it in her food. Just any old crazy thing to justify the abuse. But a lot of times he would come home, he wouldn't really see his daughter. She would be in the bed, and he would look in there and try to get some sleep, but he would have to get right back on the road and go to work. Thank goodness he felt so bad when this was like over. Well, not over. When things got like, he knew that they were in too deep. He tried to tell her, we need to get help for her. We need to call an ambulance. She's like, no, you already have a charge because of her. They're gonna lock me up. Bitch, if you don't. And so they didn't. So the measures that he went through, y'all, if anybody, I'm gonna look up and see what jail she's in, because the last time I checked, she still hadn't got. I'm gonna just have to look and see where she's at, and if her sentence was commuted, or is she still, I think that. All right, I'm gonna just start the video. I'm gonna just start the video. I said hello to everybody that's in the chat, right? I'm gonna just start the video because I'm gonna say something I don't even like thinking. Look how she's saying.
My understanding is I think you have to click something in order to make that screen black for the initial proceedings.
I hope I'll be able to
look how she's
undo that if I do that.
Fix it when we get there, Judge, if that's a problem.
Okay, you want me to power it off?
Mr. Spillane may be able to fix it.
Oh, you know what?
Okay.
If you would like him at first.
Sure.
Why is that spinning?
Because I'm not going to pretend I do. Thank you.
Listen, I was getting ready to say that. If you know anybody, I was getting ready to say if you know anybody, but I gotta look up and see where she at. Hey, baby, I gotta look and see where she at, though. Hold on, let me fix my. How is that T down there? All right, that's wrong. And then is the trigger warning? Oh, it's not rolling in the banner. Hold on, y'all. What's going on? I'm sorry, y'all. Let me get this trigger warning in the banner. I don't know when I took that out. All right, I'm gonna fast forward through this. We don't have time to be sitting doing no dead air. It's already late. So this ninja went along with it instead of saving his kid. He saved her. So when that's why I want to get y'all thoughts on what y'all think. He did have a duty, and his mother. Good afternoon, Ted. I thought you was already. I missed you. Don't you ever do that again. Ask
You can be seated. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's good to see all of you. Before we can proceed any further, I have one additional oath to administer to you. If you'd each raise your right hands for me. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Tiffany Nicole Moss, who is charged in count 1 with murder, counts 2 and 3 felony murder, counts 4 and 5 cruelty to children in the first degree, and in count 6 concealing the death of another in a true verdict give according to the evidence. And if you will, say I will. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you can put your hands down. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been sworn and impaneled, and you are about to try a criminal case entitled The State of Georgia versus Tiffany Nicole Moss. The defendant, Tiffany Nicole Moss, has been indicted by the grand jury of Gwinnett County in an indictment composed of the following counts that I will read to you at this time. Count 1. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, charge and accuse Tiffany Nicole Moss with the offense of murder. For the said accused in the county and state aforesaid between the 24th day of October 2013 and the 2nd day of November 2013, the exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did then and there unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Emani Gabriella Moss, a human being, by withholding sustenance necessary to sustain human life, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 2. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, charge and accuse Tiffany Nicole Moss with the offense of felony murder. For the said accused in the county and state aforesaid, between the 24th day of October 2013 and the 2nd day of November 2013, the exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did then and there unlawfully, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, cruelty to children first degree, cause the death of Emani Gabriella Moss, a human being, as alleged in count 4 of this indictment, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof.
So I turned it down because I want y'all to
grand
hear.
jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, charge and accuse Tiffany Nicole Moss with the offense of felony murder. For the said accused in the county and state aforesaid between the 24th day of October 2013 and the 2nd day of November 2013, the exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did then and there unlawfully, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, cruelty to children first degree, caused the death of Emani Gabriella Moss, a human being, as alleged in count 5 of this indictment, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 4. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, charge and accuse Tiffany Nicole Moss with the offense of cruelty to children first degree. For the said accused in the county and state aforesaid between the 24th day of October 2013 and the 2nd day of November 2013, the exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did then and there unlawfully and maliciously cause Emani Gabriella Moss, a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by withholding necessary sustenance to sustain human life, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 5. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, charge and accuse Tiffany Nicole Moss with the offense of cruelty to children first degree. For the said accused in the county and state aforesaid between the 24th day of October 2013 and the 2nd day of November 2013, the exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did then and there unlawfully, being a parent of Emani Gabriella Moss, a child under the age of 18 years, willfully deprive said child of necessary sustenance, to wit, food and water necessary to sustain human life, to the extent that the child's well-being was jeopardized, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count 6. The grand jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens.
Allie. Thank you so much for turning another one green and adding to the family of Survivor Nation. I appreciate you so much. Michael Scott, welcome. Can you guys please drop some Umbrella Survivor bucks in the chat for Allie and Michael Scott? If you are here, please thank Allie and add her. We do like to mention the people that give memberships. And thank you so much for adding. And so we're going to just play this real quick for Ali. Thank
Thank
you, girl.
you
Thank
for the
you.
donation. Thank you for the super chat or membership. I love you all.
All right. And so, yes, thank you so much, Allie. And let's get right back into it. Yeah, she's from Gwinnett County. This was Gwinnett County. So what I'm going to do is look her up to see where she is, where she is, or if she is. So yeah, when we take another break, I'll come back with that information because I used to look her up often. How can I go visit her?
Of Georgia charge and accused Tiffany Nicole Moss with the offense of concealing the death of another. For the said accused in the county and state aforesaid between the 24th day of October 2013 and the 2nd day of November 2013.
She's bothered.
The exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury did conceal the death of another, to wit, Emani Gabriella Moss, and did thereby hinder the discovery of whether such person was lawfully killed, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. To this indictment that I have just read to you, the defendant has pled not guilty and denies each and every allegation therein. This is what forms the issue that you have been selected, sworn, and impaneled to try. Before we begin the trial, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions on fundamental principles of criminal law. I will also instruct you on the role of the judge, the jury, and the lawyers, and give you an overview of the trial procedure. Many of you may have never served on a jury before. It is therefore necessary that these instructions be given so that you have a general understanding of procedure in a criminal trial, what will be expected of you, and how you are to conduct yourself during the trial. Under the procedures followed in Georgia, certain criminal trials are conducted in 2 stages. In the first stage, the jury determines the guilt or innocence of the accused. If the jury determines that the accused is guilty, then the state and the accused both have a right to submit additional evidence in aggravation or in extenuation and in mitigation of the punishment to be imposed. After hearing any such evidence and argument, if any, the jury then retires to again consider the sentence and determine the punishment to be imposed. The penalty set must, of course, be within the limits set by law, and those instructions I will give you at an appropriate time. The defendant is charged in the indictment with crimes that are violations of certain laws of the state of Georgia. I want to emphasize to you that the indictment, including all the counts therein, and the plea of not guilty are the legal procedures by which these criminal charges are brought against the defendant. The charges and plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. This defendant is presumed to be innocent until she is proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime or crimes charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence or a lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove her innocence. If after giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you should acquit the defendant. But if no doubt exists in your minds about the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Under our system, it is my duty as the trial judge to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you, the jury, on the specific rules of law that you must apply to the facts in arriving at a verdict. I'm giving you some of those instructions now. I will give you more detailed instructions after the evidence has been presented and the parties have made their closing arguments. During the trial, I may be called upon to rule on motions or objections to evidence. Nothing I say in making these rulings or at any time during the trial is evidence and should not be considered as an indication that I have any leaning in this case whatsoever. My only interest in this case is to see that it is fairly tried according to the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. The parties are bound to follow applicable laws, trial procedures, and rules of evidence during the trial. If at any time they believe that any law, procedure, or rule of evidence is being violated, they may make motions regarding the conduct of the trial or objections to the admission of evidence. In making these motions or objections, the participants are simply seeking to fulfill their duties to their side and to the court. Sometimes these motions or objections may require the court to consider outside of your presence the questions raised, and you will be excused to the jury room. We will try to minimize the number and length of these interruptions and ask for your patience in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, every citizen has the constitutional right to represent themselves should they choose to do so. In this case, the defendant has chosen to exercise that right and has chosen to represent herself. Nothing regarding the defendant's choice to exercise her constitutional right to represent herself shall be construed either for or against the defendant or for or against the state. Ladies and gentlemen, trial procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, both sides have the opportunity to make what is called an opening statement. This opening statement is not evidence. Remember that what is said in opening statements is not evidence, but is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to be. Following the opening statements, the evidence will be presented. Evidence can be in the form of testimony given by witnesses or physical evidence that will be labeled with exhibit numbers for identification. After the presentation of all the evidence, the participants have the opportunity to make what is called a closing argument or summation. At this time, the participants may suggest which laws are applicable and how they should be considered in light of the evidence and point out to you certain parts of the evidence that they think are favorable to their position. The goal of a closing argument is to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge you more specifically on the law that applies to this case. I will then ask you to retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. The jury has a very important role. It is your duty to determine the facts of the case and to apply the law to those facts. I will instruct you on the laws that apply to this case, but you must determine the facts from the evidence. Evidence, by definition, is the means by which any fact in issue is established or disproved. Evidence consists of two things, testimony and exhibits. Testimony is the testimony that you will hear under oath from those who take the witness stand. Exhibits are those documents, photographs, or other physical evidence that are admitted into evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the object of this trial is to discover the truth. During the trial, the admission of evidence will be governed by certain rules of evidence. Those rules were drafted with one prominent purpose in mind, and that purpose is the discovery of truth. Consequently, the rules of evidence seek to assure that only the best and highest evidence is admitted for your consideration. During the trial, the participants have a right to object to the admission of evidence if they believe its admission would violate a rule of evidence. I will admit or exclude the evidence according to those rules. If I overrule an objection, this means that you are allowed to consider the evidence being offered. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, this means that you may not consider the evidence being offered. You should consider only that testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted, and you should draw no inferences and make no assumptions about the evidence objected to if the objection was sustained. In the event that you hear or see any inadmissible evidence before an objection can be made and ruled upon, if the objection is sustained, I will instruct you to disregard it, and you should disregard that evidence entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. You, the jury, must determine the credibility and believability of the witnesses. It is for you to determine which witness or witnesses you will believe and which witness or witnesses you will not believe if there are some whom you do not believe. In determining the credibility or believability of witnesses, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witnesses testify, their interest or lack of interest in the case, their means and opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, and the occurrences about which they testify. You may also consider their personal credibility insofar as it may appear to you from the trial of the case. As the fact finder, it is your duty to believe the witnesses whom you think are most believable. It is for you alone to determine what testimony you will believe and what testimony you will not believe. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it is presented during the trial. If at any time you are unable to hear or see any evidence being presented, or if you are suffering from any discomfort that diverts your attention, please feel free to inform me, and I'll do whatever is necessary to assure that you are able to hear and see the evidence being presented and give it your undivided attention. It is important that you view this evidence with an open mind at all times and reach no final conclusion.
All right, I'm going to give y'all a break from him reading charges because I want to respond to for always, forever, for life. So, yes, everything that you said. I had explained in the beginning, so I'm just going to, you came in a little late, so let me just bring you up to speed really quick. So the mother was never in her life. Her father had sole custody of her. Her father had sole custody of her. He was trying, she was fine. She was a beautiful girl. So I would have needed to push the time up again if the day just be, the hours, minutes, and stuff just be rolling by. But I am going to, get pictures. Well, you see the pictures that are on the thumbnail. The one where she's sitting with, she has her hair is in the ponytails. This is when she was with Amon. That single, it was her and Amon. Her mother was never in her life. He loved his daughter, but he met this demon at a church, and so he was trying to live what the Bible says, and she was always saying, these, things to him. She didn't have any children of her own at the time, but then they have 2 children. She feed her children and then wouldn't feed Emani. She would say stuff like, I don't know what's wrong with her. She won't eat. Everything imaginable to this child. And then to hear the ending, I want to let the judge finish reading the charges. I'm probably going to do, I'm going to go in a little unconventional order, right? Going to go in a little unconventional order. I'm going to show the testimony of his sister, his mother, who both wanted to take this baby. They hadn't seen her. And when they saw her, they asked this demon a question. I'm going to just let y'all wait for that. Because whatever is happening to her behind the wall, I hope the people know about the charges. I hope somebody is talking about how they sat and saw this freaking trial and how she sat there. Like she was sitting on her high horse. After what you did to that baby. Oh yeah. I hope the CEOs done saw this. Now, I ain't saying nobody do nothing. I didn't say, I'm just saying that I hope. And like Child Diggy said, I wish we can get a family visit. Inside, face to face. No glass, but this is a DP case. It is a DP case. But yeah, everything that you said, the mother was never in her life. Her father always had custody of her. Emani was a beautiful girl, little girl, full of life. And she would not let the mother take her. After the mother and sister hadn't seen their granddaughter and niece in a while, they kept asking, where is she? We haven't seen her. Where is she? So when they bring her over there, they ask this demon, what's wrong with her hair? Like her hair is gone. Like what happened? This bitch says she did something that was ugly, so I thought I'd cut her hair to make her look the way she fucking acted. I said, no, this fucking piece of bullshit. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Hold the glass. We want that ass. Hold the glass because we want that ass. Somebody else's child. But let's get a little light real quick, because I don't know if y'all saw this, but look, I'm showing it. It's a picture, y'all. I want to bring us a little light, just really, really quick. It's a picture, y'all, and this picture is being shared. I may crop it out of the video depending on what happens. But this picture is being shared for educational purposes. Hold on, y'all. Because y'all know I got chemo for a grand. While I'm thinking about it, girl, let me commence to show y'all this picture so we can laugh a little bit and break up some of this Child, wait till y'all see it. I know some of y'all saw it. Some of y'all probably know where my mind is going. But listen, I cannot go on any further without further ado. Shout out to the Shade Room. Shout out to the Shade Room. I'm sharing this video, and let me turn this down because we need to hear everything that they add. Look at him. Didn't he look like he just got up? He just got rescued from the refugee. Child, look. Where is the volume, y'all? So y'all can hear how he had all that stuff to say when he was in the trial. I need to see these comments. Hold on, y'all. I need to see these comments, honey. Because, baby, baby, would y'all look? Some of y'all probably like, who is that? That's ASAP Rally, child. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can enlarge my territory here. This is as big as it's going to go. But it's a video.
Anything to say?
He did say, bro, come on. We need to let it start from the beginning because I don't see no line. But please look at Relly, y'all. Getting on a plane. Getting on a plane. Shout out to the Shade Room because y'all got this exclusive footage.
You have anything to say to him?
Me and you must never part, Makita. Keep my sister away from me, Makita. Y'all, I want y'all to check out the $1 billion. Look at him. Defeated. As you should.
What's up?
Okay, this is
do you have anything to say about yesterday? I know it was not a good day. Anything to say at all?
Yeah. Now, how long you been
You think because he is a famous guy that it was a fair trial?
Really? He said, bro.
Anything to say?
On. All on the Shade Room. The Shade Room ain't shit. The Shade Room ain't shit.
You have anything to say to him?
Listen, baby, my heart was smiling. My heart was smiling when I saw these. Wait, y'all, wait, because the Shade Room, we got to take our hats off to the Measy Fika Shade Room, okay, because during Black History Month, that Black woman is over there doing it and getting it still. Shout out to her, because y'all know how she started. She started from the bottom, now she here. Listen, somebody had to give her the drop. Was it Riri? Wait. So don't they look like, so I want y'all to get a look, because when somebody fronting for the gram, and I had to take my video down because I went for some, funeral music, and and that's why I get that's why my beast got, that's why, because, and they like, wasn't monetizing my video. I'm taking this down. So I was mad. I was trying to take the sound out of it. It wouldn't, just the music out of it, because I had the funeral music. So I just put up the thing of his dear aunt screaming and hollering because she couldn't make it, and she doesn't have access to social media. That was the time. But anyway, so look at him. Y'all take a look at this man. Take a look at this man that was trying to get 34 M's. Look at his face. Y'all let me see if I do this, if it'll get a little, could we just make this, no, that's making it a little smaller. Child, y'all can see it though. So let me just go out here with it. Child, when I tell y'all that, and I'm somebody, people will tell you, I normally don't I don't like making fun of people, but when you a big old bully, child, okay, so it's just moving when I do that. But look at him, y'all. Look at his back. Now, do that look like something from the freaking? Do that look like that's something from Nordstrom's or Bloomingdale's or Neiman Marcus or Saks? Or does it look like he's carrying anything? Look at this bag, y'all. Doughboy Supreme. Even your sweatpants look nasty. And you got this little, what is that? The jacket that cost $21.99? Meanwhile, Rocky rocking a Celine leather bomber. Look at his sneakers. You should have been piped out coming to this airport because you should have known that the people was going to get it. Come on now, who are we playing with? Don't play with Riri like that. Don't play with ASAP Rocky like that. What? They in New York holding hands, styling, and profiling like they normally do. And I don't know if y'all saw the jurors interview, the one lady that I feel like the guy that showed it to, well, he just played the what's name because that was a Neek at Night's exclusive video. And he didn't know whether or not she copyrighted it or not. So I don't know if y'all saw that interview she did with the juror right after the trial was over. Child, if it was up to that juror, Rocky might have went away. Now, so she said it took some convincing of a few people, including myself. She said it real fast, including myself. First of all, Joe Tacopina did a interview today on, let me see, Don Lemon's channel. It's a great interview. Go watch it. He explained everything to you without any break. So he's saying that Rocky already got found not guilty, but Rocky's not going to jump out here and say anything because they still have that civil case going on. And so he doesn't want to say anything, but he doesn't see it going anywhere. So Rocky is just basically moving forward with what he has to do. You know that Gucci was waiting. He had to fight Gucci. Like, Gucci, wait a minute now. Let him get a verdict first before you go out here putting out some cologne. Gucci guilty. He's on trial. What are you doing? He said he fought with Gucci for a while. Like I said, I'm just glad that he did and Gucci was fighting to get this out because normally people mess up their endorsements. So, you know, they like, we don't believe this guy either. We watched the trial. We watched his testimony and all that. Your fabricated shell casings, all that, erasing messages off of the phone. It was pure, you know, trying to, quote unquote, extort that man. It is plain. It is simple. We all saw it.
It be people who have never worked a 9 to 5 in their life.
I'm sorry. But I thought it was more pictures than that. Okay, so that was the only. Child, listen, I don't feel like doing all that editing. Child, let me go. And that's what I get. But y'all, I need to break it up a little bit just to show y'all like what happens. You feel defeated. He may get a little change though. You know, you never know. But that one juror, I was like, oh, wait a minute. She talking about she think it was a real pow, and that she could understand that really why he was so afraid. What trial did you sit there and watch, lady? What trial did you watch? So then she was like, oh, you speaking for all the other jurors today. I was just busy today. I did not get to watch anything. So so far you're speaking for all the other jurors. It was a real pow, but you know, the prosecution, you know, with the way the everything was written, they couldn't come to a guilty verdict. And it just took a little convincing of some people. A few people, she said. You mean you, yourself, and you? Because I think Joe said it was 11 people went in there saying that Rocky was not guilty to the one, and you done gave yourself up. Because we heard that real fast, me included. So, yeah, I thought that y'all loved that. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I just need to let y'all see, like, come on now. You don't even have a decent bag that you walking through the airport in. You look like you just came from the gym working out hard for about 5 hours. Now, normally when I get on a plane, I'm relaxed too. I may have on a hat. I'm going to have on some fly kicks. You know, I'm going to be dressed down too, but not you. But if I was in the trial where I'm looking for 34 M's, push through the airport, I'm gonna have that shit on. Cause you still got the civil trial to go to, but you so busy trying to act like you poor because nobody don't mess with you because of ASAP Rocky. Boy, kick rocks. Kick rocks. Kick rocks. He's a multi-millionaire. He got all types of stuff lined up. He's coming out. He's going to be co-starring in a movie with Denzel Washington. So Guilty Gucci was supposed to be out on Valentine's Day, but Joe Tacopina got them to push that back. This is not the time. This is not the time. This is not the time, even though we know that ASAP Rocky is a very fashion-forward guy. We saw how he had it on in the courtroom, but Joe Tacopina cracked me up when he said he kicked him. When he said, don't tell, he said the yelp was from me because I kicked him. But it was something meaningful to his kids. So when he's yelling it out, he just wanted to protect whatever that Augie meant is his children. So let's get back to the demon. She's on the stage. I just thought that I'd bring that little light to break it up because we was getting ready to all be outside of the jail, getting ready to break in. So I just wanted to break that up a little bit and just bring y'all to where Rully was at. I hope he saw me give him a little services yesterday. That's all I got. Was it yesterday or the day before? It might have been the day before. Whatever day he got it. The eulogy. What's up, FFS? I'm so glad to see you up here in the place because you and also Tat was on the most wanted list. I have the flyers already printed out. Weekends with me. I see you. Welcome. I know you were here in the top, so you still here. I got you. You may be in the bushes, but at least you came out and you said hi. So we welcome in. Now, FFS. So, do I want to talk about the FFS? Yes, I do. I hope you're feeling better, FFS. I hope you are feeling better. But you know when you're not around, I lose it a little bit. Now, I saw you a little bit sprinkled here and there in these streets. Shout out to you, FFS. What to do? Y'all drop some the FFS emoji in the damn chat. He is back. I hope.
Conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all the evidence is presented. Also, remember that during the course of the trial, it would be improper for you to discuss this case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or hearing. This applies even to discussions amongst yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. In a moment, I'll ask the bailiff to provide you with pens and notepads for your use during the trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witnesses during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony.
So I just wanted y'all to hear
the notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors.
All right, this is about to go off anyway. So let me get her off the screen and we're going to skip right past this because we're not spending no time on dead weight. We done wasted some time here. Let me just make sure
only memory
not
aids
saying anything so I can pull up the next one.
To preserve
y'all see her demeanor.
Or use any other electronic.
Yeah, so he's just giving jury instructions. Yeah.
Mr.
All right, y'all. Get ready for I thought I took that off the screen, but oh well. Get ready for the opening statement. Ears open, mouths closed. Thank y'all. Y'all know I'm crazy. Okay, so this is the prosecution's opening statement. Ears on.
When you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Danny Porter. I'm the district attorney for Gwinnett County, and along with my chief assistant, Lisa Jones, we're going to be representing the state of Georgia in this case because all crimes and all indictments are styled state versus the defendant, and we are here on behalf of the people of Georgia. For over 30 years, I've said exactly those same words as I begin every opening statement in every case I've ever tried. I was told once that if you have that ritual, it helps calm you down and lets you talk rationally and lets you speak to the jury calmly. But in this case, I'm not sure it works, because this is a case of a Cinderella story gone horribly wrong. In this case, there won't be any glass slipper. There won't be any handsome prince. The defendant doesn't have to be home by midnight. And there won't be any happy ending. Because this is a case where you only have the evil stepmother. And as a result of that, an 11-year-old child was starved to death at her hands, while her own children remained healthy and happy. Now, the judge has read you the indictment, and I'm not going to bother to read it again to you, except to remind you that this really, the indictment are the formalized charges, and they form the framework by which you'll make the decision, which I honestly understand may be among the most difficult decisions you've ever made in your life. Nobody ever told you it was going to be easy. We tried to warn you about that it might be difficult. But justice is sometimes difficult. And the right thing to do is sometimes hard.
Oh.
But in order to perform your task as a juror, the first thing you always go to is the indictment, because it is the plan, it is the framework upon which all the facts must hang. The state always has the burden to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's a burden that we accept and welcome, because it would not be right to convict someone of a crime, particularly a crime this serious, if the state could not prove its case. And I'm confident that we can. But in each crime, there are what are called elements. Elements are the essential facts in each crime that the state must prove. Some of them are easy. For instance, that we have to prove that the defendant actually committed the crime. And we have to prove that that case occurred in Gwinnett County. Some of them are going to require you analyze and put together the evidence in the case and reach conclusions or inferences. And those are the elements, for instance, in murder, where we have to prove that this defendant, with malice aforethought, which is a term that'll be defined for you, intentionally caused the death of Emani Moss. We have to prove in count 2 that this defendant caused the death of Emani Moss, whether intentionally or not, during the commission of another felony. In other words, if you commit a felony and someone dies as a result of that, you're responsible for murder, whether you intended to kill them or not. And that's during the commission of the crime of cruelty to a child. Cruelty to a child, which means causing that child cruel and unusual physical or mental pain, and in this case, by depriving her of the sustenance, the food and drink necessary to maintain human life. Now, I've made promises here. I've said we're going to prove this. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to prove it with evidence. Evidence is the testimony of witnesses and the exhibits that are introduced and admitted into court that you'll have with you, or at least the exhibits, and you'll have your memory of the testimony as you go back to deliberate. You can be aided by your notes, but they don't replace your individual and collective memory of what happened in this case. So I urge you, pay attention. But you need to pay attention for another reason. This is a terrible case. The facts of this case are difficult. There are going to be photographs, and there's going to be testimony that it's hard not to look away. But you just took an oath to reach a verdict that speaks the truth. And in order to reach the truth of this case, you can't flinch. You can't turn away from the truth. You have to face it, as difficult as it is, and you have to make your decision based on that truth. So what is the evidence? What is the truth of this case? Well, the truth is that on November the 2nd of 2013 at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, the Gwinnett County Police received a call. At first, they thought that it was a suicide call. There was a male threatening to commit suicide, but he also said he was there with the body of his dead daughter. When the police arrived, they discovered Emani Moss, the husband of this defendant. You'll hear from Emani Moss. You'll hear that he's already taken responsibility for his part in this case, and that he's currently serving a life sentence in prison. But what they learned immediately from Emani Moss was that there was a trash can across the parking lot sitting in the grass of the apartment complex that they lived in. And when the officers went to the trash can and they opened the trash can, the words of the officer were, "I saw the burned body of a little person." What was later discovered at autopsy is that it was the body of Emani Moss. She was 11 years old. She weighed 32 pounds. She had been wrapped in a comforter and then put in a trash bag and stuffed head down into a galvanized trash can and set on fire. And that's where this case began its investigation. But Emani's misery really started a long time ago, much longer, 3 years before that date in November. Because at that time, Emani was at work. There were 2 other children. There was Tristan and Emma. And in 2010, they were little. They were babies. So this defendant stayed at home and took care of the babies and watched Emani and was responsible for the discipline of Emani. And in 2010, in March, she beat the lights out of that child. She used a belt. She used the buckle end of the belt. And the next day, when Emani went to school, the teachers noticed that there were bruises all over her. And they reported it because they're required to. And it's the right thing to do. They reported it. And there was a police investigation. And this defendant was eventually charged with cruelty to a child in the first degree and pled guilty to that charge and was sentenced. And that changed the entire dynamic of this family. Because you'll learn that this defendant has a background in early childhood education. That for a while she worked as a teacher in a pre-K.
Oh, you should have.
But with that conviction,
that flower, when you
took
it out the bag,
she couldn't have what she was trained to do.
Y'all.
And she was at home with 2 little babies and a 10-year-old girl that wasn't hers. Emani was only 6 at that time, so she was at home with a 6-year-old who wasn't hers. Over the next few months and few years, Emani tried to run away. In June of 2012, Gwinnett County Police responded to an apartment where Emani and Tristan and Emma and Iman and the defendant lived all together. And she had gone up to the apartment office manager and said, "I want to run away from home. I don't want to go home." That the defendant tied me up with belts and put me in a cold shower. The police responded. They didn't observe any injuries on the child. They went back. The defendant said the child wasn't telling the truth. And what they did is they returned her to her stepmother and her father because there was no evidence to charge anybody at this time, even though the defendant at that time was on probation for child cruelty. A report was made to the Department of Family and Children's Services and was investigated by the Department of Family and Children's Services. But Emani remained in the custody of her father and her stepmother. In July, this defendant called the police in the evening of July the 26th and reported that Emani had run away again. The officers responded, and in the early morning hours of the 27th, they found her asleep in the bushes up by the gate of the apartment. And when they asked her why she was there, she said she didn't want to go home. The defendant was mean to her, and she wanted to run away. But again, there was no evidence. There was no evidence of abuse. There was no evidence of injury, and Emani was returned to her father and her stepmother. The school year, on the other hand, was going pretty well. You'll hear from Emani's teachers that she was a healthy, happy child. She was little, but she was really friendly, and everybody liked her. She even tried to befriend the bully of the class because she felt sorry for the bully. And she was a little skinny thing, and we'll show you pictures. She's no giant, but she was healthy, and she's smiling. And we'll show you pictures from a field day where she was running and where she was enjoying the field day activities. And then on Mother's Day in 2000, and that, of course, year went into 2013. And on Mother's Day of 2013, she had a chance to meet with her family, particularly Eman's mother and his sister. And the first thing that Eman's mother noticed is that her long hair had been clipped down, like mine. And Emani's grandmother said, "What happened to your hair?" And this defendant said, "If you don't act pretty, you don't look pretty."
That's what she said.
And she admitted that she'd cut off all of Emani's hair. That was really the last time that any of Eman's family saw Emani. Because in the summer of 2013, they moved into an apartment here in the Lawrenceville area. It was 1100 Veranda Place. They rented an apartment there. They actually had one before, and then they moved into the apartment where the body was found. And for all intents and purposes, Emani vanished from the face of the earth. They filed a notice with the state that they were going to homeschool their children. You'll hear testimony from neighbors in the apartment complex that said they knew this couple had 2 children, but they never saw the third one. Were never aware that that child would even exist. They saw instances where Eman and the defendant and Tristan and Emma would go out. They said, "We never saw the third child." And that's what began a period of isolation and it's hard to even find a word to describe it. Because imagine what her life must have been like. There were 2 little ones. They weren't in school. By this time, Eman was working 2 jobs to try and keep afloat. He worked from early in the morning till 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And then he would come home for a short period of time, and then he would leave to go to work again at 6 at night, 6 in the evening, and work till 10:30 or 11 at night. He had to drive an hour or 45 minutes to each job. So essentially, he was sleeping and eating at his house, but was at work the rest of the time, because that's how the bills had to be paid. So the defendant is there with a stepdaughter she hates, 2 children of her own. And in the fateful week of Halloween of 2013, right before the body was discovered, we're going to show you a series of events. Halloween was on a Thursday, but according to the statement of Emani, it really began on October the 24th. On the 24th, he came home from work and found Emani unresponsive in a bathtub. She couldn't speak. Her eyes rolled back and forth, but she couldn't communicate. And Emani picked her up and put her into bed, and she never left that bed. Because either on the 28th, or more likely the 30th, she died. The defendant was home when she died, and in fact may have called Emani at work and said, Emani's passed. But certainly, when Emani came home from his first job, on the 30th, he discovered Emani dead. The defendant was in the room when he discovered her dead and said, we have to hide the body. I can't go to jail. I don't want to lose my other children. So Emani went to work for his second job, and after that job he went to Walmart and he bought a trash can. You'll see that trash can. We'll bring it to you to look at, but it's a galvanized trash can. And we know at that point, from his own statement, that he took Emani out of her bed, a bed that we'll show was soiled with human waste, and they flipped the mattress, and the next day this defendant went to Anna's Linens and bought a new coverall and new sheets, and she put they flipped the mattress, stripped the bed, put the new cover on it, and the whole plan was, we're going to get rid of the body. We have to get rid of the body. Those are the words of the defendant, and we'll report her as a runaway. Halloween came.
Yep.
And Tristan and Emma were dressed up for trick-or-treat. We'll show you pictures of that. But keep in mind, during the time that those pictures were taken, and those 2 smiling children were in their costumes, Emani's laying dead because her body had been moved into a computer room that was part of the apartment. While Tiffany was texting with her sister about bags of candy, Emani was laying in the computer room dead. On the 31st, sometime on the 31st, they decided they had to move the body and they were going to take it out and burn it. This defendant urged Emani to do that. Emani, by this time, was starting to say, this is messed up. That's not the words he used. The words he used are obscene. But he said, this is messed up, we need to call the police. The defendant continued to insist, we can't call the police. I can't go to prison. I'm on probation. We have to get rid of the body. So they took her out of the computer room. By that time, rigor mortis had set in. Her body was stiff. Her limbs were stiff. But they bent her, and they broke her, and they managed to get her about this big and duct taped her into this position. And then Emani said that he couldn't put her in a trash can that way, and he covered her with a comforter. And they stuffed it all in a trash bag and carried it down from the apartment and put Emani in the trash can in the truck, in their truck, which was a Trailblazer. That night, early in the morning of November the 1st of 2013, they decided to take the 2 small children with them and go and burn the body. At first, this defendant was suggesting that they burn the body and get rid of it in Bethesda Park, which was near where they lived. But that didn't work. So they drove around with Emani's body in a trash can in the back of a Trailblazer. And eventually they went up Satellite Boulevard, and Emani noticed a place that he could pull off the road. They both took the trash can out of the truck. We'll prove that to you by the fingerprints of this defendant on the trash can. They poured charcoal briquettes into the bottom of the trash bag. They doused her with lighter fluid, and they set her on fire, and both of them stood there and watched her burn. Emani realized she wasn't going to burn. She wasn't going to burn down to ash. So the fire was put out, and the body was loaded back into the truck. And this defendant, her 2 children, and Emani drove back to the apartment. The next day, Emani drove the truck to work with the body in the back of the truck. He worked a regular shift, but when he came home, he couldn't take it anymore. He called one of his friends who urged him to call the police. He thought about it. He went to work his second job. But when he got home, he couldn't take it anymore. He told this defendant, I'm calling the police. I can't do this.
Listen to what the bitch did. Listen to what the bitch did.
And what did this defendant do? She took her 2 children, jumped in the Trailblazer, and she split. And that's how the police got that 3 o'clock in the morning call on November the 2nd. Because Emani, who was hysterical and distraught, thought he wanted to kill himself. And he called the police.
She was jealous, of course, yes.
Is gone.
Yes, jealous.
Now, eventually, she turned herself in to a Roswell police officer and made some statements to that officer, which you'll hear. But that's how this case came to this courtroom. And we intend to prove everything I've told you. And like I said, earlier today, you swore an oath to reach a verdict that speaks the truth. The truth in this case is this defendant, based on the medical evidence and the evidence that we're going to put together, intentionally starved this child to death. Not by accident, not because she wouldn't eat. She refused, as she got sicker and sicker, to give her medical treatment. And then tried to dispose of the body so that they could tell the story of her runaway. And that's malice. And the verdict that speaks the truth in this case is that this defendant is guilty of all these charges. And I believe you'll return that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Moss, your opening statement when you're ready, ma'am.
You got hear this bit? You got hear this bit?
Mr. Porter, call your first witness.
Your Honor, of course, the defendant is also entitled to make an opening statement at the close of the state's case.
It is true.
Which you'd have to make another option.
Do you intend to make an opening statement at any point, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right. Call your first witness, sir.
The state will call, well, first of all, Your Honor, may I approach the court reporter and have them?
All right, so I want to see who's up first. So we're going to take a breather because you guys need it. Give me 1 second here because I want to see who. Let's reset. All right, so I just wanted to kind of reset us a little bit. So, okay, hold on. So it automatically went to the next day. Just wanted to take a little breather, but yeah, so he's admitting evidence. And I'm like, where am I? So he's admitting evidence. So yeah, let's go here. But depending on who the witness is, yeah. So let's get right back into it. Hey, Laugh. Rebecca cried. Didn't get to say hi to you verbally for always, forever, for life. I believe I said hello to you verbally. All right, and let's get right back into it. So he's admitting some evidence right now. Some things into evidence.
A copy of the indictment, plea, and sentence in case number 11B 1153-10, which is the state of Georgia versus Tiffany Nicole Brown, charged with cruelty to children in the first degree, with a plea of guilty on the 13th of June 2011.
Okay. Any objection? States one will be admitted without objection.
You see this pro se fool?
All right. If you could bring Your Honor, may I move the podium?
Yes, sir.
I need to see who.
Photographs with this witness. Would you like for us to turn that back on now?
So Emani's grandmother is in. Oh no, okay, no, that's not her yet.
Detective King, could you take the stand?
Okay, so yeah, I do want to see this witness.
Sergeant King.
Let me just see if we can speed it up and still hear it so you guys can hear everything. I'm gonna try to speed it up
Raise
just a
your right
little.
hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I swear.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sergeant Diane King, K-I-N-G.
I think
And
that's
Sergeant King,
fair.
how are you employed?
As a sergeant with the Gwinnett County Police
And
Department.
what is your current assignment?
Sergeant with a uniform patrol at North Precinct.
All right, so would it be fair to say that you supervise other officers as they go about their duties and assist them in that?
Yes, sir.
All right. How long have you been with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Since September 2003.
During that time,
Allie, the thing is, her grandmother wanted her. His sister would have taken the baby. She was telling him no, and then it's his responsibility. So he was like, it is my responsibility. But he's listening to everything this girl said. Like when he gets on the stand, because he's going to testify against her, because he pled guilty and admitted to, being an accessory to whatever. Y'all gonna be able to see, like right off the bat. And when they first got arrested, the pictures that they put out of them, oh, they look like two demons. His eyes was all crossed and stuff. He had no sleep, but that's the way his eyes is. But anyway, I'm sorry.
have you ever been assigned to the detective division?
Yes, I have.
Were you also assigned to what's called the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury what types of crime does a Special Victims Unit investigate?
All crimes against children, ranging from physical
Hold
abuse
on,
to sexual
before
abuse.
talking about the
as
trigger
well as
warning
rapes
up.
against women.
I'd like to call your attention to
Child.
March the 18th and 19th of 2010.
Okay.
I noticed that you have
Just hold
a
on.
copy of your report there, and feel free to use that to refresh your
Hold that
memory
thought.
if you need to.
Okay.
What was your assignment then?
I was in the Special Victims Unit
No.
as a detective.
And as part of
Nope.
your duties as a special victims investigator, did you receive a referral regarding a possible cruelty case where the victim was
Let
Emani
me get
Moss?
this up here.
Yes, I did.
Right. And can you describe for the jury how did that referral come in and from whom?
Well, it came in from Officer Everett, who is a police officer with our department as well. He was called out to Cooper Elementary by administrators there with respect to a crime against a child.
All right. And are teachers and administrators in schools mandated reporters? Are they required to report child abuse?
Yes, they are.
All right. As a result of the information you received from Officer Everett, did you go to Cooper Elementary?
No, I requested Officer Everett transport Emani to police headquarters so I can conduct an interview of her.
Well, I guess I want to ask, as part of your investigation, did you also take statements from the administrators who had made the report?
I did not. Officer Everett might have. I believe he spoke with them on scene.
All right. So Emani was transported to the police department, is that right?
Yes.
Tell the jury, there are special techniques and special training that you have regarding the interview of children. First of all, can you tell the jury what your training is and give them some idea of the challenges that is involved in interviewing a child.
One of the most important things to do when interviewing a child is not to lead them and to ask open-ended questions. Basically, a yes or a no answer is what you're looking for. We try not to put any ideas in their head, so we qualify them. So we ask questions such as spatial recognition, if something is over something or under something, whether or not they know the difference between a truth or a lie, if telling the truth is good, telling a lie is bad. Questions like that. We ask them all different types of colors to make sure they're at the appropriate level to be interviewed.
Okay, and Emani was 6 at this time?
Yes, she was.
All right. How did you find her in terms of first of all, her demeanor and then her response to your questions?
She had good spatial recognition. She knew all of her colors. She was able to differentiate between telling the truth and telling a lie. She was not able to tell me her full address at the time, but she was able to tell me her full name and her birthday.
Okay. And so where did the interview take place?
It took place at police headquarters.
All right. Is there a special room for interviewing children, or did you do it in a standard interview room?
We have a victim interview room up in detectives.
And is that where the interview took place?
Yes.
So once you established her ability, I guess is the best way to put it, what did she tell you had happened?
She told me she got in trouble by her stepmom, Tiffany Moss, for not doing her homework the previous night, and she was spanked with a brown leather belt.
Did she tell you how many times she'd been struck?
Several times. She had bruises and welts all over her body, to include her arms, chest, back, and legs.
All right. Did you document those injuries?
Yes, I did.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I've shown the photographs that I intend to introduce to the defendant, and she is reviewing them prior to my tender of those exhibits.
Thank you, sir. Are you done, Ms. Moss?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant King, I have a series of photographs here. And if you could, what I'd like you to do first is go through and identify those photographs and reference them by their exhibit number, which begins with PS. And if you could describe what the photograph is, and then I'll ask you if those are accurate representations. But we'll go through all the photographs if you'll describe them each to the jury.
Okay. PS1 is a close-up face shot or headshot of Emani Moss.
Okay. And PS2?
Is a full body shot of Emani Moss. PS3 is a full body shot of Emani Moss facing to the left. PS4 is a full body shot of Emani facing to the right. PS5 is a full body shot of Emani with her back to the camera. PS6 is a picture of Emani's, appears to be her right arm with several belt marks going up and down her arm. PS7 is one of Emani's arms with the measurement tape from her crime scene showing the size of the mark. PS8 is the back of Emani's back, bare back. It looks like her left shoulder with a measuring tool showing marks on her back, her upper back. PS9 is Emani's back, her lower right side, again with a measuring tool showing the size of the marks on her back. PS10, again with a measuring tool, it appears to be Emani's right side, her back to her right side. PS11, again with a measuring tool, appears to be Emani's back, her left side, showing the size of the marks on her back. PS 12 is the front side of Emani. It appears to be the right side, just underneath her chest, near her ribcage, with a measuring tool. PS 13 with a measuring tool shows a picture of marks on Emani's chest, in the center of her chest, upper chest. PS 14 is a picture of Emani's bruises with a measuring tool on, it looks like her right leg, her right upper thigh. PS 15 is a picture of Emani's thigh closer to the knee with marks with a measuring tool. PS 16 is a picture of marks on Emani's arm with a measuring tool. PS 17 appears to be another picture of Emani's arms with a measuring tool and marks on it. PS 18 is a picture of a lower arm, not sure which arm of Emani, with bruising and marks and a measuring tool. PS 19 appears to be a picture of Emani's lower right arm with marks and a measuring tool. And PS 20 is a picture of Emani's lower arm, her wrist area with marks and a measuring tool.
Sergeant King, were those photographs taken at your direction?
Yes, they were.
And are they a true and accurate representation of the injuries that you observed on that child that day?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of putting the measuring device into the photographs?
To give you something to measure against and to show a true and accurate depiction of the marks.
Now, when you interviewed Emani, did she say anything about that she tried to get away or that she tried to run away?
Yes, she did. She said she tried getting away from Tiffany.
Right. And did she ever inform you whether or not the defendant stopped hitting her when she tried to run away?
She said she was just hit all over and she tried getting away. She was still being struck.
All right. Did she indicate to you that she was struck with the buckle portion of the belt? Or based on your experience and looking at the injuries, did you reach a conclusion as to whether or not she'd been struck with the buckle edge of the belt?
I cannot definitively answer that. She did say that Tiffany folded the belt when she struck her, and the marks are indicative of a belt wrapping around her.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would move to tender into evidence. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Tender into evidence, State Exhibit PS1 through PS20, which have been identified by Sergeant King as photographs that were taken at her direction in the investigation of the 2010 case of cruelty.
Any objection? States PS1 through 20 are each admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I'd also ask the court's permission to publish these photographs to the jury now that they've been admitted. We have a device and they'll be projected onto the screen,
Yes, sir.
assuming I can make it work. Again, Sergeant King, can you tell us what that is? PS1. Can you tell us what that is?
That's a close-up, a headshot of Emani Moss.
And PS2. Can you describe what that is?
The full body shot of Emani.
PS3.
Full body shot of Emani facing to her left.
And the clothing that she's wearing, are those the clothes that she was wearing at school when
Yes.
she was transported to the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Again, that's PS4. Can you identify that for the jury again?
Yes, that's a full body shot of Emani facing to the right.
And PS5, can you identify that?
Full body shot of Emani facing away from the camera.
Right. It's not clear from these particular photographs, but when you interviewed Emani, were the injuries to her visible to your naked eye? Were you able to observe them despite her clothing? And
Yes, I was.
Oh,
right, I want to show you PS6.
so y'all see, I put two pictures of her on the screen. So this is when her father had sole custody of her. The pictures that are on the screen.
Let's try for PS6. Can you identify that?
That looks like to be the right arm of Emani, her right lower arm, with marks going up and down it.
All right, and could you step to that screen and point to the injuries that you observed that day?
Oh, the Down here, these are the marks right here.
Thank you. You can resume. Your Honor, with the court's permission, we have preloaded these onto a computer, and we think we can bring them up clearer on the screen in sequence without handling them.
They're the same images as was previously.
Exactly the same images, Your Honor, that are PS 1 through 6.
You're welcome to publish them in that way, yes, sir.
Yep, and you see her how she cut all her hair off. Jealous.
3.
Jealous ass bitch. Jealous ass bitch
All right? If we
of a
click
child.
to the next photograph, please. Can you take a look at PS 7 and identify that?
I would have took that bitch out. Let
It
me
looks to
tell
be a
you.
shoulder area of one of her arms, Emani's arms, with bruising on it. And obviously they're using the measuring tool.
Baby, I would have took that bitch out. Y'all hear me?
Can you identify PS 8?
Yes, that
You
with
hit
the
my
measuring
child,
tool,
I'ma
they're
hit
showing
you.
the bruising to the upper left back of Emani in the shoulder area.
Period.
And then moving to PS 9.
It's Emani's lower back. They're showing it with the measuring tool. I believe that's her right side going towards her midsection.
You just whooped this
PS
baby.
10.
Same side of the body. That's Emani's lower right back going
She
towards
was
the
6 in the
midsection with
pictures
measuring
they're
tool.
showing now. She was 10 when she was unalived.
And then moving to PS 11.
With the measuring tool, they're showing the marks on Emani's right back.
Oh, wow.
And then moving to PS
Look how she's sitting there, y'all dainty.
That is the right side of Emani's body. They're showing with the measuring tool right in there are the marks and
Come
bruises on her
outside,
right
bitch.
side
Come
underneath her arm.
outside.
And Detective
Bitch.
King, those injuries are separate than what we've previously seen. Is that correct? They appear to be higher up.
She was 10 when she passed.
From the previous photos, yes, that is
She was
higher up
6
on
in
her
the
side.
photos, 10 when she passed.
If you can look at PS 13.
Listen,
These are,
forever.
marks. They're using the measuring
Come
tool. And these are marks
outside,
on her
little
upper
bitch.
chest, just underneath
Come
her
outside.
neck, on the front side of her.
His sister should have handled her ass when she, cause you know, she should have handled her when she saw her when she cut all her hair
Yes,
off. His
that's
sister should have
with the
whooped her
measuring tool.
ass.
They're
I don't
showing
give
the
a damn if
bruising
they was
on
married or
Emani's
not.
right leg, her right upper thigh. And using a measuring tool, they're showing marks on one of Emani's legs.
This is PS 15, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I got distracted. All right, if we can move to 16, please.
I believe that is Emani's right lower arm. And they're showing, using the measuring tool, they're showing the bruising and the marks on her lower arm.
And then moving on to 17.
So
That is, I believe that's one of Emani's legs. I believe that's her left thigh.
That's
And they're using the measuring
CPS.
tool there
Now-
to show the bruising and marks.
listen,
And then if we can move
listen,
to
Linda.
18.
That would be one of Emani's arms. They're using the measuring tool to show the bruising that's wrapped around her arm.
And is it your testimony that these were wrapped around her body or her arm or her leg?
Yes,
And is that consistent with a belt based on your experience as an SVU investigator?
yes, it is.
This is State's Exhibit PS number 19. Can you identify that?
It appears to be Emani's right lower arm with marks going up and down her arms and bruising at the lower using the measuring tool.
And then
Now-
finally, State's PS number 20. Can you look at that and identify that?
One of Emani's lower arms. It's the under area of the wrist.
Now, y'all, even at 6 years old, I was a very skinny child. I was skin and bones, but I wasn't even that small. She's 6 years old. I wasn't even that small. Like I was very thin until I had my first son, my son, and still, even then, I still wasn't. Didn't really have no meat or nothing. Do y'all see how small this child is, even at the age of 6? So in this picture right here, right, that's on the screen, these are pictures when she was with her father and when he had sole custody before this bitch. And look at the picture of her on the bottom where she was a little younger. Her arm in that picture is bigger than the arm that they're showing in these pictures to the court right now. So this was for me, this was a very slow unaliving of this baby. And maybe I don't feel sorry for, but when y'all see the father, when you hear and see him, he just super slow, and she knew and took advantage of him. She knew. I just think she took advantage of him, and for him not standing up for his child is horrible. Yeah, y'all men, any men in the chat, watch out for bitches like this. They'll get involved with bitches like this. But the way what she was telling him, he believes in discipline. See, I don't beat my children. I didn't spank my children, none of that. I don't believe in that. I think that's slave mentality, and that's where it was started at. So I guess I've been a soft parent all my damn life. But if I yell like this, my daughter gonna cry. She think it's the end of the daggone world. But I just wanted y'all to point that out, that in this picture right here where she's squatting down, she's way younger than in the pictures that we're seeing now. And look how he took care of her on his own. Men, it's bitches out there like her still lurking in the streets. Beware.
Using the measuring tool.
Can you just turn the screen off? Is that the easiest way? You want to move the screen to the screensaver, or
Yes, sir.
so that there are no other photographs on it?
We can turn off the screen. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Cha, yes.
Sergeant King, once you got the statement from Emani, did you interview any other witnesses?
Yes, I did.
All right, and what witnesses did you interview?
Emani's father, Emani Moss, her grandmother, Robin Moss, and then her stepmother, Tiffany Moss.
All right. Now, was Tiffany Moss there at the same time that Emani Moss and his mother were there?
No, she showed up sometime later.
Did you have to look for her?
We were trying to get a hold of her for quite some time, and no one could reach her. And finally, Mr. Moss
Exactly,
said she's
lad.
having car trouble, so she showed up about 6 p.m. that evening at police headquarters with her mother.
Okay, just so I understand, when was the report brought in and your interview with Emani? When did that take place?
Towards the end of the school day, so around 3 in the afternoon.
So three hours or so later, the defendant came in for an interview.
Yes.
Did you advise her over Miranda warnings?
Yes, I did.
And did that interview take place in an interview room at the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, it did.
Did you use any force or threats against her to get her to
I
speak
think
to you?
that they took her
No, not
away.
at all.
She went with her grandmother, but
and did she speak?
they had
Yes,
to
she did.
take.
What did she tell you?
She admitted to striking Emani with a brown leather belt, as Emani described it, for not doing her homework.
Did she describe to you how many times she thought she had struck Emani?
She said she thought it was only 3 times.
Is that consistent with the injuries that you
Hell
observed?
no.
Not at all.
And based on, did she make any other statements to you?
Forgive me while I look at my...
Yeah, cruelty to
Yeah,
animals.
she said she had given Emani 5
You
minutes
get a
to
harsh
complete her homework, sent her
punishment.
to her room, and when the 5 minutes was up and Emani had not completed her homework that morning, that's when she struck her with the belt. She said Emani tried getting away from her, and she actually physically demonstrated Emani covering her face like that to avoid being struck with the belt.
And based on the evidence that you gathered in this case, what did you do?
I secured a
Exactly.
warrant for Tiffany's arrest for cruelty to children in the first and arrested her.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination. Can this witness be excused, Mr. Porter?
Yes, Your Honor.
What the fuck
would
you
have-
writing down,
she's on
bitch?
duty.
Like, what did you write? Yeah, when I tell you this floozy gets on my nerve, what is she writing?
You're on the state calls Robin Moss.
So this is a grandmother, y'all. So yeah, I'm gonna just let it go in sequence right now because, whoo, child. What you writing? Ding dong, the witch is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Ding dong, the witch. What the fuck is you writing? Exactly, y'all. Child digging. And Allie.
You're a little bit, Your Honor, that's okay. Miss Moss, if you could raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you're about to give today in the state of Georgia versus Tiffany Moss will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you put your hand down, please. And if you could state your name for the court and for the jury, please.
Robin MacArthur Moss.
And Miss Moss, how did you know Emani Moss?
She's my granddaughter.
And she was the daughter of one of your children, obviously. And which child was that?
That was my oldest son, my first grandchild.
Let's go back. When Emani was first born, did she and Eman live with you at a period of time in her early days?
Yes, she did.
And if you could tell the jury in the court, when was Emani born?
She was born April 23rd, 2003, and yesterday was her birthday.
And if she was born in 2003, would she have turned 16 years old yesterday?
She would be, calculation would be exactly about 15 or 16.
16,
Yeah.
okay. And it was 2003, is that right?
2003.
Yes, ma'am. When you said that she and your son, Eman, lived there initially, how long did they live with you after Emani was first born?
Since Emani, well, since she was 8 years old. Then she went to live with her father.
And you said until she was about 8?
Yeah, she was 8 years old.
So for the first several years of her life, did she stay with you?
Yes,
So-
she did.
And then she and Eman, they relocated. Did they still stay here in the Atlanta area at that time?
They did.
And ultimately, your son Eman married the defendant, in this case, Tiffany Moss. Is that right?
Correct.
Did Emani live with both your son Eman and the defendant Tiffany for some period of time?
Yes.
When we go to, let's
I
go
thought
to
that
an
she-
incident that happened in 2010. Did you receive a phone call about an incident that had
Wait,
happened
y'all,
with
hold
Emani and the defendant?
So wait a minute, y'all. So she's saying that Emani lived with her until she was 8. So when they first got together, because the math is not math, and she was 6 years old in that picture. And the pictures from when she was at school. So she can remember everything, her colors, everything. She couldn't remember her address too good. She didn't know her address. So she was 6. So does she mean that after they took her, she lived with her till she was 8 and then went back? I'm confusion.
Regarding a beating.
Yes, I did.
Where did you respond with regard to that news when you were called?
They told me to come to the police station, and I think it was in Lithonia. I'm sorry.
In Lawrenceville?
For always,
All right.
In
forever.
Lawrenceville, and I got a call while I was at work, an emergency call at work, so I left work and went
I'm
straight down
trying
to
to
the
do
police
these
station.
facts.
Once you arrived at the police station, did you meet with the detective, Detective King?
Yes.
Did she get a little bit of background from you about your relationship with Emani and Eman and Tiffany?
Yes.
Based on that, was Emani removed from living with Eman and Tiffany at that particular point?
Yes, she was.
Where did Emani go and live after that?
She lived with me.
So that would have been in March of 2013 when that happened. How long did Emani live there with you then?
For 6 months.
Something adding
I
up.
apologize, 2010. I said 2013. We have to get our dates right. I apologize. So in March of 2010, that's probably why you looked at me funny, but you can correct me. All right, March of 2010 was when she came to live with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said for about 6 months. And so where did you live at that time?
I lived at 900 Legacy Park Apartments, that's preserves in Lawrenceville.
Did Emani go to school while she was there staying with you?
Yes, I took her to school every day, picked her up every day.
Did she remain at the same school that she had begun the school year out and then finished it out while she was there with you?
She did.
How was Emani doing in school at that particular time?
Well, when she was with me, everything was approving, her grades, her action, and she was just doing awesome, a lot better than she was, because they said she was closed in, and she started having tantrums and screaming, so I don't know what was going on before then, but I know when she came back with me, everything calmed back down in her life.
And she stayed there with you then through the spring and the summer. Did she begin her school year still living with you there in 2010?
She was with me until school was over, and then after that, she was back with her father.
You said so she stayed about 6 months. So the beginning of the 2010 school year then, was she placed back with Eman and the defendant in this case?
Yes.
With regard to that, did you want, without going into a lot of detail, but did you want Emani to still remain with you and live with you at that time?
Yes, I did. I went and fought it for it.
When you say you went and fought it, was that a decision that was made
That's
by the
crazy,
Department of
y'all.
Family and Children's Services?
Yes, it was.
That was it their decision to place Emani back with the defendant, Tiffany Moss, and her dad, Emani Moss?
Yes, it was.
The mother.
You indicated you did object to that, is that right?
Correct?
But ultimately, she did not stay living with you. She went back with the defendant and her dad.
Yes.
After that time in 2010, were you able to see Emani very often?
No.
Did you make efforts to try to see her from that fall of 2010 until ultimately she died?
Yes, I did.
Would you, what type of efforts did you make in order to try to talk to her or see her?
I called my son, and he would just say,
Can't tell me a lot about what Emani said, okay? But were you allowed to see her?
I was not allowed to see her.
All right.
That's some bullshit.
But did you make more than one call?
Yes.
Okay. Was it something that you did repeatedly in order to see your granddaughter?
Yes, I did. And when I couldn't see her, I called DFACS.
Did you make reports to DFACS based on that? How many times would you say that you saw Emani between
That's
the time
some
that she
bullshit.
left your house, when she lived with you, in the fall of 2010 until she died in November of 2013?
One.
And when was that time that you actually got to see your granddaughter, Emani?
Well, it was twice. One at Tristan's birthday party. It was twice. And one was at Tristan's birthday party.
And who is Tristan?
Tristan is Tiffany's son.
Was he a child that Tiffany, the defendant, and your son, Emani, had once they were married?
Correct.
Where was that birthday party that you saw Emani?
At Tiffany's mother's house.
Were there several family members at that birthday party?
Yes, it was.
And when you say at the birthday party, do you remember what year that was?
Not exactly.
When you saw her there, did you get to speak to Emani at the birthday party?
Yes, I did.
And that was the first time you had seen her, or was that the first time you'd seen her since she had moved out from your house?
That was the first time I've seen her.
At that time, at Tristan's birthday party, was her outward appearance the same to you, or similar to you, just obviously older than when she had left you? In other words, her hair, her physical appearance.
She didn't look well. She looked very thin. Very thin.
And how did Emani typically wear her hair?
She usually wear her two ponytails, or three, two on the side and one in the back, or just two.
Was that a typical hairstyle that she liked and the way she liked to wear her hair?
That's what she used to tell me, to comb it that way.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what had been previously marked and placed into evidence as State Exhibit number PS1. It's already been entered into evidence. I'm going to show you a picture of that. I'm going to put you on her.
You may.
And is that, I know that she looks a little younger there, but that was, is that how she typically would wear her hair?
Yes.
All right. And when you saw her at Tristan's birthday party, she still had her hair like this? All right.
Yes.
Now, you saw her at that particular family event. You said you didn't think she looked well, but at that point, was she still living with your son and the defendant?
Correct.
And were you able to keep up with where they were residing when you were trying to get to see Emani from the fall of 2010 until the birthday party for Tristan?
No, I wasn't able. I was looking for her, but I couldn't find her.
Did your son and the defendant live in some different apartments and with different individuals during that time frame?
I believe they did. I'm not sure. I just never could find them. They kept moving.
But you, in fact, did you make efforts to try to speak with Emani or be able to see her?
Yes.
After you said that you saw her at Tristan's birthday party, when was the next time? Because you said there were 2 times. When was the next time that you saw your granddaughter,
It
Emani?
was Mother's Day.
And when you say Mother's Day, was that Mother's Day of 2013?
Yes. No, it was, yes, because yes, it was. Yes,
Was it the May before she passed in November?
yeah.
Yes, okay. Where did you see her on Mother's Day?
I was at my daughter's house, living with my daughter, staying with my daughter for a while, and my son and Tiffany came to the house, and Emani was with them.
When they came, so there were several family members there at your daughter's house?
Yes, us, my daughter, and Amon and his family. So my daughter, her family, and Amon and me.
And tell me, what's your daughter's name?
Sharonice.
So you're at Sharonice's house, and how did Emani appear to you then?
She was so thin, so thin. She had this shirt on, and you can see the bones protruding out of her shoulders. And in her arms, she was so skinny. I wasn't used to that.
How was her hair?
Cut off. All of it. It's cut.
I'm going to show you a photograph. I'm not going to. I'm going to put you on.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit PS 21 and PS 22, and ask you, let's just do 21 first, ask you if you recognize what is depicted in that particular photograph.
Her hair and the bones protruding out of her shoulder.
Well, who is that person in that photograph?
That's Emani.
Right. And is this State's Exhibit PS 21, is that an accurate depiction of the way Emani looked to you in May of 2013?
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit PS 22? Is that also an accurate depiction of Emani in May of 2013?
Yes.
Does that also show
Yes.
how her hairstyle was at that time?
Yes.
Just have you identify those for right now.
So she didn't let them, they didn't let the grandmother know where they was even living.
You said that you noticed her hair
All red flags.
on Mother's Day. And why was it so different to you?
Because Emani had long hair and it shouldn't have been cut.
Did you ask about how her hairstyle came to be like that?
Yes, I did. I said, why is her hair cut off?
And who did you ask that to?
I asked Tiffany that.
And what was the response?
If you act ugly, you should look ugly.
This bitch.
At any time, did Emani tell you that she had cut her own hair?
No, she did not.
When you saw her that day, did you get to spend some time with Emani, your granddaughter, that day?
I did. I did.
And at that particular time, your son, Emon, and the defendant, in this case, Tiffany, they had 2 additional children, is that right? Did they have Tristan and Emma?
Correct.
And so were all, that entire family, were all of those people present there for Mother's Day?
Correct.
And when you said, did Emani leave? You were staying there at Sharonisa's house, is that right? Okay. And then I'm assuming obviously everyone left ultimately after the festivities were done that day.
Correct.
And did you say goodbye to Emani that day?
Yes, I did.
And were you, after that, did you try to see her anymore after you saw her on that Mother's Day?
Yes, but I didn't have a number anywhere to reach them or know where they were.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know where they were or a number to reach them.
And did you ever, at any time, ever try to communicate with the defendant to try to have contact with Emani, with Tiffany?
No, just my son.
And after that Mother's Day, would your son, Emani Moss, would he respond to you or grant your request to see Emani?
He said he had called me and said that he would bring her by.
Did that ever happen?
No.
Ms. Moss, was Mother's Day of 2013 the last time then that you saw your granddaughter alive?
Yes, it was.
That's messed up.
I know we've referred to her as Tiffany, but do you see the person that you have referred to as Tiffany Moss, your daughter-in-law, sitting in the courtroom today?
I've
Yes,
been
I
like
do.
that.
And where is that person?
Right there.
Okay, I know you pointed. Can you just tell me what color shirt she may be wearing so it can be reflected for the record?
Royal blue.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant in this case. Ms. Moss, those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor, and I know that Ms. Moss may want to remain in the courtroom. I just want to make sure that she is completely excused to observe the remainder of the trial if she chooses to do so.
She has been excused. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
You can step down. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take one of those mid-morning breaks that I told you about. Let me remind you of the instructions that I've given you previously, and I promise we're going to start to sound very familiar.
All right.
Do not discuss the
So
case with
that
anyone
was
and
her
do not allow anyone else to
mother, not
discuss
her
the case
mother.
with any
Excuse
friend or
me. Y'all
presence
gonna
or
see
hearing.
her
Do not even
mother.
discuss the case among.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Let me bring that back. Let me put this on pause so y'all can see where how she reared back in this mother. Gee, I can't stand this bitch. I can't stand the sight of this motherfucker. Hold on a minute. Let me bring her over here so y'all can see how she reared back in this mother chair like she doing something. Let me take this comment down. Hold on, because I just need y'all to see how she just reared back in this shit. Like, I want to know who the fuck she thinks she is. Child, listen. This child, just look how she reared back in this chair, y'all. See, this is what we can't. This is what we got to
We're
stop.
going to take one of those mid-morning breaks that I told you about. Let me remind you of the instructions that I've given you previously, and I promise we're going to start to sound very familiar. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not allow anyone else to discuss the case.
You ain't writing nothing, bitch. Shut up.
Hearing. Do not even discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not attempt any
Y'all see the
independent
eye
research or
roll?
investigation into any aspect of the case.
Did y'all
Do
see
not
the eye
obviously
roll?
read or listen
I
to
just
any
want to know if
counsel
y'all
that
saw
might
the
appear in
eye
the
roll, because baby, like girl, like somebody wasting your goddamn time. Nobody's wasting your freaking time. You a defenseless baby, defenseless. You would think Emani. You would think Emani could mess with her man. That was her man. Like what? Like what the heck is going on? Like I truly don't get it. Like what? All right. All right, let me see who. So this is day one, part two. Okay. So I wanted to see. Oh, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let's get this roll back. Let's get this roll. Bitch, go back so they can see. So they can see this bullshit. Hold on, y'all. All eyes on the screen. Please catch this walk in. Look at her face, y'all. Please. Child, I would like to slap the fucking brakes off of you. First of all, that's number one. And I don't understand what you walking in the courtroom like you cute for, but you're not giving at all, bitch. Look at this, y'all.
We're returning to 18B 1541-1 State of Georgia versus Tiffany Nicole Moss. The defendant's present along with her standby counsel, state's counsel.
Girl, what did you swinging?
Just a note to the
What did she
audience
just
members.
swing,
We certainly
y'all?
appreciate you all being here to observe our proceedings. But when I let the jury out just a little bit ago, there was a good deal of movement. Everybody got up, started moving around while the jury was still in the courtroom. So please, when we next excuse the jury, stay in your seats until the jury's actually been excused and we've gone into recess. All right? Thank you all very much for your cooperation. All right, I think I've been educated on how to use the presentation system just a bit more than I had before. Now we're taking a huge risk by leaving this in my hands, of course.
Speaking in a hole.
We'll do the best we can. Do you want the presentation system on for the next witness or not?
No.
All right, we will test my skills here. Voila, okay.
Let me see who the next witness is.
Let me just try turning it back on so that
Allie, I agree.
Success. All right, very good.
Come on, who's the next witness? I want
Right,
to see if
stay ready
this
to
is her
proceed.
sister.
Yes, Your Honor, we're prepared. We call Investigator D.T. Hill of the Gwinnett County Police Department.
Defense ready
All
to
right,
proceed?
so yeah, I can't skip
Moss.
past this.
You ready?
I really
Please
want to
bring
get
our jury.
to the father, but
You're welcome to be seated. Thank you.
Chadiggy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your break. We're ready to resume with the trial of the case. Sir, call your next witness.
Cha.
State, we call Tyler Hill to the stand.
Ain't handling shit. But wait for the hammer to drop.
Could you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do swear.
And could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is David Tyler Hill. Last name is Hill.
Yeah, you
And,
can't imagine.
Mr.
Let me
Hill,
go
how are
and
you
put
currently
the trigger
I'm
up.
currently employed with the Farmers Insurance Company, performing as a claims adjuster.
Have you ever been employed by the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, sir, I have.
And can you tell me the years that you were employed?
Yes, from September of 2010 until September of 2015.
Right. And what were your duties during that
He
time?
probably got
During that 5-year stretch, I was a road
he
officer
probably
at
got
the
the
Central
fuck
Precinct.
ASAP after dealing with this
covered,
shit.
Pleasant Hill corridor.
Where's Tokyo
And,
Tony when you
As a
need?
road officer, can you describe for the
Get the
jury
fuck-
what the general duties of a
ASAP.
patrol officer or a road officer?
Yes, sir. My primary duty was to investigate crimes as they were called in to 911, patrol the streets of a given area.
So,
and,
Lab, there
enforce
is going
the laws.
So in general, were you
the
assigned
report
to a
was
zone?
nobody knew she
and did that
existed.
change every shift or every day?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it normally stayed pretty consistent throughout
One
the
of
week,
the
but I
neighbors
was
come in
assigned
and
to one
testify.
particular zone.
I'd like to call your attention to July of 2012, particularly July the 2nd of 2012. Did you respond to a runaway call on Club Drive here in Lawrenceville, the Columns Apartments?
I did, yes, sir.
And at the time you responded, how do you receive those calls, if you could explain it to the jury?
So the complainant would dial into 911. The 911 operator would take pertinent information, and then it would be dispatched to me over the radio.
All right. Is it done over the radio or over the mobile data terminal or both?
In conjunction, it comes through both sources.
So when a police officer like you arrives at a call, do you have some general idea of what the call might be about?
Yes, I do.
And did you have a general idea of what this call was?
Yes, the information as it came to me at the time was a young female was kept at the leasing office of the apartment complex, and it was reported initially as a crime against a child.
All right. So where did you respond first?
We went to where the victim was located first, which was at the leasing office at the front of the property.
Right. Did you identify what you're
That
now
baby
calling the
was
victim?
trying
Did
to
you
get
identify
away.
her or the girl at the leasing office?
I did. I collected her name and date of birth.
How did you do that?
In person.
All right. And about what age was she? Could you estimate?
Young elementary age. I believe on my report it was around 9 years old or so.
So obviously she didn't have a driver's license or anything like that.
I had to take her word for it.
So she was able to tell you her name and age.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did she tell you where she lived?
So she was actually 9 at the time.
What did she tell you about why she was at the apartment leasing office?
She said that it was her intention to run away.
Did she explain to you why she was going to run away?
She did. She said
Well,
about a
why
week
did the detective
prior,
say 6?
her stepmother tied her to a chair utilizing belts and put her under a cold shower.
As you observed her, were you able to see any injuries or welts on her arms or anywhere on her body?
I did ask her to see her arms. As she started to lift them to show me, she became hesitant and then put them back down by her side. Her statement to me was that the belts did not hurt.
Or you can go to
so
the
they wouldn't
opening statement lab.
What did you do
The
next?
prosecutor tells everything
She
right
did.
in the
I did
beginning.
ask her to look at her arms a
You
little
get the
closer.
details
She had a
now.
reddened area, and she explained that she had burnt herself cooking there. My next step was to go and speak with the stepmother at the time.
And did you identify the stepmother?
I did. We left another officer at the leasing office with the victim, and then I went to the apartment, and I collected her identification at that time.
And who did you identify her as?
On her driver's license, it was listed as Tiffany Moss.
Right. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
It's been roughly 7 years, so I don't recall her face. However, I did confirm that her OLN or her license number and her name and date of birth.
And there's a photograph on driver's licenses. Did you compare that to the person you were speaking to?
Yes, I did. I
That's
confirmed.
how you confirmed her identity.
That's right.
As you went to her, did you approach her at her apartment?
Yes, we made contact at the apartment.
And did she give you an explanation of why? Well, first of all, did she tell you her relationship with the child that was at the leasing office?
She did. She explained that she had married the child's father.
And
Ooh.
did she give you
Not
any
even her stepdaughter. I married the
explanation for why
child's
child might
father.
be at the office
Child.
complaining and wanting to run away?
Her opinion was that the child was resentful of her after coming into marriage with her father. I
Oh,
believe
my
there were
God.
younger
It was the
siblings
other
in the
way
picture and
around.
one on the way, and she was resentful of that.
Did she deny?
The fucking child was
putting Emani in the shower with
resentful.
belts?
It was the other way around.
At that time, did you feel that you had any probable cause to arrest Tiffany Moss?
Brace yourself,
I did
lad.
not. I didn't have any corroborating evidence.
And
Yeah,
so,
open
as a
statement.
result of this call, what did you do?
I created an information to forward report which alerted the Special Victims Unit of
Well, and
this
you'll
and
hear it
a
too from the
DFACS
father.
referral as well.
Were you aware of the previous case from 2010 at the time you
father
responded
in
to the
this
call?
case-
Ms. Moss said that she had limited her punishing of the child due to a previous arrest, and now it was just her father that handled the punishment duties.
Oh, she's lying.
And I believe after running her name on the computer system, it showed a probation was in effect as well.
Mr. Hill, thank you. And thank you for coming in for us. We appreciate it. Ms. Moss.
So why wasn't the child removed? Okay, so when this was 9 years old, so the incident before she was 6. Okay, because I know I'm not crazy. I know it was an incident before this. So she was 6, and at the time,
Could you raise your right hand,
9.
please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your name, please?
he
and
in
spell your
jail,
last
but
name
he
for the
was
record?
at work.
John
You're going to
Kirshner,
hear it again.
KIRSCHNER,
All right. And obviously, you work for law enforcement, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Where do you currently work?
Forsyth County Sheriff's Office,
And what are your duties with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Department?
patrol, road patrol.
Have you ever worked for the Gwinnett County Police Department?
I have.
How long, and if you recall, the dates of service with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
October 28th, 2011 to October 21st, 2018.
And did you go directly from Gwinnett County to the Forsyth County Sheriff's
I did.
Department? What were your duties while you were assigned to the Gwinnett County Police Department, or while you worked for them? I'm sorry.
I spent 4 years uniform patrol and 3.5 years in the special investigations section assigned to the vice unit.
Just for the jury's information, the vice unit, what types of investigations are done there?
Human trafficking, prostitution, gambling, alcohol.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention back to when you were in uniform, specifically July the 25th of 2012. Were you dispatched to a call at the columns at Club Drive Apartments?
I was.
And what was the nature of the call that you received?
Runaway juvenile.
Right. And again, it's already been explained by one officer, but could you explain to the jury how you received that information?
How I received on that particular call?
Correct.
Mr. Moss, Emani Moss, had called 911 and stated that his 9-year-old daughter, Emani Moss, was missing. She left the residence about 9:30 p.m. and we got dispatched to the apartment complex at 11:18 p.m.
Right. And so did you go directly there in response to the call?
Yes, sir. I went straight to their apartment.
Okay. When you got to the apartment, who did you speak with?
I spoke to Emani Moss, the father, and I also spoke to Tiffany Moss.
All right. Do you recognize the person in the blue shirt here?
I do.
Or blue blouse, I'm sorry, as Tiffany Moss that you spoke to that night?
I do.
We can't discuss what Mr. Moss said.
Okay.
But in regard to the defendant,
Okay.
what did she tell you in regard to this runaway call?
She said at approximately 9:30 p.m., Emani Moss was in the kitchen doing dishes. She walked into the laundry room to begin a load of laundry, she being Tiffany Moss.
The real mother
While she was
never
in the
was
laundry room, she
involved
heard
in
the
her
door
life.
slam.
That's all we got.
She walked out to see what it was and realized that Emani Moss was no longer in the apartment. She said she looked outside the apartment door and could not see where Emani Moss had gone. She also stated that she checked the surrounding area in the apartment complex and was unable to locate Emani Moss.
I guarantee you.
Did she indicate she searched anywhere else in the apartment complex other than the immediate area there?
No particular area. She said that she searched the apartment complex and the surrounding areas, but I don't know how far out she went.
Right. Was there any reason that was given for the approximate 2-hour delay in calling the police?
No, the police got called when Emani Moss got home. I guess she relayed the information to him once he got home that she was gone, and then he called.
So she didn't call during any
She
of
did
that
not
time?
call. He was the
What the
complainant.
fuck?
Okay. What did you do as a result of this information that you received from the defendant as well as information from
The
Emani?
girl was going
later,
since 9 and
about,
she didn't call.
12:45 the next morning, about an hour and a half after we got there, a citizen actually found her sleeping in the bushes to the apartment complex next door. In the front of the apartment complex, she was found asleep. So we brought her back to the house. We tried to speak to her. She wouldn't really talk to us. The only thing that she said was that she couldn't tell us why she ran away, but she said when she ran away, she didn't want to go back. She didn't want to get in trouble. At that point, Tiffany told us that she had run away 4 times in that month period. So I ended up charging her with runaway and curfew violations.
Charging Emani with
Emani Moss, just so she could later go see a judge and figure if something out was wrong.
Now I forgot that fact. Right, so hold on a goddamn minute. Hold on a goddamn minute here. Because I promise you I didn't remember this part. Now you found this 9-year-old girl sleeping in the fucking bushes and you charge her? Are you fucking kidding me? Did you run the record of the stepmother? Y'all, my Lord, today, I promise you I forgot this part. I had no idea. So you further charging her would further make her feel like I'm just stuck here. Because now I'm getting ready to go to jail. Yo, are you fucking kidding me? Yo. Yeah, so when they asked about the biological mother, the father won't really say, she's never been in the little girl's life. That's it. She was running for her life 4 times. Y'all,
Since she wanted to speak to me.
Is it a fairly common practice to take out a juvenile complaint form on runaways if you're trying to get them some help in the juvenile system?
Yeah, that's very common.
And have
you're
done it
trying,
in
you're
other
trying to
cases?
get them help.
Now, in that case, was Emani taken into custody or was she released to her parents?
She was released back to her parents.
So
The
the juvenile
problem.
referral that you made would essentially be a ticket and release or just set a court date and they would have to show up.
Yeah, it's just a juvenile complaint form, which
The
gets forwarded to the juvenile
problem.
department.
That is the
And,
fucking
I
problem.
believe Emani Moss signed a release that we released him back into back into his custody.
All right. Are you aware if that case ever went to juvenile court or whether you ever testified in it?
I'm not. I don't recall.
So
you
you
never
should
testified.
feel, you should feel something.
Did you observe the physical condition of Emani Moss at that time?
Briefly,
didn't care.
not-
He didn't
just
care.
Another officer actually went to the front of the apartment complex and brought her back to the apartment that night.
But you had a chance to see her?
Yeah, briefly. I saw
Was
her.
there anything unusual about her condition at that point?
Nothing that I noted in the report that I can recall.
Thank you. That's all the
You
questions.
see all the fat hanging from your neck? Did you see any?
May
Did
this
you
witness
see
be
that she
excused?
didn't have the? She
excused.
wasn't
Thank
the
you for
right
coming.
weight.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Lisa Neal.
The fat hanging from your fucking neck. The size of you when you was a kid, buddy. That shit is unusual. She is unhealthy. She is sick looking, unhealthy.
If you could raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to
Is
give
this
this court and this
CPS
jury
worker?
today in the
Because I
state of
don't
Georgia
wanna-
versus Tiffany Moss will be the truth, the
please.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, yes.
Let me.
If you could state your name for the court and for the jury,
Who is
please.
this bitch?
Lisa Neal,
Miss Neal, how are you employed?
by Gwinnett County Schools,
Oh, okay.
How long have you been employed by the Gwinnett County Schools?
about 10 years.
What are your duties and responsibility here in Gwinnett
Oh,
County
this
in the school
teacher,
system?
she did.
This year, I'm teaching almost every grade level because I teach RTI, I teach a kindergarten group, I teach reading recovery first grade, and I teach 3rd through 5th math intervention groups.
You said that's this year.
That's this
So
year.
tell me about what you did prior to this year as well.
I was teaching 4th grade, and last year I taught.
Wait, play what part again?
Move you around a little bit,
Yeah.
do they? All right. So you taught 4th grade for about 8 years then?
Yes.
And then 2nd grade?
What part are you talking about? The when the cop was on the stand? Hold on a minute. Play that part again. Rebecca, what you talking about when the cop was on the stand? So this teacher, I believe, did her a solid. So that's only why I really can't. I don't want to hear from the DFACs. I don't want to hear none of their fucking excuses. I think, are you talking about, I want to just play that part and skip back. But Rebecca, I'm trying to see which part you're talking about when she said about the, you talking about when pork fried rice was on this pork fried rice was on the stand him? All right, so I don't know what, but it was almost towards the end, right?
Anything unusual about her condition at that point?
Nothing that I noted in the report that I can recall.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused, sir. Thank you for coming. Call your next witness.
Was it? It was before that. Cause he leaving. Hold on.
At that point, we ended up. Tiffany told us that she had run away 4 times in that month period. So I ended up charging her with runaway and curfew violations.
Charging Emani with
Emani Moss, just so she could later go see a judge and figure if something out was wrong, since she wanted to speak to me.
Is it a fairly common practice to take out a juvenile complaint form on runaways if you're trying to get them some help in the juvenile system?
Yeah, that's very common.
And have you done it in other cases?
Yes.
Now, in that case, was Emani taken into custody or was she released to her parents?
She was released back to her parents.
So the juvenile referral that you made would essentially be a ticket and release or just set a court date and they would have to show up.
Yeah, it's just a juvenile complaint form, which gets forwarded to the juvenile department. And I believe Emani Moss signed a release that we released him back into his custody.
All right. Are you aware if that case ever went to juvenile court or whether you ever testified in it?
I'm not. I don't recall.
But you never testified in it?
I did not.
All right. Did you observe the physical condition of Emani Moss at that time?
Briefly, not just another officer actually went to the front of the apartment complex and brought her back to to the apartment that night.
But you had a chance to see her?
Yeah, briefly. I saw
Was
her.
there anything unusual about her condition at that point?
Nothing that I noted in the report that I can recall.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination.
Wait, so where
Witness will
was
stay
it?
excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused, sir. Thank you for coming. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Lisa Neal.
All right, let me kind of like fast forward past where she started. I believe we got a marker here. All right.
She had difficulty completing her homework.
Hold on. Let's go back. I think I went too far.
This year.
That's it.
So tell me about what you did prior to this year as well.
I was teaching 4th grade, and last year I taught 2nd.
Running for her life.
Move your
Yes,
mind
she
a little
was.
bit, do they? All right. So you taught 4th grade for about 8 years then?
Sleeping
And
in
then
the
2nd grade
dead,
last
found her
year,
sleeping
and
in
now
the
you have
daggone
responsibility for
bushes
several
and returned
students.
her to the
All right.
abusers.
When you said you work in the Gwinnett County Public Schools, where,
Because now I had
where
forgot
were you
about
working
that. I
for the
forgot
school
about
year
that
of
little
2012,
tidbit with
2013?
Amon.
What school?
I was at Bethesda
Child.
Elementary.
Ain't no
And was
way.
that one of the years then that you were teaching 4th grade?
Yes,
Did you actually have, at that particular time, a student in your class by the name of Emani Moss?
I did.
And was Emani with you the majority of the school year?
The majority. She came in October, and I had her through the end of the school year in May.
So she did complete the school year there in May of 2013 with you in your classroom?
Yes, she did.
And let's talk about that for a few minutes. You said that Emani was one of your students. Amani's behavior in your classroom, was she ever disrespectful in your classroom?
Never.
Okay. What about her obedience to you? In other words, was she ever defiant or disobedient where you had to take disciplinary action?
No, the only, she was precious. It was a blessing to have her in my classroom. The only issue we had was having her homework completed on a regular basis. She had difficulty completing her homework.
She was too busy
The only
getting beat.
outburst that I ever had was she cried because we had these behavior sheets that we had to write on just to keep a record, and I was going to write down that she didn't complete her homework, and she cried and cried, and I told her it would be okay.
Those type of sheets, did those go home with the child for their parents to see?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that the only type of schoolwork that she had trouble was just getting back to school with her homework completed?
Yes.
That's
When we
'cause she
talk
was too
about
busy
what
getting
happened
beat.
in the classroom and her doing her work in the classroom, was she able to perform her work and her schoolwork during the day just fine?
Yes, she was.
All right. With regard to that, was she actually, was Emani actually placed in accelerated or accelerated program there at the school at Bethesda at that time?
No, not at the
Not at that time.
Not at the time.
Was she on grade level?
Yes. She
All
was on
right.
grade level.
And during your time then, did she participate in your class?
Yes, yeah. She completed all her projects, and she was a wonderful friend to every student, even a bully that she tried so hard to be friends with on a daily basis. One time she wrote a letter to me and to the bully and said, let's just be friends, let's forget about what happened. And she said, Miss Neal, I'm sorry for the meanness that this child and I had, and, we'll be nice to one another. And she just was a precious girl, precious girl.
When you said that she and the other child and you say a bully, was there a child that was difficult in the class and had trouble being friends with any of the students?
Yes, yes.
And by that, did Emani actually have an incident with her while she was in your classroom? Or just shouting?
No, not an incident. I mean, I think the child was mean to her, and she would just keep trying to be nice, and maybe she would get ignored or whatever, but she just always kept trying. She always wanted to help people.
Wow.
Were you aware if Emani had any siblings? Yes, she adored her little brother. She would light up, her face would light up. She would talk about him, and she would tell me like all the cute little things, because he was, I think, about 2. He was a toddler at the time, and he would say these cute little things, and she's like, oh, Miss Neal, he said this, and her face would light up. She loved him so much and was so proud of him.
That was something that she told you just kind of in passing. It was not something that you would prompt or ask her about?
Yeah, no, she would just come out and say, he did this, he did that, and her face
Wow.
would light up.
During that school year, so that was between October of 2012 and then May of 2013, did you have any occasion to observe any visible injury or any type of bruising or markings to Emani during that time frame when she was in your classroom?
I did not.
Okay. If you had observed any of that, would you have made a report for it?
Absolutely. I ask kids about even the smallest things, and I tell my counselors, I always have through my 23 years of teaching, go to my counselor just in case. Because being a mandated reporter, I report immediately. Even if it's nothing, I want them to know. And the only thing I did report to my counselor was I referred Emani for a study skills group so that she could get her stuff organized. Her desk was kind of messy. Get her stuff organized, maybe try to help her with homework. And so she did go to small group for that.
And when you referred her to that small group, did you ever have any behavioral problems or issues with her and getting her to attend that small group?
Never, never.
I'm going to show you some photographs. Just a second here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you a series of photographs that are marked States Exhibits PS21, PS22, PS23, 24, and 25.
Okay.
And if you could just take a second and just look through each one of them and make sure that you recognize them.
PS 21 and 22, I took, of her during field day. I took pictures of all the kids just doing the event so that I could share it with their families and then show the kids like at the end of the day or the next day. And Emani was having so much fun. She had the most beautiful smile, and that's what I'll always remember about her. She was so precious. PS 24, we were writing on Martin Luther King Day. I always had the kids write their I Have a Dream speech. So this is her smiling in her pink. She loved pink. Writing about that. And then PS 25 was, we did a project, like a historical character project. And so they made a little puppet and then they shared about that character. PS 23, that's her beautiful, sweet, sweet smile.
And these were taken,
I bet you she's sitting there seething because this lady is giving this baby compliment.
That would have been May.
I bet you she is
probably the middle of
sitting
May.
there
It's usually when we have it a few weeks before
on
spring.
fire. How dare you say these nice things about her? She was a demon. I guarantee you that's what's going on. She's probably writing that. She was a demon. How dare you say these nice things about her?
done during the school year. One was during the Martin Luther King holiday.
Yes.
Would that have been done then in January?
January.
Around the January timeframe?
Yeah, 2013. And then PS 25 with our historical character. That would have been later in the year because it was like a culminating activity for the year. And then PS 23, I think that may have been in 2012, like when she first came to me. So.
And are all of those States Exhibits, PS 21, PS 22, 23, 24, and 25, all fair and accurate depictions of the way Emani Moss appeared to you during those dates between 2012 and 2013?
Yeah, school was her safe place, so she was always smiling at school.
At this time, I would seek to admit into evidence States Exhibits number PS 21 through PS 25.
Any objection? States PS 21 through 25 are each admitted without objection.
She don't even know that she should be objecting to that, what she just said. School was her safe place. An attorney would have objected, but I'm glad she went pro se.
System turned back on. Apologize.
Because she's brilliant.
It's okay.
It's her brilliance. She's brilliant. She's a brilliant demon. I'm sorry, y'all. I get a little upset. So shout out to Allie. Thank you so much, Allie, for the $10 super chat. She said, shout out to SS and her late night lives. I appreciate you and the fam. We appreciate and love you as well, Allie. Thank you for always being supportive and being here. If you can drop some umbrellas in the chat and Viver Bucks in the chat for Allie. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel, Allie. I do appreciate you in more ways than you know. And shout out. Thank you so much. I never know how to put, for some reason, emojis on. On these things. When I actually reply on, so let's go ahead and play this for Ellie.
Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the super chat or membership. I love you all.
All right. So we're going to get right back here to it. Thank you so much, Allie, for your support. Where did it go? I'm like, where did it go? Where is the... Okay. So here we are. So y'all, this is when, hold on, y'all. Y'all see this shit? This is when she cut her hair, y'all. Y'all see that? That's when she cut her hair off. That's when she cut her hair off, and when she, like, prior to her taking her out of the school and saying that she was going to homeschool her. So from the long hair, the pigtails that you see, and this what she did to her. Because you know what? When you project on somebody because you know you are an ugly person inside and outside, you need to project that ugliness onto someone else. The only person in this situation that was ugly, baby girl, is you. And even in this picture, Emani is still beautiful with hair or with the short hair. And then you send her to school. You know how cruel children are. Children are cruel. They have no filter. And it's just by nature that children are cruel. So that's why you rear your children and you try to teach them when growing up that you don't bully people, you don't talk about people. Everybody might not have the nice clothes you wear or come to school clean because their parents don't have it. Or somebody in Emani's case may come to school clean, but it's being abused at home. Or somebody coming to school that with dirty clothes, their parents just don't have the money to, to keep their clothes clean. Anything can happen. So I always taught my children to never, ever judge people. Everybody can't have the same things as you. Everybody isn't raised the same. And so, it was a point where my daughter is so used to what I taught her. One day the little boy said something about to my daughter. My daughter, her feelings were hurt because I always taught her that was wrong. I bet you he won't try it again. This was when she was in 9th grade. I bet you won't try it again. I bet you won't. Because at the end of the day, my daughter may cry, but if my daughter hook off on you, it's going to be over for you, buddy. I promise you that. So, my daughter, she doesn't bother kids. She don't mess with kids. But listen, you have to defend yourself. I teach you not to be the bully. But if the bully want to try to bully you because they think you ain't about to tear their ass up. Because that's what you're not going to. She's respectful because that's how her mother raised her. But in some instances, she had to come back like, what's going on here? Like, somebody said, listen, I told you don't be the bully and don't go around, pushing people around, but don't let nobody bully you. I also taught you that. She hadn't had an issue in so long. Now she get into 9th grade. I said, you should have told that little boy that your hair costs more than his whole mama's outfit. He had said something about her hair. She had got her hair dyed in the front. Some people don't understand. The school she goes to is like, And this boy said something to her. I said, tell him. You should have told him my hair probably costs more than your mama whole outfit from Rainbow, bitch. I ain't tell her to see the bitch, but I did tell her that she should have told him that because it's true. Yeah, but you just don't do that. Emani is beautiful with long hair or without. I have to go on my rant, y'all. Let's get back to it. This teacher, yeah, I did remember, so I didn't want to skip past her. I don't want to hear from the defects people. I don't want to hear any excuses about anything. Y'all failed her. And Officer Pork Ron's got blood on his hand too. Him and the other one.
That's 21. Ms. Neal, is that in fact a picture of Emani on the field day in mid-May of 13?
It is.
And I noticed in that particular photograph, her hair was shorter. Was that a typical haircut for Emani, or did she wear her hair differently through most of the school year?
No, through most of the school year, she always had long hair that she pulled back in braids or like pigtails on both sides of her hair. I don't know why her hair was cut.
If we could go to the next exhibit, please.
Yeah.
That is State's Exhibit PS22. Is that another
Look
photograph
at her,
of
just
Emani during the field
beautiful.
day in May of 2013?
Yes.
All of what she's going through at home.
And
Look
now
at
if we
this
can move to
baby.
State's Exhibit PS23. You indicated that was when Emani first came to your classroom, that you think it was in the fall of
So
2012?
you see the hair missing? Could either be
And then
from
State's Exhibit
malnutrition.
PS24. I know there's
Could
other
be
children
from
in there. We'll
malnutrition,
walk
or
the faces out, but,
the stepmother could have pulled it out.
Yes, and pink.
And then next one on PS25, please.
He was.
And is Emani picture, where is she in that particular
When y'all
photograph?
see
She's
him
in
get
the
on
middle in
the
pink, the smaller girl in pink.
All right. And that's actually, although she's
I
wearing pink,
forgot
it's
some
actually
of the
different
stuff
days. Is
in
that correct?
between.
All right. Thank you.
He didn't have no am I saying this right? Waywalls?
Ms. Neal, at the end of the school year then, in May, did Emani Moss actually complete fourth grade with you?
She did.
All right. And did she, in fact, do well enough that obviously she moved on to fifth grade?
Yes.
All right. And so was she to be then a fifth grader at the beginning of the August 2013 school year?
She would have, yes.
After Emani left your classroom there, did Emani return to your elementary school to start her fifth grade school year?
No, her friends asked about her, but no.
And did you at that particular time have any idea why she was not enrolled in school there?
No, I did not.
Did you see Emani Moss anytime again after she left your classroom in May of 2013?
I did not.
Excuse me, Ms. Neal. With regard to this particular case, were you
She was
contacted
very,
after
very.
Emani was
She looked
discovered
just like her
deceased
father.
In November of
And her
2013?
grandmother to me.
Yes, the officer that was in charge of the case came and questioned me at school.
And would that have been Officer Detective Colin Flynn?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in turn then speak with Detective Flynn about your knowledge of Emani and the school year that you had during fourth grade?
I did.
At that time, did Detective Flynn inquire about Emani's size?
He did.
Right. And obviously, we've published some photographs of her at that particular time. Were you able to give Detective Flynn an estimate of what you thought she weighed when she left your classroom in May of 2013?
Allie,
I thought she was always little. I thought 50 to 60 pounds.
I don't.
And that's all right. That was your estimate at that time, but that is in fact what you told Detective Flynn?
It is.
All right. And you said she was always little.
I have
but did
no
she
idea.
seem, in any way at that particular time in May of 2013, frail or disproportionate, or did you have any concerns about her weight during that school year?
I did not.
Ms. Neal, those are all the questions that I have for you, ma'am. Ms. Moss may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination.
She ain't got no damn
May
questions.
this witness be excused?
She may, Your Honor.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Emani Moss.
Okay, so this is his sister. I don't understand why you didn't give this bitch the business. I don't give a damn if she marries him, had kids by him. I would have gave this itch the business. You have every right to give her the business. What, you call her here, you act ugly.
You raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
You should
Do you
look
swear from
ugly.
the testimony you're about to give today in the state of Georgia versus Tiffany Moss will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. All right, you can put your hand down, and if you could please state your name for the court and for the jury.
Sharonese Moss.
Miss Moss, are you related to Emani Moss?
I am.
And also Robin Moss?
Yes, I am.
All right. And who is Emani Moss to you?
He's my brother.
Is he older or younger than you?
He's 1 year older.
1 year older? And have you, let me ask you this, did you know Tiffany Moss, the defendant in this particular case?
I did.
How did you know the defendant, Tiffany Moss, in this case?
Married to my brother.
And how long, I know we're in 2019 now, and obviously these events that we're here about occurred in 2013, so that's about 6 years ago, 5.5 years ago or so. Prior to that, do you recall how long your brother Emani and the defendant had been married?
Approximately maybe 6, 7 years, maybe 6 years.
And with regard to that, let me ask you first, did your brother Emani have a child from a previous relationship prior to marrying Tiffany?
Yes.
And who was that child?
That was Emani Moss.
Did Emani and your brother live early on and during Emani's life with your mom?
They did.
And your mom is that Robin Moss?
Yes.
Did you ever live at the house with Emani and Emani at any time, that they were living there with your mom?
Probably briefly, maybe 2 months.
Eventually, did your brother and Emani then move out and live on their own, away from your mom's house and not with you anymore?
They did. With my mom. Yeah.
All right. And then once your brother and the defendant were married, did they live in different places on their own as a family at that point?
Yes.
Would Emani live with your brother and the defendant after that?
Yes.
Did there come a time when Emani lived with your mom and had been removed from your brother's home?
Yes.
Were you aware of any of the facts and circumstances surrounding that situation?
Yes, I was.
Were you interviewed in any way with regard to that case that occurred with the defendant being charged in 2010?
I wasn't interviewed, no.
So anything that you actually knew about that, did that come to you through people just telling you what had occurred?
Yes.
All right. Based on what you had learned from other individuals, though, is that why Emani went to live with your mother?
Yes, I mean, I went and visited her, and I saw the scars, I saw the bruises on her.
And that was after she had gone to live with your mom, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you say the bruises and the scars on her, who are you referring to that you saw those scars and bruises
I'm referring to Emani Moss.
So did you spend some time then with your niece at your mom's house when she lived there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After that, did Emani ultimately go back and live with your brother and the defendant, Tiffany, after she had lived with your mom?
Yes.
When they lived, did you still have, throughout all of this time and into 2013, did you have a relationship with your brother?
I did.
Would you still text him on the phone sometimes?
I would.
And call him every now and then, and you two would have a brother, sister, sibling relationship?
Right, yes.
With the defendant in this case, did you have much of a relationship with her?
No, not really.
Did you,
She probably
would
would
you say
be
that you,
mad.
I know she was married to your brother, but did you feel like you knew her very well?
She probably would be mad.
I wouldn't
She's
say very well, but I
jealous.
felt like, I mean, because they were married, I felt like probably should have, but no, I don't think I knew her very well, no.
Was it uncommon,
she's
it wasn't
stupid,
uncommon for you
Allie.
to speak to your brother, was it uncommon for you to speak
Oh,
just to the
please
defendant about
trigger
things
her
going
one
on?
up. She is because she's
Could you repeat
stupid.
that?
Sure. You said that you spoke to your
Because she's
brother
the
on
smartest
occasion,
thing
you
in
would
the
text,
room.
communicate.
Because
Would it be
she's a
uncommon for you
genius.
to have that type of communication with the defendant?
Yeah, it would be uncommon.
So that was not something typical
That's
that you
why.
or she would pick up the phone and call each other or text or things like that?
Absolutely not.
She said absolutely not.
When, after Emani had gone back to live
She's a
with
pretty woman too.
the defendant and
Very
your
pretty.
brother, would you see her very often at all?
On occasions, but not a whole lot.
And when you say occasion, can you give the jury any kind of idea of, because that happened in 2010 was the first incident.
Okay.
And then between that time and 2013, when Emani died, would you say you saw her several times a year or a few times a year, or can you put a number on it for
I
anyone?
would say maybe.
She didn't die, she was
maybe
red
3
rumped.
to 4 times a year.
Say that.
And let's go to,
She was
did
red
Emani
rumped.
ever come and stay with you or spend some time with you and your kids?
She did.
When was that?
Just occasionally. I mean, it was several times she had came and spent like the weekend.
And when would that have been? Would that have been closer to the 2012, early 2013 time range, or did it happen all the time?
It was probably earlier than that. It was definitely earlier than that. I think the last time she came over our house, it was in probably 2011, maybe.
Okay. So she did not come and visit at your house much after 2011. Is that accurate?
She would come and visit with the family, but no, not by herself, no.
And when Emani would come and visit with you, was she ever a discipline problem?
Never, never,
Did she ever act out or defiant or anything of that nature?
never.
When was the last time that you actually saw your niece, Emani Moss?
It was 2013, Mother's Day, in May.
So May of 2013 on Mother's Day,
For
where did you
always.
see her?
It was
There's
at my
some
house.
other details.
Did you have
that's
a
gonna
Mother's Day
come out.
gathering at your house?
I didn't.
There's some other
came over.
details.
It
There's
ended up
more
being
to
everyone
it
at your
than
place.
that
Who was
is
there?
just not the
It was
story.
my mom, my brother, Tiffany, Emani, and
This
the
bitch,
2 other little
Tiffany,
children,
is a
Tristan
monster.
And were your children there as well?
and my kids. I'm sorry.
That's all right. How
My
many-
2 kids, Zaya and India, my 2 little ones.
So all of you were there. Did you, when Emani showed up there, did you notice anything different about Emani that day?
Yes, her hair was cut off, and she had really beautiful long hair, and it was she no longer had the hair.
Baby,
And she
as
was,
his
she
sister,
was,
I
she
would have
seemed like
beat
she
the,
was frail and kind of timid. Her personality was different.
I would have beat the brakes off that
And
bitch.
you said her personality was different. What was her personality like prior to that?
Quiet, just like a kid.
She
Just
could have been
happy,
leaving there in
usually.
the
And at that
ambulance,
time, she
followed
was
by the
more
paddy
like
wagon.
timid and just.
Yes, I beat
was
that
just different.
bitch's ass. Because
So
look
she
at
was at
my
least
niece.
not herself enough for you as her aunt. You noticed something about her.
Yeah, I did.
And you said that her hair, had she always worn her hair long prior to that?
Always.
Did you ask her about her hair, or did you ask anybody about why her hair was cut?
Yes, I asked her dad. I said, why did y'all cut her hair?
And was he able to give you an explanation?
And he said, she cut it.
So he said that Emani cut her own hair.
And by she, you mean Emani?
Emani, yes. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
Because that's what.
Did you ask the
Tiffany
defendant
told
about
him.
the hairstyle at all, or only her dad?
I asked her dad because I didn't really talk to her much about anything really.
And when you say didn't talk to her, just so we're clear, you
It
didn't
was
talk to
just
Tiffany
cordial.
much?
Yes, Tiffany, it was more cordial, nothing.
Just pleasantries predominantly?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
After that day, on Mother's Day of 2013, you said, was that the last time then, in fact, that you ever saw your niece alive? It was. Did you, during the, after May of 2013 and up until early November, did you still talk to your brother?
I'm sorry, could you
Would you,
repeat that?
in between May of 2013, that Mother's Day date,
Okay.
and then when Emani was found dead in November, would you and your brother still talk to each other sometime during that time frame?
The relationship became distant. I didn't really talk to him much, no.
And would you say that was kind of the same with texting or communication every now and then?
It was every now and then.
That's what an abuser does. They cut the person
In August
off
of 2013,
from
did you become
family
aware of your
and
brother's
friends in the
indication
other
to homeschool?
existence. That
Emani?
is an
I did.
abuser.
And how did you find that out?
He told me. I just we were speaking over the phone, and he mentioned that
For
they're going to homeschool
always.
her. Tiffany is going to homeschool her, and it made no
Come
sense to me
outside,
because
bitch.
they have two
Come
small
outside.
children, and it
But
just
I
made no
probably
sense
wouldn't
to
even
take her out
say
of
that. I
school and
probably
homeschool
just
her.
would have.
And then,
She said,
not to mention the situation for Mother's Day when she didn't look like herself. It just seemed like it was just
she
something not
ugly,
right.
so she needs.
As a
Look,
result of you
look.
learning that about the
I would
homeschooling
have hit
and
it
that she
right
would
there
not be
just like
back
that, y'all.
in a
I'm
classroom
just
with other
telling you
children
what
and
it
a
is.
teacher during that school year and be homeschooled by the defendant,
She would have been
what
dropped
did you do as a
right
result
there.
of that?
I called DFAX.
Did you in fact
You
make a
did
report
what?
with DFAX?
I did.
Now say it
Was,
again.
and why did you call DFAX?
Why her
Because
haircut?
I was concerned.
Why were you concerned, Chernice?
Because she was not going to school, and it just seemed like something was wrong. Something wasn't right. I mean, I don't know, because I wasn't talking to them every day. I didn't live by them. I didn't see them, but it was just something in my spirit just told me something wasn't right. And then when the last time I saw her, when she really just didn't seem like herself, and then her not going to school, that was a red flag for me, because I don't see how any mother could do that, knowing that they got two small kids. I know I couldn't do it.
Did and you made that report with DFAX. Did you ever
This
see
is
Emani
horrible.
again after you made that report with DFAX?
Never seen any money again after that.
This is hard. When I tell you DFAX needs an overhaul,
Ms. Moss, those are all the questions I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
that bitch ain't
May this
got no
witness be
questions.
excused.
She may, Your Honor.
You're
When
excused.
I'm
Thank you.
DFAX needs a
Call your next
overhaul
Yes, ma'am.
worldwide. It's another case. I don't know if y'all
Your Honor, the next
familiar
witness
with
that
it.
we have, he has not arrived
When
yet.
I
It was a little bit earlier than we anticipated his testimony. We do have another witness here. However, we anticipate his testimony to be more lengthy, which would include some exhibits. I'm not sure if you would be agreeable to breaking for lunch a little bit early, and then we'll make sure that we can get them in at that time.
That'll be fine. We'll go ahead and take our lunch break a little bit early, ladies and gentlemen. Some instructions that are going to, again, sound very familiar. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not allow anyone else to discuss the case with you or in your presence or hearing. Do not even discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not attempt any independent research or investigation into any aspect of the case. And obviously, don't look at, read,
Look at this
or
bitch.
otherwise
Look
observe
at
any
this
of the news
bitch.
media
Look at her
coverage
face.
that,
Like she is
makes
just.
of connection with the case.
She's
As the
bothered.
bailiffs may have
She's
already told you, we'll be
uppity.
keeping you together for
Uppity
lunch, so
where?
we'll show
Where,
you where the
bitch?
cafeteria
Where?
is. Keep your
You're
jewelry
trying to
bags
be a
prominently displayed
stay-at-home
on your person at
mom.
all times throughout this process.
Where?
We will be in recess until
Uppity
1
where,
o'clock.
bitch?
Until 1 o'clock.
I'm telling you, I would have rocked it. I would have rocked this bitch to sleep. Quick. So she told, if you listen, she told Iman that Emani cut her own hair. That's what she told Iman. She told Iman that Emani cut her own hair. Like she was always telling Iman that whatever happened with or fabricating this stuff that Emani was doing at home. So him listening to her, you know, he believed in discipline and all this other stuff, but you can tell that he probably was, you know, on the short bus. Let me see let me see. What is this man saying? She looked like she's so damn bothered, y'all. hold on a minute. Like, what? I just need to bring this back for a minute so y'all can see this with me, because I just want to hear what is this. Is he saying what? Child, y'all, I'm so bothered, y'all. I'm gonna rock this bitch to sleep. Telling y'all.
Our jury's out. You're welcome to be seated. We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
Look at this bitch.
While the jury's out, and it really pertains to scheduling and what we've, I think we all agreed that depending on how things went today, we could get a firmer grip on scheduling. We would anticipate that the next 5 witnesses would not take us entirely through the afternoon. But the 6th witness, which is the co-defendant, is going to be lengthy for a variety of reasons. And what we would suggest to the court, or request from the court, is that we reach witness number 11 that we intend to call, and that we recess for the day. We are now in the process of moving our Oregon witness to Friday. At the pace that we are moving and anticipate moving, we would anticipate finishing the case on Friday.
Thank you very much, sir. I expect I will follow that suggestion. We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, because I want. Okay, so is Iman the father maybe coming up, y'all? Because and y'all let me know in the chat. So we are going to go like according to what you guys. If it's too much for you, I mean that's fine. But if not, if you guys want to continue to go on, we can. So let's see if we're going to get Emani Moss on the stands. I want to say that he was the 11th. Or maybe he's not the 11th witness. Maybe, child. When I tell y'all this bitch bothers me, baby, they better be glad I don't work in corrections and I don't work in down there. Baby, and I never get this worked up over. I always have been fair, inconsistent, but baby, you can't get nothing from me when you mess with kids. I'm telling y'all, this girl, right? Lived in, quick story time, y'all. Quick story time. So this girl was arrested in another county. So they brought her to our county because of the crime. Because the children that were unalived, their some of their family members were law enforcement, so they didn't want to put her in, keep her in that state. So they contracted with with our county to bring her to us. Now this particular young lady, she worked somewhere as a waitress, not sure where. I don't even think they named that in her paperwork, because I was all up and through her paperwork. So anywho, she worked as a waitress. Wherever she worked, she wore a white shirt, black pants with a black bow tie. She was arguing with her neighbor, live upstairs. So she goes to work, comes home. Something happens. She goes to the gas station. She buys 25 cents worth of gas. Puts it in a gas can. 25 cents worth of gas. This stupid ass bimbo put on a pair of slippers. Don't ask me what it was about. Maybe she saw something where they can tell by the bottom of the shoe. I don't know if this dumb bitch didn't think this through or not, but you live there. So she took the 25 cent worth of gas, doused it around the front porch and threw the match, and she ran. She ran out of one slipper. She still had one slipper on. Now, because of that, the flames ignited up. And the lady, all she knows, she has a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old. The house it got so hot. The lady was trying to save her children, so she tossed the baby out. And the little boy ran into the window, and it was so hot, he stuck to the window. So all three of them perish. The baby basically, you know, you never know in those type of situations what you're going to do. So now you got the men at the gas station. They doing the investigation. They got the slipper. They're doing an investigation, and they get this bitch. So they bring her to our county. She walking around with her nose up in the air. You got officers catering to her. Get the fuck off my unit when I'm here. Don't come in here and ask me nothing about this bitch. Don't ask me nothing about this bitch. I don't understand how you have freaking children and not feel away. Them babies was innocent. What the hell was y'all possibly arguing over that will cause you to do that? Not realizing that you living there too. So if you thought that you was going to get away with it, you was just going to start from scratch. Because did you take any clothes out before? How does this work? Because this is definitely premeditated. What was you thinking at all? Listen, baby, I'm not going to mistreat nobody, but you can get shit from me but what the county allows, bitch. Not Nathan. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. It is 11:59. I think you need to go lock in because you better be locked in by 12. The door better be locked or I'm writing you up. You 4 hours. You can't get you can't get away with nothing. Where somebody that's in there for something else that don't have nothing to do with children, or as long as it's not something non-violent or something, I'm not worried about y'all. Do y'all time. And for her to do your time. But don't think that I am going to. Sometimes you may have an inmate like that. Oh, yo, wait, I couldn't get them all, for that. Listen, you put me in the bottom, but go ahead. You've been trying to reach your family. I know. Go ahead and tell them what you need to tell them about court, whatever. It's cool. I got you on account anyway. Go on ahead. Tell them what you need to tell them. Let's go. Chop, chop. We got to go. But I will give you that. But this bitch, you ain't get nothing. Not nothing. If the county didn't give it to you, you can't have it. If the county says that they need to be locked in at 12 for count, bitch, you better be walking in the door 11:59 in a fucking half. Because if you're outside the door at 12:01 and it ain't locked, I'm writing your ass up for 4 hours. Stay in a room for 4 hours, bitch. Those are the rules. You got the rule book, right? You got the fucking rule book. So this girl goes out to court. Remind you, she's not from our county. She's from another county. So she goes out to court. Okay. I'm there when she goes out to court one day, but I'm not there when she comes back. None of my business. She goes out to court the next day. I'm there when she get back. We do the whole squat and cough and all that other stuff. All that. You still got to go in there and take a shower again. This bitch got a half a pack of Lonadons. They don't sell Lonadons on commissary, bitch. Them kids can't have no fucking cookies. The 6-month-old probably never ever got to experience a fucking cookie. So, bitch, them cookies is going in the fucking garbage. You can't take my stuff. That's my stuff. And now I'm pretty sure if I call over there to that other county, bitch, Lorna Dunes is not on commissary, bitch. You can. Well, I came the other day, and I don't care what other officers do. This is against the rules. This is contraband, baby. I'm not going back and forth with you. As a matter of fact, here you go. Cookies. Yup. Cookies, yup. You want them now? Get them. Get the cookies. You want the cookies? Get the cookies. don't get to unalive no children and think you're getting anything extra from me or anything that you're not supposed to have. That's the first place my mom went to with a 6-month-old baby that got thrown out the window by the mother trying to save her baby's life. Never got to experience eating a cookie. So why should you have any cookies? And do you have milk with those cookies? Because I'm throwing that in the garbage too, because you can't bring nothing back into this jail from another facility. Okay? And that's that on that. Now I'm fair, firm, and consistent, but when it comes to children, I can't do that. It's not going to work. It's not going to work for me. Could you imagine trying to jump out a window and it's so hot that you stick to the window? That was a 2-year-old child. What did them kids do to you? And the mother that could not have done anything that bad for you to have, you make sure they didn't have a way out. They lived on the 2nd floor. You know what? That's interesting. Was there a fire escape? When stuff is happening like that and the mother was without warning, all you're thinking about is you need to get your kids to safety. So you get your baby and toss the baby, but nobody downstairs knows what. Yo. So when I transferred, so she got sentenced and went to jail, to state prison. So when I transferred to state prison, I say the bitch. She like, hi. Did you just speak to me, bitch? I didn't speak to you the whole fucking time. You was in the county jail, bitch. The same fucking rules apply. The same rules apply, bitch. I don't see you. How about that? The same way those kids can't get up and can't. The same way those kids never have a chance. You never gave those children a chance. They're not even related to you. You don't even know those people. But you made sure that those kids wasn't going to live. One can't move or walk without assistance. And the 2-year-old was probably just weaving, wobbling around. You know what I'm saying? But all he knew, the mother was frustrated and all he see. So I guess the babies, the little boy, he just went to jump out the window because he see the mother tossing the baby out the window, and it's the flames had came up and was so hot. Yo, I could not get it. I could not get it out of my head. And the man that was at the Exxon station, you know me reading and digging in the reports. Because I ain't asking this bitch nothing. So the man at the gas station, per the reports, he was so upset. He was like, I thought she had lawnmower. I thought she had, like, he wasn't from here. Like, I don't ask questions if somebody asks me for gas. As long as they have a gas can, I just put the gas in. He didn't think that 25 cents worth of gas. What is 25 cents worth of gas? That ain't gonna start a lawnmower either. But he didn't ask. She had a gas can. How much money you spent for that gas can, girl? You spent more for the gas can than you did for the gas. Listen. It behooves me that some people are so ignorant and stupid. But nonetheless, those children couldn't have no cookies, and neither are you having these Lorna Doones today. As a matter of fact, y'all, I'm going to give you an opportunity to get the cookies, all right? You just hold on a minute. Yeah. You want the cookies? Get the cookies. You want the cookies? Get them. Let's see if you can scoop them up. These people have a lot of freaking nerve. Hi, you're low-key weird. How are you? Welcome. I'm sorry that you walked into a rant, but we're watching a case that's very hard to watch. And so, yeah, the rant commences. But welcome in, you're low-key weird. All right. Here we go, y'all. So this is a very important witness. So Allie said the pain that poor child must have felt burning like a girl. Being stuck to the girl. Listen, like when you tell people about the stuff that happens or the people that are arrested, we are not supposed to make, we don't judge. But when you have committed such a heinous crime and you are walking around like you are better than all the other inmates, you're better than some of the freaking officers. And do you realize you unalived children and their mother? I don't want to take away from the fact that the children had a mother and her life meant something. So I want to just make sure I say that. So normally I've worked with people that red rum people, and like they are very respectful. They know they're going to have a lot of time. They don't think that they're better than anybody else because they unalive somebody and stuff. They're not walking around with their nose up in the air. They're not walking around like, I don't know, like, so Allie, you worked in corrections. Some people have been in corrections. I don't repeat that unless they want to say it again. I don't repeat that because that's just neither here nor there. So it's bad enough. So if I explained to you guys one time that trustees are like an extension to the officers. Do you put all your trust in them? Heck no. Heck no. You don't. But in order to be a trustee, you got to be somebody with, you couldn't have red rum charges. You couldn't be a problem. There was a certain criteria. Like the officers really work with the trustees and like put some sense of trust in them. Like they like your little, like, you were on your, let me tell you what happened on your 2 days off, and this was about to go down today. Oh, and around, as soon as the count clear, go out in the rec area. Go outside, because in the county, they can go in and out of the rec area as long as it was their time to be out. We had a door. The county is different from state. We're in state, especially in the max buildings, a little more restricted. You kind of like control it, but the inmates, believe it or not, are busy all day. They're working. Sometimes you might be getting a call. Hello, you forgot to pay your credit card bill today. Hi, may I speak to Miss Johnson? Hi, this is so and so, and I'm calling from some of these companies hire these inmates. I could not believe it. They had a whole call set up in that bitch. The motherfuckers was in there making 49 cents an hour. I said, wait, but these motherfuckers may have some of my information. I couldn't tell which. So when you walk past there, like it's all glass. You can see in there, but they had a door, so they could be seen. It's an officer. I never got to work in that area. I just was perplexed and went in there like, wait, well, what is going on here? Where they working? Oh, they work for a company. They do like for customer service. Wait, hold up. They got people information. You can't be a thief to work in here, can you? Because some of these people is in here for scamming. I couldn't believe it. So anyways, this heifer, now she in there for red rum and 2 kids and their mother. I get off work one day, come back to work. She in a green uniform. Hold the hell on. What is going on here? Did the rules change? So she's supposed to be messing with this sergeant, allegedly. When did the rules change? Well, we figure that since the people waiting to go to trial for red rum will be here longer than the other inmates, so we have to keep switching, and we don't mind. I need give me a PBA rep. Give me a PBA rep. I don't feel safe. They got access to some stuff, other stuff. I don't feel. Give me a PBA rep. As a matter of fact, get somebody else up here to sit on this pod. Well, because I need to go down there to get to the PBA. I need them to get me a PBA lawyer up in here ASAP. ASAP. Y'all didn't make this exception to this girl right here. And the sad thing about the sergeant that she was supposedly messing with, his wife worked there too. Do you know how it feels to have rumors flying around saying that your husband is supposed to be messing with an inmate upstairs, and she red room 2 children and their mother? I don't think I would be able to do it. I said, I'm just minding my business, but I need y'all to get somebody up here, because I don't know who all approved this. I don't give a fuck. I need to go down to see the PBA rep, because this is not going down, bitch. We don't care. We are the ones that we hand select who the trustees are going to be. It's a collaborative effort between the first shift, the second shift, and the third shift. Because sometimes they have emergencies where the trustees will have to go out and help clean something or something like that, and that has to be done under tight supervision if it's count time. So I don't know who all was involved with this, but I don't feel safe. Not at all. Not at all. Anything is flammable. Anything is flammable. And this is just not what's going to happen. She doesn't need to have access to cleaning supplies. Listen, I don't know, but what I'm not going to do is work on this in this area. And she is a trustee, because she's not to be fucking trusted. Now, I just crushed up this bitch Lorna Jones 2 weeks ago. What are we doing? Because the baby didn't even get to experience eating no fucking cookies, and she ain't either. I bet you her ass was back in a blue uniform quick, bitch. Because what the hell are we doing here? I don't know what type of infidelities you got going on or what you're doing with these inmates when I'm not around, but they already know. Don't come in my unit with that bullshit at all. These inmates are not here for your pleasure. Find somebody else to do it. Not when I'm here. I don't care what I hear, what rumors I hear. I don't care. The hell? You got a whole wife downstairs. She just had a baby. She just coming back to work. And you messing with the inmate? Man, they used to wait till 4 to 12, everything jumping off. Y'all messing with inmates? Child. I'm not about to be an internal affairs. Child, when I tell you, New Jersey, I worked at Union County Jail. That's and Edna Man Correctional Facility. And that's a whole nother story. The inmates can just walk off at Edna Man. The ones that's not in max. If they on grounds, that means they all almost going home. So I worked at Union County Jail for 7 years, and I worked exactly 6 months at the Man Correctional Facility in Jersey. It got to be like, it got to be too much. Like you really, really have to live in two different worlds. You have it's reality to what the fuck. So half of my day was reality to what the fuck. And most days it was 16 hours of what the fuck. And the thing about working as a correction officer, they can mandate you to work up to 20 hours a day. They tell you to make sure you have extra uniform, everything in the car, because in a state of emergency, like if it snows really, really bad and the streets are closed, normally law enforcement are the only people allowed on the street. So you are law enforcement, so you can be on the street, coming to work and going to work. But if it's like really, if it's the storm is really, really bad or something else is going on, they will find you a place to. Y'all better get some of the mattresses and put on down. I'm gonna take my chance and go home. I'm not staying here. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. I'll slip and slide all the way home. Yeah, but we don't have no. That's y'all business. Listen. Y'all can get 16 out of me. I'm never giving y'all 20. Not doing it. And I'm not doing it. How about that? I'm just not doing it. Yo, it's so many different things, but you got to live in one world, and then you in a whole nother world when you go in there. You see so many different things, and you have to make sure, shift your mind to the way, they're surviving. They're in survival mode. So any way that they can survive, that's just what it is. But yeah, I had to like, listen, I'm not about to argue and fight with nobody. Y'all men down here working in this female prison doing all the shit y'all ain't supposed to do. Bitch, where you get makeup from? They stopped selling makeup in this prison. Way before I got here. Where y'all get makeup from? You out there, your dad out there with this officer. Go and take that shit off, because I don't know who you are. You don't look like your ID right now. Go take that shit off. I don't give a god. I don't go take it off. It's not allowed, and it can cause a whole lot of problems. Something like that can cause a whole lot of problems. But let me tell y'all what really, really happened. Don't laugh at me, y'all. Don't judge me. I was already thinking about leaving because, like, it was so much going on. I just was like, you know what? I'm about to say, fuck these motherfuckers, and I'm leaving. So, when the seasons change, it gets darker, earlier. And so down in the state prison, yo, I was on grounds patrol. So you actually walk, around. I was doing a little relieving the officers for their lunch duties, whatever. So now it's time to go, turn in my radio and stuff about the keys or whatever, because I'm not in the unit, so it's not like I'm passing them off to another officer. I'm doing whatever. When I tell y'all, I start walking, right? Here come these deer. So I'm like, what the fuck, boy? Like, what, y'all? I had the radio like, I need to bend down here. I'm surrounded by deer. They was laughing at me like, they was like, shake your keys, jump out. They more scared of you than you scared of them. They was going, and I was doing. They was going. I was going. Yo, in my mind, this shit is hilarious. I said, y'all motherfuckers think I'm playing. These deer is surrounding me. I better bring that fucking pin around here and come get me. So it was like, oh God, the hell, we coming. Listen, you should have came when I first got on this goddamn radio. These deer was surrounding me. It was about 3 or 4 of them. I ain't never been that close up on a damn deer. I grew up in the goddamn city. But they were surrounding me, y'all. I'm telling you, I was like, oh shit, they going. I started thinking about kangaroos. Y'all ever seen them kangaroos fighting people for like? I don't know why the deer just turned into kangaroos. It was a whole man down situation. But anyhow, it's crazy. What time is it, y'all? It's 1:24. Let's see how much of this witness we can get through, and then tomorrow I don't know what time. Oh, you know what? I gotta take my daughter to the dentist in the morning.
It's Pearlie Brashear.
Let's hear about.
So Brittany Brown and Pearlie Bashir resided at that particular location, but when you arrived, the only person there was Ms. Bashir.
Yes.
You said that Miss Brown, Brittany Brown, did in fact arrive. How much longer had it been since you had been there?
Okay, so Brittany Brown, let me just and Pearlie Bashir is the mother and sister of the defendant.
Miss Brown arrived.
I don't recall exactly how long it was. It was just a short while after I had arrived on scene.
And when she arrived, did you speak with her about whether she had any knowledge of the defendant coming to that location and dropping off the other two children?
I did. She said she was something about her getting home from work late. She didn't say that she had any contact with Tiffany at that point.
This is still day
So to your
one.
knowledge, she did not have any knowledge about what had occurred prior to your arrival at that residence at that point?
Right. She had, according to what she told me, she had no knowledge of what was going on.
With regard to the
They
vehicle,
stop
did you observe
letting
when you
fight
got
them
there?
back. If they
And you
put
said
their
that
hands
you
on
obtained
you,
some
what
information that
you
she
gonna
had
do? You
that the
got a
defendant
right
had
to
arrived
defend
there,
yourself.
changed her clothes and things of that nature. Did you make any observations, anything that was in the house or anything around there that you thought might be of any relevance to this case?
The only thing I noticed was her mom
Oh,
showed me
yes.
the clothes that were on, the clothing that was on the floor that belonged to Tiffany. That she said those were Tiffany's clothes.
Oh,
And
yes.
did you, as a result of what you observed at that particular location, did you actually have crime scene respond to that location as well, along with the lead investigator in this case, have crime scene respond to document that?
I did, based on
This
the
is
circumstances.
crazy.
I told both Ms. Brown and Ms. Bashir that this
They
was an
stop
active
allowing
investigation.
females to
I kept
fight
them
inmates
separated,
back.
and we secured this location
You don't
also
just be
since,
putting your hands
we
on
did not know
people.
what was going on with Tiffany Moss.
You hit me, I'm
So
gonna
we
hit you
secured it,
back.
we secured the car,
Period.
and waited for
I don't care who like it.
And so at that point, when you said we secured the car, was that the trailblazer that had
See
returned
you
back
in
to
court.
Emani Moss?
That's what the PBA
And when you
is
say,
for.
again, I know what you mean, but these jurors may not know what you mean. When you say secure a
That's
car,
crazy.
what does that mean?
Just to make sure that nobody does anything to the car to tamper with evidence, or just to make sure everyone stays away from it.
And you said in regard to Ms.
Oh,
Bashir
and
and Ms.
you.
Brown that you in fact kept them separate. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is the point of doing that in an ongoing investigation?
Just so they don't start talking about what was going on, whether they knew something or not, they could start assuming things. So we just kind of kept them separated so they couldn't talk.
I'm going to show you some
Oh, I
photographs.
see. Yeah, I will work with adults. Wait, let me just tell y'all one thing that's funny, because I was meaning to tell y'all this and then I forgot. Y'all know I have chemo fog brain. So yeah. So when I went to the academy, I had to live as an inmate. My number was 15023. I will never forget that number. I was number 15023. There was a juvenile boys school in Skillman, New Jersey, that they no longer used for that reason. So what became the barracks for correction officers going through the academy. We ran every morning at 5:30 a.m. Then we did PT training for a couple hours. Then we had to shower and then dress in our khakis to go to the second part of the day, which was school. So mind you, we are inmates now. They said if you're gonna work this job, you gotta be able to take it. So if we was to see an instructor or any like a PT instructor or the school instructor in the hallway as we were walking, we would have to back up against the wall and wait for them to say carry on. Some of these motherfuckers would walk all the way down the hallway and turn around and laugh and be like, oh, carry on. We gang showered. I started telling them, listen, some of these bitches in here don't shower anyway. But listen here, I drove home every day. And lockdown time was 10 p.m. I didn't give a flying freak. It took me about an hour and 45 minutes to drive home. I would drive home, take a shower, see my son, take a nap in my bed, all that, and get back on the road. On Wednesdays, we could stay home unless we could stay home. We just had to be on time on Thursday, dressed for ready to run PT. I took advantage of that unless we was restricted to the barracks. So we were county, but next to us was the state class. When I tell you they was off the meat charts, they was always restricted to the barracks. Always. They couldn't do nothing. They can only come out on the outside the door, but it was like not a porch, like a step up, where it kind of the step up, our barracks connected to theirs, and that we would go up and we go this way, they go that way. So we wasn't restricted. They were for something that they did. So we used to, we would sit out there and laugh and joke with them, a little bit. But if it was like time for me to go home, but that class sued them and got paid lovely. They said that was unconstitutional for them to do that, to restrict them to the barracks like that. We understand you want them to live like inmates, but the reality is that they're not inmates. And as long as, that's going too far, like to restrict somebody, like they're not locked up, but their class was off the meat charts. But each and every last one of them people that was in that state class, they got paid because they said that shit was unconstitutional. Yeah, it was the instructors used to be riding around. Gibson, you got 1 foot off the porch, just doing stuff because they can. Listen, I'm 15023. I'll never forget it. I don't want to go back ever again. I don't know how they did it, but I know I'm 15023 and I will never forget it. The worst time of my goddamn. So when I transferred to the States, these mofos said, you got to go back through the academy. What, bitch? What? They said, no, but no. You don't have to do all of that. We just needed to bring you up to speed because gangs are worse in a state facility than they are in a county facility. Like, so, I had to re-go through like gang training. So that's why it was laughable to me when Viverito and them was on the stand. Like, yo, we had a whole 2 days of training. Like, and it's not just about like, green was never none of the colors. Now, these people can make their little subsets if they want to. But in the prison, like slimes wouldn't be recognized. That is just that on that. That is not they are not a part of like, but I don't believe that they are just slimes. I think they either are the or the critters. I don't remember which one. So it would be, they will recognize them for that. But like in a prison like slime, and maybe in Georgia where they are, because that's what it is. Like, because Georgia is Georgia. But what they teach you, and it's training from from gangs associations all across the world. So they have like a convention, they get together, the meeting of the minds get together, because it's a problem in jail. It's such a big problem that they created these units and put the inmates that's in the gangs in there. Just yeah, just put them on in there. Like, yep, put them in there. But the thing is, from where we are, where I worked, it doesn't make a difference. You in there in the paint with them. Ain't no bubble. We didn't sit around no bubble. We sat there. Like, I'm sitting here, they can come right up there. Excuse me, officer. Don't dare touch me because it's going to be 4 hours. I don't touch you, you don't touch me. Only time I touch you if you need a pat down, so don't touch me and I don't touch you. That's the rule, okay? Don't touch me. I need you to come around the console. You in back of me, I'm nervous. Okay? That's it. Yeah, what you need. Well, because I'm going to be locked in today. The only time you got it. I can let you out at that time and call your family. It's reasonable things that you can do. Like when they need, instead of being an a-hole, and then they're going to be an a-hole to you automatically. But for something like that, I can't get a hold of my family. And we know that this because the phones and stuff is right here. You will hear them. Damn, I've been trying to call them for 6 days. Ain't nobody answer the phone, blah, blah, blah. So if you come to me and say, you know what? My uncle's going to say he's going to make sure that my mother is available tomorrow. I've been trying to get in touch with her for 6 days, but I'm locked down at that time. That's nothing to me. Sure, I can let you out, you make your phone call, you go back in until it's your time to, come out for the day. Little things like that makes the day go by very smooth. But you all in the harbor, no, F your mother. You shouldn't be locked up. No. That's not the way to run it. That is not the way we're going to run this. No. It's about giving respect to get respect. So when I'm fair, firm, and consistent, I didn't have an issue with these inmates because I wasn't doing anything to violate their rights. Nothing to violate their rights. But then they knew at the same time, don't play with me. I'm reasonable. I'm fair. But don't play with me. That's just it. We got to understand it. We got to understand it. Sometimes you got to get down there on their level. Martin coming on tonight, y'all. So, the TV over here, Martin is going to be on tonight. All right. Let's get this place cleaned up. So I got to be up in here and Martin on. Everybody on mute. And they like, yeah, because, that was the highlight of the day for them. Yeah, when O.J. Simpson was flying down, it was quiet. They like, oh, damn, O.J. done fucked up. Like, yeah, it was just you have those conversations with them, but you can't let them just step over the line a little bit. It's a wrap for you. It's the end. They got you all wrapped up. You ain't got no job, no pension, no nothing. Child, I ain't got time. Look at this bitch looking at pictures like she's looking at a family album. Let's look at this bitch. No, look, she getting into it. Now, mind y'all, I want to remind y'all that these pictures that she's looking at, part of these pictures, Louis Emani is burnt up in these pictures.
Exhibits PS 26, and there's actually several.
And this bitch look like she's looking at her family fucking photo album.
Expeditiously. You just want to take a look through all of these. And first of all, to see if you recognize all of them, and then I'll ask you questions in just a moment.
Yeah, that's crazy. What? Yep. Just respect, but when you need to be firm, you be firm, but it's not like a disrespectful firm. Now you know you're wrong. Now stop playing. Don't play with me like that. You got it. Because if I ever say it again, you're going, 4. Nah, you got it. I'll give you a chance.
You had a chance to review those photographs, Detective Poppy.
Yes.
He more tore up than she was. You see this? You see his face?
I don't know. One more, but I'm not sure what Mr. Porter did.
He got to relive this shit that you did.
Find it in a second here. Those were in chronological order.
And you sitting over there fucking doodling like you really writing something.
All right, let's go through.
Let me see what this picture is.
You have States Exhibit PS 26. And you said that you did in fact recognize all of these photographs in States Exhibits PS 26 through States Exhibit PS 40. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go through just so that we keep the locations clear here. PS 26 through PS 38. And having looked through all of those photographs in some form of the initial...
Is this the one you were looking for?
Is the one I'm looking for. Thank you so much. Are those pictures of the scene that you have previously described to this jury in some form or fashion when you first arrived there at the Veranda Chase location?
Yes.
And in going through them, just so that we make sure we have them correct, in States Exhibit PS 26, can you just tell me what is depicted in that particular photograph?
This is a picture of the garbage can and where it was sitting
still
in relation
around.
to
She is still
his
around.
apartment building.
When you say his apartment building?
We're in Georgia.
Right. And then States Exhibit P26, what is that a photograph of?
It's just a more close-up picture of the garbage
Can
can.
we get
and
some
the trash bag
updated
right next to it.
pictures?
And I'm not sure that we have talked about the trash bag. So
Now
if
this
States
bitch.
Exhibit P27 as well as State's Exhibit PS28. Were there some other items that were located near the actual trash can that you previously testified about?
Yes, these two bags were sitting next to it. I'm not sure what they were, but they were just sitting on the ground next to the garbage can.
So even though you just talked about, you noticed the trash can, were those bags in back there the entire time when you went over and lifted the lid that you talked about? Were those bags located there at that time as well?
Yes.
So nothing, these bags didn't appear after you had arrived on scene?
No.
All right. So depicted in State's Exhibit PS28, or is that, what is depicted in that photograph?
28 is just a picture of the trash bags.
And PS29?
Same thing, just a closer up version.
In PS29, are you able to see the opening or maybe some of the type of contents involved inside the trash can, or bags, excuse me?
Just an opening in the bag.
In PS30, what is depicted in State's Exhibit PS30?
The garbage can and the trash bags.
Is that from a different vantage point than some of the other photographs?
Yes, it's from the opposite side.
In State's Exhibit PS31, what is depicted in that photograph?
Trash can and the trash bags. This would be from a different angle.
In State's Exhibit PS32 as well.
Same thing, from another different angle.
And just so that I know, and obviously, like I said, you were now assigned to the homicide assault unit. Do crime scene typically take photographs from a variety of different angles, sometimes at the same time?
Yeah, they'll take pictures from all angles, just kind of overlapping one another, going around whatever they're photographing to make sure that they're getting all the evidence that they're.
Oh, shit.
Is that yet a different angle?
Hold on,
You can see somewhat between the trash cans and the trash bag.
Yes, this one's more facing the parking lot.
State's Exhibit PS34, what is depicted in that photograph?
That is a close-up of the actual label on the trash container.
Was there, in fact, a label that label still was on the side of the trash can when you actually saw the trash can? Is that accurate?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit P35, what is depicted in State's Exhibit P35?
It's a picture of the trash can with the lid removed.
And then finally, State's Exhibits P36, P37, and P38. What is depicted in each one of those photographs?
P36, it's taken from the balcony of Emani and Tiffany Moss's apartment, where you could actually see the trash can from the balcony. In PS37, it's the same photograph, just more of a close-up of the trash can, kind of zooming in. And then PS38 is even a closer shot of the trash can, all from the
I
balcony.
need to see who she
And those were from the balcony
is.
of the defendant in Emani Moss's residence.
Yes.
And on those
Hold on,
photographs,
y'all.
all of those photographs in State's Exhibit PS26 through PS38, fair and accurate depictions of what you observed at the scene that day when you arrived there in the early morning hours of November 2nd.
Yes.
All right, this time the state would move to
Yes, yes. Hold on, y'all. Let me put this in the chat.
26 through 38 are each admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Damn.
For the jury, I believe investigators only can assist me with that, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me take these comments. Oh, it's still over 24 characters. All right, so
You can see them all right on your screen there, investigator?
Yes.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit PS35. No, excuse me, apologize. Get them back in order. PS26, excuse me. And that's previously been admitted. Is that the trash can and the trash bags that you've previously been referring to?
Yes.
And when you look in that particular photograph, the building that where the defendant lived with her husband, Emani Moss, is that depicted in this photograph, or can you see it back there, or is it from a different angle?
Yes, it's in the photograph. I'm just not sure which building.
Which building it is. All right. If we can move to the next photograph in State's PS36. I'm sorry, I'll get these right.
all right, so that's one part of it. Let me get the other part.
I have them reversed for you. PS27. All right. Is that a closer up view that you were previously describing of the trash can along with the trash bags?
It is.
And when you were talking about the parking lot and you had crossed the street, when you meant cross the street, is that where, was Emani Moss on the side closest to apartment and then you walked across the parking lot in order to observe where the trash can was?
Yes.
All right. So it wasn't a roadway, it was just simply the parking lot roadway.
Oh,
through
where's
the
my
complex.
trigger
All right.
warning?
And moving to State's Exhibit PS28.
So I just put
Were
some
those
in
the
the
two trash
chat.
bags that you said were next to
An
the trash can?
update. Wow, I didn't even.
And I know
I'm
obviously the crime
slipping.
scene was photographing those. Were those trash bags ultimately collected for potential evidence in this case as well? Or do you have any knowledge of that?
That I don't know.
You're not positive about that. All right. And we are PS28 is that one. You could go to PS29, please. Is that the photograph that we were talking about where you could see somewhat of the contents of the items that were inside the trash bag?
Yes.
All right. Moving to PS30. With regard to that, is that, again, just the different angle that you were describing to show the area in its entirety? Yes. Now, with regard to this, I know you can see several cars that are parked in the parking lot. Once you and Officer Poche arrived on scene, were all of those cars parked there when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
So was this entire area cordoned off so nobody could come or go or move cars or be able to have access to the items that were depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, the crime scene was set up from the building all the way around, across the parking lot, around the trees that were by the garbage can.
So nobody was moving cars, coming in, walking through that area once after you and Officer Poche had arrived on scene?
Correct.
So when we look at those trash bags that were earlier depicted, and there seemed to be the opening, you said you lifted the lid off the trash can. Did you actually go into those trash bags at all?
I did not.
So those, the photographs of those trash bag with that opening, is that how those trash bags were from the time that you arrived on scene? In other words, had anybody else that you're aware of opened anything at that time?
No.
Oh, so I don't.
We can move to the next photograph. I believe it's PS 31. And I think in this particular photograph, you can see, well, it looks like yellow tape. Is that yellow crime scene tape?
It is.
Does that depict the large area that individuals or anyone was kept away from actually accessing?
Oh, you know what, this-
State's exhibit.
I'm sorry. What happened? Hold on. Wait a minute, Joel. What the heck did I do?
PS 32, you can move to that one. Again, is that simply a different vantage point of the trash can as well as the bags?
It is.
It's
PS33?
horrible.
In State's Exhibit PS 33, you can see the trash bags there. Is the label, I think we're going to get to it a little bit more close up, but the label you referred to in the close up of the trash can, is that the label that you can see on the outside of that silver can?
It is.
And moving to State's Exhibit PS 34, is that a close up of that label you were referring to previously?
It is.
Now, if we could move to State's Exhibit 30, PS 35, please. Is that in fact the trash can as depicted when you lifted the lid off?
It is.
And when you lifted the lid off, you could see just the top of that. I'll show you another photograph in just a moment. But is that what you observed and what you thought might possibly be afoot at that particular point?
It is.
Let's move to State's Exhibit PS 36, please. I think you talked about these. Are these the vantage points, kind of the distance that shows from the apartment there on Veranda Chase to the location of where the trash can was?
Yes.
And let me ask you this. I'm not sure if you had gained this information, but when you briefly spoke with Emani Moss, did you know how the trash can got to that place in the green grass?
I did not. I did not ask him that.
Okay. You just knew the trash can was there and he pointed to that direction. Is that right?
Right. For all I knew, that the trash can had been there, but I don't know how it got there.
And so this was, as we said, that one. If you can look, we can move to State's PS 37, please. Is that just another angle, or maybe a closer view from that balcony there at Veranda Chase?
It is.
And I know there's the white van that's there. I know what that van is, but tell me what that van is so you can kind of see that picture.
That's our crime scene units van.
Okay, and so ultimately, when you arrived on scene, that white van would not have been there at that point. Is that accurate?
No, that was not there. They arrived after we called.
So I know I asked you about the fact that no other cars, maybe resident cars or people that had parked in the parking spots, residents and everyone were not allowed to move their cars during that time frame. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But during the investigation and once crime scene homicide unit had been called, would it only have been police vehicles that may have come through that particular area?
Yes.
All right. And then moving to State's Exhibit PS 38. Is that yet just another closer up view, still shot from the balcony of the defendant and Emani Moss's apartment?
It is.
I'm going to show you one other photograph, and I did show it to Ms. Moss. I was mistaken. I think it was in the same top, but I didn't get to that. I'm going to show you what's been marked, and it is out of order, Your Honor, but I'll tie them back up. What's been marked is State's Exhibit PS 93, and ask you if you recognize State's Exhibit PS 93.
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit PS 93?
It's the inside of the garbage can. From when I removed the top of the garbage can, that's what I saw inside.
Okay, and I know we showed the other photograph that's previously been published. That was just a slider view of just the very top of the trash can.
It is.
In PS 93, is that a more accurate depiction of when you lifted the lid, what you could see inside of that trash can?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way it looked on that day when you lifted the lid?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will seek to admit into evidence State's Exhibit PS 93.
Any objection? States PS 93.
She dumb. She don't got no objection. She's stupid as hell.
I know we're out of order here, but let me go back to when you said that you had left the scene and you had gone to Ms. Bashir's residence. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit PS 39 and PS40.
She tried to file an appeal.
What's depicted in those two photographs?
Yeah, the first picture, PS39, is a picture of her residence from the outside. And then PS40 is the clothing that she pointed to on the floor that she told me was Tiffany Moss's clothing.
And, or is both states exhibit PS39 and PS40 fair and accurate depictions of that location where Ms. Bashir's residence was?
Yes.
Ms. Moss, I think I showed you these pictures. I did not give you a chance to look at them first. I did, but I forgot. All right, at this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit states exhibit number PS39 and PS40.
Any objection? PS 39 and 40 are each admitted without objection.
And at this time, if I could seek to publish states exhibit PS39 and PS40. Thank you, Your Honor. And is that the outside of that residence there that you arrived at where Ms. Bashir lived?
Yes.
Okay, and was this in fact the residence, the defendant's mother's residence where you went to based on the knowledge that you believed the other two children and Ms. Moss may be located there?
It is.
Once you got inside, if we could go to states exhibit PS40, was that what, how the clothing and the items appeared sort of in the entryway or that foyer area of that residence?
It is.
Were those the same items that you indicated that Ms. Bashir had pointed to you that were left there when the defendant had arrived?
It is.
And I don't have a photograph of it, but you said that the Trailblazer was in fact parked in the driveway there at that location when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
And was, I know you said the car was secured, was it ultimately transported from that location to Gwinnett County Police Headquarters for further examination?
It was.
And I know we went over this about it being secured, but was anyone allowed access to it to get inside that Trailblazer or anything of that nature prior to it being transported to Gwinnett County Headquarters for further examination?
No.
If I could publish state's exhibit number PS93, Your Honor, I believe I did tender and admit that. Is that correct?
It's been admitted and you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that is state's exhibit PS93. I know you described the foot that you saw when you lifted that lid. Can you point for the jurors where what you were referring to? And I know you took the lid off so you can see in a little bit more detail, but what did you observe, Detective?
As soon as I opened the lid, this is what I was speaking about. So this foot here pointed up. Then I looked a little more closely. I see this way.
I can't believe that they didn't put that thing over. Like you can't
And
really
after
see
you made
nothing.
that observation, Detective Poppy, did you in fact put the lid back on and then detain immediately Emani Moss at that point?
I did.
I can't believe that they showed that. Even
That's all the
that
questions I have this time.
Cross-examination.
she don't have nothing to ask. She ain't got no fucking
May
questions.
this witness be
Dumbass.
excused.
You may, Your Honor.
You're excused.
I thought that he was going to be a longer witness. Let me see. Let me see if.
At this time, the state calls Pearlie Bashir.
Oh, so her mother. She walked just like her.
If you could please raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give today in the state of Georgia versus Tiffany Moss will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. If you could put your hand down, and I'm going to need you to speak up as best you can.
This has got to be
incredibly hard. We should be
hard.
able to hear you. That's fine. Kind of picks up better that way. If you could please state your name for the court and for the jury.
Pearlie Bashir?
Okay. And Ms. Bashir, do you know the defendant Tiffany Moss?
Yes,
And how do you know the defendant Tiffany Moss in this case?
she's my daughter.
And with regard to that, I'm assuming obviously you also know Emani Moss,
Yes,
her husband. Is that correct?
yes,
And previously, did you know Emani Moss?
yes.
And how long, if you recall, when did you meet Emani Moss? Do you remember how old she was when you met her?
No, I just remember that around 3 or 4 is when I first met Iman.
And, was that before your daughter and Emani were married? Was that when they were dating still?
Yes,
And eventually they did become married, is that correct?
yes.
Do you remember when they got married?
Shortly after.
Was there ever a time when your daughter and Emani lived with you at your residence?
Yes,
Did that happen on more than one occasion after they were married?
yes.
Let's go back. Do you remember when it was when they first lived there with you at your residence?
Not particularly the year.
Okay. Where is your residence, ma'am? If you could please tell the jury your address.
It's 3959 Dunley Lake Road in Lawrenceville.
And have you lived there for several years, ma'am?
Yes.
Were you living there at that address
That's
back
crazy.
in
She got to give her
2012 and
address
2013?
on national television.
And you said that your daughter, the defendant in this case, and Emani, they did come to live with you. How many times did they live with you, do you
They
think,
ain't
since they
bleep
were
it out
married?
or nothing.
In that particular resident?
Yes, ma'am.
Once.
And when was that?
I'm not sure about the year.
When they lived there at your residence with you, did Emani live there with them?
Yes.
And let's go to 2013. All right. Well, let me take this back. Actually, let me go back to 2010 for a moment. All right. In 2010, your daughter and Emani were already married at that time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And was Tiffany ultimately, did she go to court and did she plead guilty for beating Emani?
I'm not sure she pled guilty, but she did go to court.
But she did go to court.
Yes.
Were you really aware much about any of the particulars of that particular circumstance?
No.
Okay. Nobody really told you kind of what was going on at that time, so did you really have any specific knowledge of that situation? All right. So moving on from that, did you, it was after that time that the defendant, your daughter, and Emani, they did come to live with you, though, after that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And was there a time, if you recall, and I know you've indicated you were not ever really truly aware of the circumstances, but was there a time where Emani, after that happened, that she did not live with your daughter and Emani?
She would visit her grandmother.
Okay. And her grandmother, is that Miss Robin Moss? Is that her other grandmother? All right. Now, ultimately, though, she did go back and she came back and lived with her dad and your daughter, and they did live at your residence. Is that right? Okay. When they lived at your residence, did they already have their other two children?
No.
Initially, they did not. Okay. So when they first lived there, was it just Emani, Tiffany, and Emani with you there?
Yes.
Then did they ultimately move out and have some apartments on their own in between the time they ultimately came back to stay with you?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember how many apartments maybe they had where they were not living with you, or do you have any recollection of that?
In the last home?
Before they lived at the last residence they were in?
Approximately 3.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Okay. And in fact, before they lived in their last apartment, was it that summer that they had spent, or that spring and summer, did they live there in your residence before they moved to their apartment there at Veranda Chase?
Yes.
All right. Who lived there at the residence with you and them? Who else lived in that house at that time? In 2013.
Emani, Iman, Tiffany, Tristan, and Emma, and my younger daughter, and her friend, another guy.
And you say your younger daughter. What's your younger daughter's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Brown?
Yes.
So Brittany and one of her a male friend of hers. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So Brittany, a male friend, Emma, Tristan, Tiffany, Emani, Iman, and you. Were those all the people that lived at your house there in the early summer of 2013?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you recall, but do you recall, did they live there for any part of that school year? So that would have been in the April, May of 2013. Do you remember if they lived there that spring with you, or you just distinctly remember them being there for part of that summer?
Part of the school year, but I think she was homeschooled.
Why was she
Now,
homeschooled?
with regard to Emani, you said that she did in fact live there. And I'm assuming, do you recall exactly when it was when your daughter Tiffany and Iman moved their family out of your residence?
No, not really. I'm not really good with the dates.
That's okay. If I ask you this, you did recall that they decided to homeschool Emani, is that right?
Yes.
So that would have been maybe for the school year beginning in 2013? What would have been her 5th grade year? Does that sound right, or do you have any?
I'm guessing I would say
You're
yes.
guessing. Okay, we won't go into that then. If you can't remember, that's okay. So, but you remember when they lived there, she did attend school for part of the time they lived at your house.
Yes.
All right. Now they did ultimately move out, and they went to live at the last apartment that you recalled them having there in 2013 at Veranda Chase. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that apartment there at Veranda Chase between the months of August?
Tell me what y'all think about this
the end
mother
of October
testimony. Do
2013?
y'all think she really didn't know anything?
Was it something that you went there often, or was that infrequently?
Define often.
I don't know. Tell me, how many times a week would you go there, or was it weekly?
At least weekly, maybe dropping stuff off or park or something.
When you said you would drop stuff off, would you always go into the apartment, or did you sometimes just meet Tiffany to drop things off?
Sometime in the apartment, sometime at the door.
And you said at the door? Would that just be the door of the apartment?
Yes.
Did you, when you would do that, did you not
I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on.
usually go inside for very long?
Not if it's at the door, we just drop it off. Otherwise,
I want y'all to tell me what y'all
And do you
think
have any, you
about
said it
her
was
not
maybe
knowing
weekly for a while.
anything.
Do you remember when it was the last time that you saw Emani, if you ever saw her at that particular apartment?
Not particular about the date, but she was at the desk with her back to us at the table.
And was that a desk that was located there inside the apartment?
Yes.
When you say with her back to us, who's us? Just so that we can kind of get an idea who was there.
Myself. It's like if you came in, her back was to you.
At any time when she was sitting there at that desk or that table, did you interact or have any conversation with her that day?
Basically, hello.
Yeah, but
words,
if she was
We
arrested,
didn't conversate. We didn't hold a conversation.
All right. And do you recall that time
So
when you
she
saw
just
her?
knew-
Was that one of the times where you were just dropping something off, or were
your
you just
daughter
visiting with
says
your daughter?
she has
Do
to
you
go to
remember
court.
exactly?
You don't ask your daughter why?
To drop the last time to drop something off.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
And do you remember seeing either
Why you gotta
Tristan
go
or
to
Emma
court?
at that time?
Why does Emani
Yes.
not live with y'all anymore?
And where were Tristan and Emma, if you recall?
Or maybe she lied. I don't know.
Bedrooms, I think Tristan came out of the bedroom.
Did he have his own room there at the apartment?
They pretty much were together, separate.
Do you remember how old Tristan was at that time?
Not good at birthdays. Three going on 4.
Okay. And Emma, was she a baby at that time?
She's a baby.
And you said that was the time that you recall seeing Emani there at that apartment, but you don't know exactly kind of the time frame of when that was, do you?
Oh, it's been so long.
Okay. Let's go to the week of October 24th of 2013. Is Brittany's birthday during that time frame, that week? What day is Brittany's birthday? Let me just ask that. October 27th? All right. Do you remember in October of 2013 whether you and Brittany and defendant Tiffany celebrated Brittany's birthday?
We went out to dinner.
Was it just the three of you that went out to dinner that day? And that would have been on October 27th of 2013, ma'am?
Yes.
When you went out to dinner that night, did the defendant, Tiffany Moss, did she come and meet you somewhere, or did you go to that apartment there at Veranda Chase in order to meet up?
Yeah, I get it. I get it,
We
but
drove together.
And do you remember where you left from? You say you drove together. Did you meet somewhere and then go from there? Or do you have...
because she was arrested.
Can't remember. I'm thinking from her place. I really can't remember.
On that particular day, on October
And they
27th of
leaned on her
2013,
so
did you see
much.
Emani on that day?
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
And with regard to, do you remember going inside the apartment that day at all?
Things blur. No, I don't remember.
Okay. But on that night, when you said you went to dinner,
It
did
gotta be
Iman
hard for her
or
mother.
Emani
Like,
or Tristan or Emma
she
go
put them all in
to
this
celebrate Brittany's birthday?
No,
position.
it's just
You know?
the three of us.
Excuse me. And at that particular time, was your daughter working outside of the home?
Which one?
I'm sorry. Yes, you have two daughters. I apologize. Was the defendant Tiffany Moss, was she working outside of the home at that time?
No.
Your daughter Brittany, she did in fact work outside. She lived at your house, but she did have a job then, right? Yes. All right. Since the time, well, let me ask you this: what type of work had Tiffany done prior to when she was not working outside the home?
She worked with the elderly and young children, daycare.
She's a very nice looking woman.
Did your daughter Tiffany?
agree.
Did she actually go to college?
Yes.
Did she graduate from college?
Yes.
What was her degree in?
It was a dual degree.
Fuckery.
I know it had to do where she could take care of the elderly and minor children.
Not good for either.
And in 2010, when the incident happened between her and Emani, you indicated, I think, that you didn't know the circumstances, but prior to that date in 2010, was your daughter, Tiffany, was she working outside the home in her capacity as in that field that you've just described?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she was working at that time?
No.
Was she working in some type of education, though, in some?
It's like a center.
In other words, that was she using her degree?
Degree, yes.
All right. After that incident happened with the defendant and Emani, did your daughter was she not able to work outside the home anymore?
No.
See?
And did she in fact stop teaching or working in her career field after that incident occurred?
Right. I think so too. The mother.
At that time,
yeah,
after
of
that
course.
point, did she stay at home with Emani and then subsequently have the other two children?
Yes.
Let's go then to Later in that
She
week
seems
of
to be
October of
very modest.
2013,
Look,
you said that
maybe
Brittany's birthday was on October 22nd.
Islamic woman.
Let's move forward to
She looks
the
like
early morning
maybe
hours of November
she
2nd.
dresses like an Islamic
Did you
woman.
see Tiffany on that particular, those early morning
completely.
hours?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you
Virtuous
see
woman.
your daughter, Tiffany
My
Moss? Okay, and how, do you remember what time that was, ma'am?
It was quite early because I was asleep.
And did she have a key to your house, or
Allie,
did she have to wake you
that's
up to
what
get
I'm
inside the
just,
house?
I'm
She woke me
saying.
up to get in the house.
And when she got there to the house and woke you up, did she wake you up by knocking on the door? Did she ring the doorbell, or do you remember how that happened?
Both.
And what did you do?
I was ill at the time, so I really didn't hear her. I was groggy. I came downstairs and opened the door.
Who did you see standing at the door at that time?
Tiffany, Tristan, and Emma.
What if anything, did the defendant tell you when you opened the door and you saw them standing there?
Well, basically, they came in. She just said, what took you so long? Because I didn't hear the knocking or the bell.
What the hell she mean? What took us so long?
She brought the
Muslim,
children and
yeah.
went back to the vehicle to get like the car seat and stuff like that and their clothes.
Did she tell you why she was there?
She said, don't let them take my children. That part is blurred because some parts I remember that I don't remember if I heard it then or later.
But you distinctly remember her saying, "Don't let them take my children." Where did she give you Tristan and Emma, or where were they?
She gave me Tristan and Emma. She had to get the seat, not the car, and the clothes, belongings.
Did you ask her at that time when she said, "Don't let them take my children"? Did you ask her what she was referring to, or who they were, or anything of that nature?
Yes, I'm assuming the police. And I get.
Did she? Go ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I thought she had said Emani's dead.
And based on that, what did you do?
This is something I'm remembering afterwards. I can't remember. It's just a blur. It's
When she you said she went out to get some more clothes, and that
clothes, the children's clothes, and the child seat.
the car seats. Okay.
Now, this is
Was anybody
hard for
else
her,
home
you know.
at that time there at your house?
She put
Everyone
them in
was
a
home.
bind.
It was early morning hours.
Okay. Did now you said that she got there and she had the children. Do you know how she got to your house that night?
Their vehicle,
And what vehicle was that, ma'am?
the van.
Is it like a Trailblazer? Yes. Okay. And I know you call it a van, but was that the car we're talking about?
the
Okay.
car.
They had just recently purchased that car, hadn't they?
Yes.
All right. So it was kind of new to them?
Yes.
And when I say them, new to your daughter Tiffany and Emani Moss. Okay. And with regard to that, so she drove. Did she drive herself there, to your knowledge? Okay. Did she stay at your house at that point?
She left. My younger daughter took her someplace. I'm not sure where.
And your younger daughter is that Brittany that we're referring to. All right. And you said Brittany was there and was home along with her friend.
Yes.
So was Brittany awake when all this happened, or did she?
Everyone was asleep. It was very early in the morning.
Okay. Did you? So how did Brittany know to take her somewhere? Do you know?
The keys were misplaced, so Tiffany couldn't find the keys. So she needed Brittany to take her somewhere. So I went upstairs to get Brittany, and Brittany came downstairs.
So some way in between the time that she arrived at your house, got the kids' car seats and the other things out of the car, she couldn't find the keys to the Trailblazer, or to the car that she came in.
Yes.
All right. How was your daughter behaving during that time frame? Your daughter Tiffany, and I should clarify. I apologize. What was her demeanor like?
She was stressed. Upset. She was just stressed. She wasn't upset.
Once she woke your younger daughter Brittany up, did Brittany and the defendant Tiffany, did they leave your house?
Yes.
And how did they find the keys to the Trailblazer, or did they leave some other way?
They left in Brittany's car.
And I'm assuming, did you stay there with Tristan and Emma?
Yes.
Okay. How long was it then, Ms. Bashir, that you stayed there? Did officers then ultimately arrive at your residence?
It seemed pretty short. All of us were sick. So by the time I got upstairs, trying to get them ready to put them down, there was a knock at the door. Well, the doorbell rang.
And at that point, when the doorbell rang, you'd gotten Tristan and Emma settled upstairs? Or tried to, at least?
Yes.
So once the doorbell rang, did a Detective Poppy there arrive, or do you recall who the officer was that
I
arrived?
don't recall who the officer was.
But there was, in fact, a Gwinnett County officer that came to your residence at that time?
Officers, yes.
Okay. And did they actually speak with you to kind of gather some information as to whether or not Tiffany was still at the residence?
Yes.
And what did you tell them?
I told them no, that she was not there.
And did you indicate whether or not she had been there just prior to their arrival? All right. Did the officers then stay there with you at your residence at that
Yes,
time?
they asked to come in to make sure that she wasn't there, and then they stayed.
And in fact, and then they stayed. During the time frame that the officers were there, did your daughter Brittany arrive back to your house?
She did, but did not let her come back in the house.
But she had made it back to the outside, and then you understood that they had just kind of stopped her outside your residence? All right. Were you and Brittany at that point then, did you two stay separate? She stayed outside and you stayed inside?
Yeah.
The residence?
The court pop up. This has to be hard for the mother. Like, she put them in this position, like, you know, it's just sad all the way
Just a
around.
second, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
It has to be hard, you know.
Just ask you a little bit about, go back just a little bit in time, to right before Tiffany and Emani, Tristan, and Emma moved out of your house. Okay. They lived there with you, I think you said, right until they got their apartment in Veranda Chase. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So the last place they lived before they moved to the apartments where police ultimately responded to, I know you're aware of that now,
Yes.
Was your house?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you would observe Emani there. On your observations of Emani when she was there, would she still eat when she was there at your house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you in any way have concern that she was not eating or being fed while she lived there at your house with you?
No.
Okay. You obviously were a grandmother to Tristan and Emma and a grandmother to Emani. Did you make sure that all the children were cared for and were fed while they were there in your residence?
And they were fed.
And when they left, did you have any concern about Emani's size when they moved out of your residence there in that summer of 2013?
Emani was thin.
Yes, ma'am.
But she was eating. Okay. She was not being starved. She was eating.
Ms. Bashir, I think those are all my questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Cross-examination. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
All right, so
Call your next
it's
witness.
two. Let me see how that.
The state calls Brittany Brown.
All right, let's just do Brittany Brown, and that's gonna be it. Cause this is his sister. We're gonna pause right here because I believe Amon should be coming up next. Oh, her mother did stay in the court.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give this court and this jury today in the state of Georgia versus Tiffany Moss will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down, and if you could state your name for the court and for the jury, please.
Brittany Brown.
And Ms. Brown, how are you related to the defendant in this case, Tiffany Moss?
I'm her younger sister.
And how much older than you is the defendant, is Tiffany?
About 4 years.
Ms. Brown, I'm going to take you back to
She could have got her sister
2013
arrested.
and ask you where were you
Accessory
living
after the
back in
fact.
2013? Do you remember? When this, at the
Definitely.
time that this incident happened.
With my mom.
Okay. And how long had you lived there with your mom?
I have been there a few months.
Was there a time where you had moved out from your mom's house and then you went back to live with her for a little while?
Yes, I went off to college and I came home.
All right. So in 2013, you came back, and where was the address there that you lived with your mom? Do you remember that address? Is it
Lawrenceville, Georgia, so 3159 Dunley Lake Road.
Is that where your mom still lives?
Yes.
Okay.
Why would you say that on national TV?
And do you remember, did you have a male friend that lived there for part of the time there
Gosh.
with you and your mom?
They didn't beep
and
out her address or
Tiffany and
nothing.
Emani at some point. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Let me just ask you, before we go back to that, just so that we clarify, was there a time that your sister and her husband Emani, along with Emani and their other two children, Tristan and Emma, that they lived there at the house with you and your mom and your friend?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how long they stayed there? Or do you have any recollection of that?
I don't.
When they lived there with you, do you remember when they moved out to the last apartment that they had there at Miranda Chase?
It was, I want to say in the summer.
Was it before Emani was supposed to start back to school that they moved out? So maybe in the August, kind of early August timeframe, does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
With regard to that time in 2013, were you aware of whether or not Emani was going to go back to school at school, or were they going to do some other type of schooling for her?
No, I think they were discussing it.
And I know it's been a long time ago, obviously about 5.5 years now, but when you say they were discussing it, are you referring to your sister Tiffany and her husband Eman, or who was they were discussing? Was it the parents?
And her husband Eman.
Okay. Was there discussion about whether or not Emani might be homeschooled, or
like homeschooled or public school?
And that was the discussion, kind of which one was going to
Yeah,
happen?
that's crazy.
You could just say yes or no. It's okay. She takes everything down you say, so that just the actual words. Thank you. And then, so you remember that they moved out, and then they moved to the Veranda Chase location. Is that right?
Yes.
When they moved to that apartment there on Veranda Chase, did you go to that apartment on occasion to see them?
I stopped by like after work a couple of times.
And after work, where were you working back then?
Studio Movie Grill.
So you were working at the Movie Grill. Was that, when you say you stopped by after work, was that late when you would stop by, or did you work earlier hours? I don't know.
I worked late hours, so it would be late.
When you would stop by there, the late hours, were the children usually already in bed when you would get there?
Yes, they were in bed.
So when you would go and stop by, did you see any of the children when you went to that apartment?
If it was during the day, I might hear like some of the kids playing, but if they had schoolwork or something, I wouldn't see them. I would just pop by real quick to drop something off.
Now, at that particular time...
Could you scoot up a little closer towards those microphones? Just help us out. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
That's all right. When you say that if they had schoolwork, how old was Tristan at that time?
Tristan was, he was a baby.
Was he a toddler still then?
Like a toddler.
Okay. And how about Emma?
Emma was a baby.
Okay.
She was...
That's okay. I'll tell you what. I know this is hard, but we want to make sure everybody hears everything. So let me see. If you lean in right in the middle, see if that's all right. Was Emma, how old was Emma?
Emma was a baby. Like a newborn.
Like a newborn. Could she walk yet even? Do you remember at that time? Maybe close to it, but not
Pulling
really.
up on things.
Pulling up on things. Okay. And Tristan, you said, was a toddler. So was he?
He was walking around.
3-ish?
Running around, yes.
Okay. In that kind of age frame. So when you talk about anybody doing schoolwork, would the only person that would do schoolwork, would that have been Emani at that time? Or do you remember? I don't know. Tristan might have colored.
Or like, going over, like being read to her numbers or things like that. Whatever she decided to do.
Okay. And when you went to that, you said you might drop things off at the apartment sometimes.
Yes.
When you would just go and drop things off, would you spend very much time there at the apartment?
No, I wouldn't spend much time. I was really busy with work, so I would just drop something off and then I would leave.
Okay. And you said you recalled one time about schoolwork. Do you remember, if you can, how many times you may have seen Emani from the time that your sister and brother-in-law moved to that particular apartment to the time that she was found dead?
Maybe once or twice.
And, excuse me, when Emani
We had her
lived
in a
at your
room.
mom's house with you,
Was she objected?
and your sister and brother-in-law, would you see her more often at that time?
No.
When she was there with you, did you, how was her outward appearance?
No, she does not.
How did she appear to you when she lived at your mom's residence with you?
She seemed fine. She just...
No.
It was just more like in passing.
Wait.
Like if I was coming home from work and I would ask if she was okay, she would give me a hug and then I would like go up to my room to sleep because I worked long hours. So it was more like in passing, but she seemed okay.
But she seemed okay?
She seemed okay then, yes.
Okay. And you said there were times she'd see you, she'd greet you, she'd give you a hug, everything seemed normal.
Hey, Miss Emma.
And at that time, Emani would have been 10, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
She turned 10 that April of 2013? All right.
Yeah, well, this is the last week.
And so you didn't,
we're going over
did you
for
observe
the day.
anything that you thought out of the ordinary or odd about Emani when she was still living there with you at your
Tomorrow I'm
mom's
still
house?
trying to figure out what time I'm going to go live.
I don't know. It was more like, I thought it was just more like combining families. So I thought it was like just things combining family, everybody being in one spot.
It was kind of rough sometimes with all of you there?
Yes.
Kind of normal, too many people in one place?
Yes.
Okay. And so ultimately they found their own place to go and live. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Because they were a family of 5 at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So they then moved out, you said, around that late summertime and went to their own time. You said maybe once or twice you saw Emani while they lived there. All right. Let's take you to the week of October 24th of 2013. Let's just kind of go in that time frame for that kind of last week there before Emani was found. When is your birthday?
October 27th.
And with regard to your birthday, do you remember whether you and your sister and your mom celebrated it that year?
Yes, me, my mom, and sister, we went out to dinner.
And it was just the three of you, is that right?
The three of us, yes.
And at that time,
Why is he talking about what?
Was that a pleasant evening?
Yes.
12:19
did it seem happy?
a.m.?
Yes.
Like, what the heck?
And at that time, did your sister in any way
Is
mention
Chad
to you
digging
anything
in
out of the
here?
ordinary that was going on with
Still,
her or at her,
sometimes she
at
may
her
be in
home?
the bushes. I'm sorry, y'all.
Did she speak of Emani at all? Do you recall during that time frame?
No, not that I recall.
At any time between August and November of
Chad digging might be
2013, when Emani
asleep.
was found dead,
She may be
do
up.
you recall your sister ever telling you about any difficulties she was having with Emani?
Like the difficulties, like being the new stepmom, like stuff like that. Like just the usual stuff, nothing difficult. Like.
And in that regard, do you ever remember, was there any other conversations about Emani eating or not eating? Anything about that type of topic?
I think she mentioned it, but it was more like she was trying to say she didn't want to, but then she would just end up eating something. Like she was trying to say she didn't want to just so she didn't have to listen to her, but then she would just end up eating. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you say she didn't want to listen to her, that was Emani
Yes.
saying that, and then ultimately she would just eat whatever?
Yes.
Okay. And then during that time frame, do you remember your sister, did she ever tell you about Emani being sick or anything like that nature during your birthday or any time between that?
No.
And on your birthday, which was October 27th, you said that, how did your sister behave that night?
Normal.
And when you say normal, like nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, no.
Now, let's take you forward just a few days, okay, to the early morning hours of November 2nd. Were you home when your sister arrived at your mom's house?
Yes.
What do you recall happening when your sister arrived at your mom's house on those early morning hours of November 2nd?
I was asleep, and I remember her coming in the room saying that she needed help, and I was confused, so I was like, help, and she was just like, they're coming, so I said, okay, and so I told her to get in my car, and I told her to just tell me where to take her, and
I'm sorry, but when she said they were coming, what did you understand that to mean?
I didn't understand it. I was just like, okay. And
Were you
so
asleep when she got there?
Yes, I was asleep.
Who woke you up? Do you remember?
I think she did. Someone opened the door.
And did you get up and when she told you that she needed help and they're coming, what did you do?
I got up and I just told her to get in the car and to let's go.
And where did you go?
I'm not sure. She just told me where to go.
Did you follow her instructions or her directions at that time?
Yes.
Do you have any idea where you ended up?
No.
Okay. Obviously, she was in your car with you, and were you the one driving, or was she?
I was driving.
Okay. Once you, I'm assuming obviously there came a point where she told you to stop somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Yes. Okay. Do you remember where you were or what type of place it was when you stopped?
No. It was a lot of trees. That's all I remember, and I think there was a gate.
Okay. When you say a gate, like a gate to like the front of an apartment complex or something like that?
Yes, in front of an apartment complex.
At any time, did you know maybe whose apartment you were taking her to, or did you know anything about that?
No.
When you got to that gated complex, what happened?
She got out, and she briefly told me how to go back, how to get back, like how I got there to go backwards or whatever, and she just got out.
Was she alone, obviously?
Yes, she was alone.
You didn't see anybody meet her at that gate or anything of that
No.
nature? All right. And when you said you were in the car and she was giving you directions, did you have any further discussion with her about why she needed to go somewhere?
No.
Did she tell you anything about why she wanted you to take you anywhere? Why she wanted you to take her somewhere, excuse me?
No, she just said she needed help.
At that time, did you know anything about Emani being dead?
No.
And when you got up and you left your mom's house with your sister, did you see Tristan or Emma at that time?
I heard them, yeah. I think when I was going down the stairs, they were in front of my door when I opened the door, like when I first woke up.
And how about at that particular time, did you, it may sound like an odd question, but did you see Emani anywhere?
No.
Did you question why your sister would be there in the middle of the night with Emma and Tristan and not Emani?
No, I assume she was just downstairs.
Okay, but obviously when you went downstairs, you did not see her?
No.
Okay. Did you ask your sister at any time about where Emani was or Eman at that time?
No, just what was going on.
And even though you asked her what was going on, did she ever tell you what the circumstance was, other than that she needed help?
No.
When you said you dropped her off there, and she gave you directions to follow to get back home. Did you try to follow those directions back home?
Yes, I tried.
Okay, were you successful in following those directions?
No, I got lost.
Did you ultimately eventually find your way back to something you recognized and then
Yes.
got yourself back home?
Yes.
Okay. Did it take you longer than it should have?
Yes, it took me a long time.
Once you got back to your mom's house, who was at your mom's house?
The police.
And when you got there and you saw the police there, what did you do? Did they meet you, or did they come speak to you? Or
I pulled up to the house and they asked if I stayed there, and I told them who I was, and they kept me outside.
and once you stayed outside, ultimately, did different officers talk to you about kind of what had happened at the house?
No, it was more like they kept me in the car, and then they kept my mom in the house, and they didn't really explain what was going on yet, just that something was happening and that they were looking for Tiffany.
At that time, did you tell them or try to tell them where you had taken her?
No.
Yes. At that time, no, I did not.
Okay, not initially.
Not initially, no.
Ultimately, did you go to police headquarters and speak with a Detective Flynn?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you went to police headquarters, were you aware at that time of anything going on with Emani still?
No.
So when you got there, your mom had not told you anything because you hadn't gotten to speak to her, right?
No.
Okay. And your sister, she did not tell you anything?
No.
So when you got to police headquarters, Detective Flynn, he did in fact speak to you, is that right?
Yes.
Did he ask you about whether or not your sister had come to your mom's house?
Yes.
And what did you tell him? Do you remember what you told him?
Yes, I feel like I said yes, that she came by, yes.
Did you ultimately admit that you had taken your sister somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if maybe you kind of started off with something like you might have lost a debit card? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. At first, were you a little worried about what was going on with your sister?
Yes.
Okay. Were you maybe just trying to figure out what was going on before you really told the officers where you had taken her?
Yes.
Okay. But then actually, when the officers told you what it was about, did Detective Flynn ultimately tell you that Emani was dead?
Yes, he did.
And was that the first time that you had heard anything about that or knew anything about that?
Yes.
Once he told you that, did you immediately then tell him what had happened and where you took your sister?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to that, did he ask you some things kind of like what I've asked you about, like how things had gone that week, kind of leading up to these events?
Yes.
All right. And your birthday was included in that time frame?
Yes.
All right. And you kind of told him about the fact you'd gone out, just like you've told these jurors here, is that right?
Yes.
All right. During that week there of that time frame, I know you told the officer, tried to explain to him where you took her, but you did not know exactly where you had taken your sister, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's go during that time frame. Your birthday was on October 27th, and then let's move to October 31st, which is Halloween. All right. Going to that date on Halloween, did you have some communication with your sister on Halloween?
Yes, in regards to trick-or-treating.
Okay. And were you wanting to do some trick-or-treating with your niece and nephew, or what was that? What was
Yes,
that about?
I wanted to. I wanted to stop by and drop some candy off.
And did you and your sister, the defendant in this case, did you and she exchange some text messages
Yes,
about the candy?
About the candy, yes.
And in fact, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And wanted to see their costumes.
You wanted to see their costumes?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, did you get to see their costumes?
I think she sent a picture. I think she sent a picture. I can't really remember it in my mind.
Right, if I can have just- I'm going to show you a few photographs in just a moment, Ms. Brown. Give me just a second, make sure I get them correct here. been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. And I'm going to ask you first if you recognize these photographs. You want to take a second, you can just glance at them and see if you know what they are. And do you recognize each one of the photographs depicted in States 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D?
Yes.
All right. Let's go, first of all, I know I was asking you about Halloween, but I'm going to take you back to your birthday for just a second. So that was a few days prior, and that would have been October 27th.
Yes.
Right, 2013.
Yes.
You talked about the fact that your mom and your sister went out for your birthday.
Yes.
Right. Did you all take some photographs while you were out that evening?
For always,
And looking at States Exhibits 2A, 2B, and 2C, are those actually
one of the jurors
photographs that you, your
crying.
mom and your sister took on the night of your birthday of October 27th of 2013?
And it's
Yes,
loud.
And are those fair and accurate depictions? And those are kind of legal terms, but does that look, are those the way that three of you looked in the pictures, the photographs you took of each other on that night of October 27th in States Exhibit 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Girl,
Yes.
one of
And
the
in
jurors
fact,
is
these
getting
photographs
down
ones that you took on
crying.
your phone, and then you all exchanged pictures of each other.
Yes.
All right. And when you went there to speak with Detective Flynn, did he ask you about any text messages or pictures that you might have exchanged with your sister
Yes.
during that week?
Yes, he did.
During that time, did you actually provide your phone to Detective Flynn so that he could obtain whatever pictures or text messaging? Did you give your phone to him?
Yes.
And did you in fact allow him to access and be able to get these photographs?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit into evidence States Exhibits number 2A, 2B, and 2C.
Any objection? States 2A, B, and C are each admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then finally, 2D, you said that you did in fact recognize that as well.
Yes.
Is that in what's depicted in States Exhibit number 2D?
Tristan and Emma in their costumes.
And when you said their costumes, were those the costumes, their Halloween costumes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Their Halloween costumes.
So that would have been October
And
1st,
Imani.
2013, is that right?
Yes.
And were these particular
Just-
photographs ones, did you take these
Home
photographs?
by herself.
Did you actually see them that day?
I cannot remember.
100%.
I don't know, I didn't take
100%.
those.
Were those photographs sent to you by your
100%.
pictures of them in their costumes?
Yes.
All right. And did you receive those as part of like what we call an MMS or a message on your phone?
Yes.
All right. And were those pictures saved then on your phone that you provided to Detective Flynn to look at?
Yes, they were.
And in your interview with him, did you in fact show him those photographs prior to him asking permission to look at your phone?
Yes.
All right. Or is that a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs that you received from your sister of Tristan and Emma in their Halloween costumes that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit into evidence States Exhibit number 2.
And that baby was in the house.
Sorry, I'm losing my mind, Your Honor. States Exhibit
Child.
Any objection? States 2D is admitted without objection.
She's also not crossing because she thought that on appeal she was going to win the fact that she was pro se, but she has assistant counsel sitting behind her, and it didn't work for her. So her ass got popped. I put in just in 2024, and I missed that. January 2024. I used to check all the time for her, and I stopped.
I think we're going to do these this way, Your Honor.
This
I'm gonna
case
show you what's
bothered
been
my
in evidence, States
soul
Exhibit number
when it was going on. Like,
2A.
and afterwards I
And
watched
is that
it.
in
Like,
fact you, your
bothered my
mom, and
soul.
your sister on your birthday evening of October
Look,
27th
look.
of 2013?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it looks like you're taking the picture. Were you taking the picture?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked and tendered as evidence in States Exhibit 2B. And is
Child.
that you and your sister in the picture?
Yes, it is.
She
And is that,
smiled up,
again,
but
was
no
that
one,
on your birthday?
she beating torches a
celebration the night of
child
October
all
27th
day,
of
and then she can go out and
2013.
smile
was.
at night. Girl, you're
Here's
brilliant.
a little bit of a dual photograph, but this is how the message that you had on your phone kind of came through. Are those two pictures that were sent that you all were sharing, kind of a duplicate of the picture of you and your sister, and then the picture of you, your mom, and your sister?
Yes.
And again, all of these pictures were taken on October 27th of 2013.
Yes, they were.
And then finally on October 31st of 2013, you said, let me go back to that for a second before I publish this. You indicated that it was Halloween and you wanted to drop some candy off. Did you ultimately go to the apartment at Veranda Chase to drop any candy off that night?
No, I didn't get around to it.
But, and as a result of that, did your sister communicate with you via text message about the fact that they were in these costumes that day?
Yes.
And did you receive, in fact, what's been marked and tendered into evidence as States Exhibit 2D as photographs of your niece and nephew in their Halloween costumes on October 31st of 2013?
Yes.
And you had those pictures in your phone, all of these pictures in your phone on November 2nd when you were interviewed by Detective Flynn. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, with regard to your phone, did you give your phone to Detective Flynn so that he could obtain any information that may or may not be relevant to this case from it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe that's all the questions I have for this witness.
Cross-examination. May this witness be excused.
She may, Your Honor.
You're excused, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take one of those mid-afternoon breaks. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not allow anyone else to discuss the case with you or in your presence or hearing. Do not
All
even
right,
discuss
y'all.
the case
So
amongst
that is
yourselves.
going to be it for today. I'm going to pick up tomorrow, but I haven't figured out yet what time that I'm going to go live just yet. So I'll figure that out. I have to take my daughter to the dentist in the morning, and then I have to figure out the rest of the day if I want to. Yeah. So I'll have it. I'll make sure that I'll post it maybe like, at least a couple or 3 hours early. I think we get Mr. Emani Moss should be on the stand tomorrow. Should be. I really didn't think that I was going to go through all of those witnesses, but I think that all the witnesses that we saw up until this point are important. And so, yeah, because I was going to start with Iman, but I kind of I didn't realize that all those detectives had testified in the beginning. So anyway, this is a sad story. A lot of people, I don't think this story got enough exposure. And so what I do, Miss Emma Eppin Hargrove, hey girl. What I do is when it's not a current case that I'm covering, I do rewind. So I'll go back and look at a case again and rewind it, because it's so much going on in the world. Like, everybody doesn't see everything. A lot of times, like, I'm focused on trials like this, but other trials too. There's also another trial that I definitely want to rewind. So, depending on what's going on next. Well, Nazaya's case doesn't go back to court till March 7th. So, another thing, anybody that's here, let me see, because a lot of people skipped out, but I have people that stick with me to the end. If you're here, your girl's birthday is coming up. It's my birthday next week. Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on. We're going to have a little party over here. Yeah, it's birthday season for me. Yeah, y'all. And I will be right here partying with y'all. Watch. Y'all get together, spread the word. Let me start advertising today for my birthday. What you gonna give for birthday? What you gonna do for my birthday? Like, yeah, it's so much going on. Yeah, I don't even know. I just looked up and like, wait a minute, hold on. A sister's birthday is coming. And fast. Oh, so it's like a little bit. The March 2nd, y'all. Mark the calendar. March 2nd. We're going to be up here doing something. Even if it's not on March 2nd. If I'm busy on March 2nd, it will be. Which March 2nd is is that a Saturday? Sunday. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll do something on March 1st, March 4th. I don't know. I just need y'all to mark y'all calendars down. I'm going to figure it all out tomorrow. So y'all can go on here, share it worldwide. Tell them all to come. Tell 1 million people to come and bring me 99 cents. Y'all know I'm tired of sleeping. Allie, I do. She's not crossing anybody. Okay, so forever we read that one. So Allie, of course. And thank you for the support. Always supporting the channel. I do appreciate you. So Allie, yeah. So I kind of like, because, and I can tell, like, if we don't So people have been watching trials for a while, right? But I've always been into true crime and law. Initially, I wanted to be an attorney, but I was like, "Fuck that. I'm not doing that." So I've always been intrigued with crime. So much to the point where it's the cutest thing. Was it last year for my birthday? I want to say, and I don't even know where my daughter got that from. And I haven't played it yet to solve the crime, but it's unsolved mysteries. She bought me a game, and it's all about you solving a crime, trying to figure out what's going on. It's pretty dope. And so, I know my husband used to say, what do we have other channels for? Because all you watch is Oxygen and the ID channel. But Oxygen, ID used to be my favorite, but Oxygen is definitely my favorite now. So I don't want to watch too much of anything that's fake. I like true crime. Cases interest me. I like to, and I'm intrigued with all types of true crime. I'm truly a true crime junkie. So I told you when I worked in corrections, I used to be all in those people' business. Oh, what? She did what? Wait, let me get all up in this report. What? Yeah. Just intrigued with crime, like true crime. Like, because some stuff you like, no, they did not. No, they didn't. I don't believe it. I don't believe it that. So yeah, after leaving corrections, it was just I would put on a trial, listen to it on the way to work, during work, on the way home from work, shower, I'm right back on the YouTube looking crimes and interrogations. So I love it. And so then one day I said, "You've been watching this stuff for years and years and years. You've always on YouTube. Like, just start putting up some commentary, some content commentary, some content because yeah, you're on here. Why not?" So I said, "Oh, let me give it a go." And and my personality, like I said, you see lights, pink, of course, breast cancer survivor. I like things that sparkle and that. Let me show you. You see my microphone? It's pink. It's pink. I like things that sparkle and shine. I'm a girly girl. So my computer's pink. I'm a girly girl. You see, I was going to do a set back here, but this is like my office space, and I just have like a little makeup space over there. And so the pink chairs, they were hit for me. And then I like pink, silver, and white. I like decorating. So just my little space, my office. And so I was like, oh, why not? I don't even need to do anything. So I was in Avatar, and then sometimes you got to pop out. And when I popped out and I tried to pop back in, people were like, no, we want you to pop out. So here I am. I said, well, my office is the perfect setting for, backdrop. And so here we are. Here we are today, 3,008. What are we at? How many subscribers are we at? Shout out to Dodash again. I see people. I don't know about her content. I don't understand what y'all mean by this YouTube. I'm not understanding this, but this is bothering me. So I'm not, sure what, people, I don't get mixed up like that, into nonsense when it comes to YouTube. That's not what my channel is for. I like to keep everything cordial. And that's why, I put things in place. Truly, I truly appreciate the support, so that I can, do things and put back into the channel, and give more of like my personality and whatever. And before, when I first went live, it was hard for me, but it was just a thing like, just come on here and be yourself. And then, people that rock with you will, and they won't. If they don't, they won't. Other people have their favorites. I share. So everybody across YouTube shares subscribers. So that's why I don't understand why people get so butthurt when people watch other people. That's just not. I just don't. That's just not my thing. What's for you is for you. What God has for you is for you, and nobody can stop what God has for you. You just have to wait till it's your time. But in the meantime, like, support goes a long way. So I do appreciate Dodash, because I watch some of her content, and I think that she's a brave woman, to put, you know, uh, just videoing herself doing DoorDash, and it's ingenious, an ingenious play on words, DoorDash. I hope DoorDash gives her a sponsorship, or she gets a brand deal with DoorDash, because she really, really puts them out there like that. But everybody doesn't see things that way. So I definitely appreciate her. So I had a couple of people come over here from DoorDash, and they joined um the subscribe, and they let me know they came here from DoorDash, and I just think that what she's doing is awesome. And people just always they're going to complain either way. So I just don't see things in the same way that other people see them. Like, it's all of the back and forth, and then you definitely have to watch, um, who you choose to be a mod. Like, I'm just not into all that. So we try to push positivity over here. I love it. So that's why I have a captain mod in place. And if and the mods have any questions, they can talk with her. Because you have to put some things in place, some boundaries in place. And so that's just it. And so I'm here. It's 2025. And my birthday is March 2nd. Y'all mark your calendars. And so y'all going to have to come out and hang out with your girl. Okay. And I'm glad, Allie, that you do like the channel. And I appreciate you. I appreciate all of your interaction in the chat. I definitely love For Always, Forever, for Life. She knows that. I love all of the people that support and subscribe. Hit that like button. Everybody doesn't have monetary donations. So I appreciate the likes, and the interaction goes a long way. So we are up to 3,000. Ooh, could I make that a thing by my birthday, y'all? Y'all think that's possible? I can get to 4,000 by my birthday? We're up to 3,800. So I don't know why this is behind here. Because we're definitely up to 3,800. I saw that earlier. I was like, what? But yeah, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to get ready to get out of here. I have to take my daughter to the dentist in the morning. Lord, y'all see, it's the morning already. But I'm going to have to get out of here. And I will see you guys when I go live. I will definitely post it. Hopefully I don't have to change the time. I try to change the time if I do know that things are running close. I try to at least do it like an hour and a half to 2 hours earlier. That's why I don't like to schedule too early, because I want to running into something and having something to do. But anyway, y'all know that I end my shows the same way, and it wouldn't be me if I didn't end the show by raising awareness that men get breast cancer too, because of the stigma associated with the word breast. We started using the term peck and or chest cancer. So let's continue to break the stigma and spread awareness. And to my ladies, please make sure you get your mammograms, fill on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. Shout out to our sponsors today. We have Al Lee. And who else was the other sponsor? Lord, I'm terrible. Oh wow. See, this is why I didn't even update the banner. Y'all will be in the banner tomorrow. So that was both Allie. There was Allie. Allie is the show sponsor. Yeah, here you go right here. That's Allie. And then you drop the one. So that's Allie. I don't think we had anybody else. I hope we didn't, because I just definitely, I know if we did, I said thank you at the time. So I just was giving another shout out to the channel sponsors. And I think that's Allie. Allie. Yes, so shout out to the channel sponsor today. Allie, I appreciate you so much. And I didn't update the banner, but you will be in the banter tomorrow. All right. And don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. Oh yeah, hey Laugh. I thought you was gone, but you're still here. Laugh. Did somebody get blocked today? Because I'm confused. I got an email. Somebody got blocked today. Let me see. Where do I check that? Because I'm just like, wait a minute. You blocked, sir. The only reason why I went over there, I don't know why. How do you keep getting around the spam? But we didn't block nobody. I don't think nobody blocked anybody. Like I don't think. I don't know. He said he was trying to come in here and he couldn't get in here for some reason. He's blocked. I'm like, who blocked you? These people getting on my dang on nerve. Oh yeah, I deleted the video. Yeah, I did. And I don't. It don't have to be monetized. I erased it. Like, what do y'all want? Yeah. So I don't know if anybody. I'm not looking for that tonight. So anyway, I don't know who blocked who. I'll find out tomorrow whether or not the person is blocked or not. But I didn't think that anybody blocked anybody, and especially he was in here the other day. So who would just go ahead today and just block somebody for what? Nobody came over here and did anything. Like, I don't really get too many people that get blocked. So I'm confused. I don't know. I will figure it out tomorrow. But shout out to the channel sponsor today. That's Allie. Thank you so much. And I will see you guys. And look at for always, forever, for life. I will see you guys tomorrow for always, forever, for life. I sure hope that you come by tomorrow. I love the interactions. I love the way you like. Is she going to cross like you and Alan? Like, is she going to ever ask a question? How about no? All right. No. She's not going to ask nothing. She thought she was slick. So I just wanted to make sure also that you guys did see that I put in the chat. So I hadn't checked on her. But as of what date was that? Let me go back up. I put it in the chat here. So in a January 2024 ruling, Gwinnett County Superior Court Judge Karen Byers. Now I got to look up Karen Byers because she may be my girl. Okay. She rejected Moss's motion for a new trial, stating in part Moss intelligently, voluntarily, and knowingly invoked her right to self-representation. They try to over and over and over again tell this lady, please don't go pro se. This is a DP case. This is not the case that you want to go pro se on. And then you get at the table, you don't ask any questions. I think that it was part of the plan. She thought she was getting that appeal. She was going to get that appeal. It did not work out in your favor, ma'am. They asked you over and over and over again. And for her, the next case, the sentencing phase, the judge said it again. I do think that you should, get legal counsel to assist you. There are things that you're not going to be able to do. You're not. Things you don't know. Like she should have objected, I don't know how many times with these witnesses. I think the prosecutors, if we think about them in Lewin, oh Lord, whew, these prosecutors are like, all right, don't tell me what anybody said. They doing your job for you, because if you're not sitting in objecting, but they're protecting the record, for appeal purposes. So I totally get it, but they still didn't have to do that. You got, attorneys that get up there and try to ask hearsay questions. So, but these prosecutors are saying they really, really did that on Emani Moss's behalf. And Iman, I don't know where you're, I'm werewolves. Is that how you say it in Spanish? Werewolves. I don't know where your werewolves are. I don't know. But you seem to have lost them. But he did testify against her. He testified for the state. And boy, you got to see the way she looked at him when he walked in the courtroom. Like, girl, go ahead and scribble like you've been doing the whole trial, girl. He's getting up there. He sound a little yellow bus slow. The short bus, 10 rows, only 3 people on the bus. And the wheels on the bus go square and not round. Yeah, so I think a little bit of that. But his mother and sister, I think they're beautiful people, but I still would have rocked this bitch to sleep. When my niece came over there, thin as a rail, with her haircut, and her mother asked you, the grandmother asked you, Imani's grandmother asked you, what happened to her hair? Why is her hair cut? When you act ugly, you deserve to look. Bam! She wouldn't even got the second ugly out. Because I would have rocked her ass to sleep. Yes. All day long. Don't play with my nieces. I had to stop myself from running behind my nieces. They were grown. Every time they call me. And I'm out. Nobody's not touching my nieces. Like, they're quiet. They don't really talk. Y'all think y'all not. Then one of my nieces got out of control. She called me. I'm on my way out the door. I'm like, you know what? I can't do this no more. You got a big family on your on the other side. They right there live where you live. I'm not. Today is the day that this stops. Stop. You don't have to do the stupid shit that you doing. And I'm just out here about to run out here again. I could possibly lose my daggone life. So I had to, it was really just my oldest niece. Like, girl, sit it down and get productive. Because, like, right now, none of us are pleased with how you live in life. And I'm trying to help you as best as I can. But you want to keep taking the hard route. I know issues, things happen to you. And, we try to take that into account. But now enough is enough. Enough is enough, because you've had a lot of people backing you for a very long time. And for what you went through, we've overcompensated for that. And it's not even our fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's not anybody's fault that happened to you. Somebody climbed in my sister's window and did the unthinkable to my niece, held his hand over her mouth. But guess what? He was telling my niece not to talk. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. He let that hand up. My niece start whimpering. My sister hears this. He was going out the same window that he climbed in. My sister, he was almost out of here. She caught the back of his leg. They said she just missed the vein. They didn't even make her come to the police station. They sure didn't. They took a report at home. And they said, ma'am, he lucky he's alive. They did not make my sister come to the police station at all. What they did was send the cops there to handcuff him to the bed, and he did time. He climbed in a window on the second floor. From a hallway window, my sister's living room window was right by the hallway window. He climbed his behind in there, tiptoed his way in, was telling my niece he was going to, if she made any noise and all, but my niece started whimpering on the way out. My sister's ears was like, whoop, whoop, whoop. Wait, what's going on? What the hell? My niece is yelling out something. All my sister heard was my niece yelling, and she said, on the way to the living room, he was trying to climb out. How he got in? She had just went right past the butcher block. Yep, he lost a lot of blood. His blood was everywhere. And so they, like I said, the police came. The ambulance came. They chained his behind. He was clink, and they took a report from my sister at home, and they did not make my sister come to no police. None of that. My niece didn't even have to go to court. The state took the case over, and they did that. Now this little mother, he got out of jail. He got out of jail. He served time. He got out of jail. My niece calls us frantically screaming and hollering. She's an adult now. An adult. What is wrong? This super Negro just requested her as a friend on Facebook. Where he at? Because he just made it the first time. Where he at? He don't live in Jersey no more. He down there somewhere in North Carolina. All right. We hope we never see you. But I told my niece, shut your Facebook down. You need to just go to the police station. Like, that should be a violation of something. What is he trying to reach out to the victim for? So, when I say I truly understand, about tragedies and traumas. Like when I say something happened to someone very close to me. Look at the time, 3:02, my birthday, March 2nd. I really, really do. And so, I, went through that with my niece, and then, us feeling so bad. But then, wait, girl, you done been to therapy. You done been to, I just need to talk session. Can you take care of my kids session? And we listen. This is where this stops at, okay? If we need to go back to therapy, then that's what we need to do. We need to go back to therapy to find out what do you need to do to get to the place that you need to be at for you to be okay, so that you can progress in life. You have children now. That's what we need to do. I totally believe in therapy wholeheartedly. Therapy is the great way to go. And people need to stop putting a bad stigma on therapy. It's not nothing wrong with therapy. You need help, go get therapy. Period. But anyway, see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all. Thank y'all so much for supporting me and supporting the show. Peace. Have a great night. A good sleep. Hug your loved ones and tell them you love them. Peace. Peace. Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. This is how if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Or prepare to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wipe your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey. Who, what? I'm
time is it? What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah.